my head, twirl me around, hold me close, don't ever put me down. Every time I look at you, you're looking back at me, my dear. When you are around, everything seems crystal clear. I've been dreaming of this moment, hoping for something real, for something real. Way back when I was a lonely soul, holding on to a heart so cold. Letting go is the only way to free myself from the years of pain. You came to me like an ocean breeze, words so sweet I thought I'd never see. Love like this is all I need. Never thought I'd be so free. I can't count all the times I've tried to fill the void that's broken me apart so many times. Then you came into my life, hold me close, hold me tight. Every time I look at you, you're looking back at me, my dear. When you are around, everything seems crystal clear. I've been dreaming of this moment, hoping for something real, for something real. Way back when I was a lonely soul, holding on to a heart so cold. Letting go is the only way to free myself from the years of pain. You came to me like an ocean breeze, words so sweet I thought I'd never see. Love like this is all I need. Never thought I'd be so free. Love like this is all I need. Never thought I'd be so free. Every time I look at you, you're looking back at me, my dear.
I can see that you are up and down. Give it a year and you can figure this out. Open it up when you are able to see. You can adjust to be with someone like me. Tell me your thoughts and I can show you my side. Give me a look when you are moving in my time.
hurt myself with loving you. I hurt myself with loving you. Though I don't have the scars to prove there's pills for what my heart's been through. I hurt myself with loving you. Walk slow for me, baby. Walk slow for me, oh. Eyes closed as you're leaving. I don't wanna see you go. I guess it's in and out. You couldn't even sit me down. Still conscious, but I'm in and out now. Left open and I'm bleeding now, bleeding now. I hurt myself with loving you, loving you. I hurt myself with loving you, loving you. Though I don't have the scars to prove there's pills for what my heart's been through. I hurt myself with loving you. I wish there was something I could do that wasn't selfish. I've tried and there's nothing left to prove. I guess I'm helpless. So if it's in and out, you're gonna wanna sit me down. Still conscious, but I'm in and out now. It's someone that I need you now. I hurt myself with loving you, loving you. I hurt myself with loving you, loving you. Though I don't have the scars to prove there's pills for what my heart's been through. I hurt myself with loving you.
남아있는 너의 온기와 너만의 향기 함께 있던 그 같은 공간도 난 지우고 있어. All I can do is try. 우리만의 시간 뒤돌려봐도 없어지지는 않아. 따뜻한 그 미소 너무 좋았던 날 두 눈을 감아봐도 Don't wanna let you go, baby. 빗속에 너와 It's so great. 난 갇혀 있어 널 달빛처럼 아무리 찾아도 But you, yeah, only you. 너는 너야. 널 한번 붙잡아봐 one more last time. 바람이 불어와 모두 버리기에 그 온투들 기억해봐. 영원히 기다려줄 때가 baby. 차가워지는 너의 마음 상처만 남긴 너만 보면 먼저 말하고 싶은 내 goodbye. 길을 잃어 어쩔 수가 없어 그만 하고 싶어도 난 All I can do is try. 우리만의 시간 뒤돌려봐도 없어지지는 않아. 따뜻한 그 미소 너무 좋았던 말 두 눈을 감아봐도 Don't wanna let you go, baby. 빗속에 너와 It's so great. 난 갇혀 있어 널 달빛처럼 아무리 찾아도
1,000 miles from the street. You took the breath out of me. Whispers fade out. Together, let's go crashing down. Take a chance, trust in me. We could be anything. Be my parachute. In this state, I never trust myself. Want no one else. Be my parachute. Keep hanging on. I know that time will tell how far we fell. Parachute. Dark skies, only face see the northern lights. Nothing left under me. I don't miss gravity. Somewhere so far away. It's from here we'll never be the same. Burn the maps, take a leap. Yeah, we got all we need. Be my parachute. In this state, I never trust myself. Want no one else. Be my parachute. Keep hanging on. I know that time will tell how far we fell. Parachute.
GSL Season 3.
Yeah. You never take me alive. The king is alive. I will arrive. You never take me alive. Nah, I will arrive. I will arrive.
Africa TV, Freak Up Studio, live. 2022 GSL Season 3.
I'm going up.
What's up, everyone? We're here in Group B of the GSL. I'm Tasteless. Artosis is in Canada right now, so joining me is State. How you doing, brother?
Doing fantastic, man. I'm excited for Group B here today. We've got Reynor in Korea, and I bet a lot of people watching all around the world. Can't wait to see what he has in store for us. It's been a long time since he's competed here at GSL, and
Yeah, this could be an extremely special GSL. We have never had a non-Korean or foreigner that has won a GSL. And we've had players in the past that have been here that have been like competitive, right? And it's exciting to see, okay, how far can they go? And to keep those hopes going that maybe they would become a champion. But Reynor is quite frankly, very different from anybody that we've had in that he has at times been literally the best in the whole world. So he actually could win this whole thing, and that would be insane. This is an 11-year-old tournament, going on to 12 years soon here. And history could be made in this GSL season for sure. And if it is going to be made, we're going to see it start here today.
Absolutely. And of all the foreigners that have competed in GSL, I mean, Reynor arguably has the best shot. This is a guy that's won premier tournaments in the past. He's in incredible form right now. And even coming into Group B, this is a guy that a lot of people, not only here in Korea, but around the world, have as the favorite to get out in first place of his group and go into the round of 10.
Yeah.
So it might all start here today.
I think he should get out. I'd be surprised if he doesn't. I did go downstairs and speak to him like very briefly before we came up here, got our makeup done, and got ready for the show. And he said, well, I asked him, you know, are you going to make it out? How are you feeling? And he was so confident. And it's funny because usually when I talk to pros ahead of times, even if they say they're confident, you can kind of tell they're, you know, they are nervous, which is fine. That's normal. But Reynor seemed to be completely relaxed. So we did wrap up Group A. Let's not forget Estrella did have a great performance in that group, but did not make it out. He was our other non-Korean here. So Hero and Byun moved on. Good group overall the other day.
Yeah, it was a pretty competitive group, too. I mean, Hero avoided the winner's curse of GSL and was able to get out in first place in his group. And now in Group B, Bunny versus Reynor starting things off in match 1, and then Dream versus GRG. And on paper, you got to say, Reynor is the favorite to get out of this one. I mean, Bunny is probably, in my opinion, going to be the biggest hurdle for him here in this group.
Yeah, 100%.
Bunny, one of the best Terran players, not only in Korea, but in the world, and fantastic TVZ player as well. Not afraid of taking risks, not afraid of going for ambitious drops. Could give Reynor some trouble, but we'll have to see here. He's in his second Code S. Of course, he did play some time ago, but
yeah,
the form that Reynor is in right now, man, I mean, this is an exciting time to be casting GSL, watching GSL. If you're in Korea, come down to the studio because, my goodness, foreigners have some hope here.
Yeah, I mean, and I know I always say this could be an amazing season of GSL. This could be one of the best seasons of over a decade, to be honest, if he can go deep. Let's also keep in mind, you know, actually, I'll talk more about that when we get into the game. But, you know, Dream and DRG here, these guys are also, I think, very viable. Dream, you know, when he's on, he looks very strong. The same can be said about DRG. No Protoss's today. It's going to be lots of TVZs, potentially some deep dives into the mirror matchups as well. I'm excited, man. I just want to honestly get into this best of 3.
I can't wait.
I've already waited too long. How much more time will they rob from me?
Last night I was watching so many Reynor TVZ VODs, and I can't wait to get started. I want to see him go up here against Bunny. I mean, this guy, when he's on point, he can be tough to deal with. And Reynor, he does have a really nice record against Bunny historically. I want to say, and I'm pulling this off the top of my head, so I might be wrong, but I think Reynor has something around like a 70% set win rate against Bunny, if not greater, which is really quite strong. And that goes to show what a competitive match this is going to be here for Reynor. I mean, coming in map number 1, this is a guy that very well might not be stopped by any Terrans here in the round of 20.
I mean, it's hard to imagine Reynor losing here. I do think Bunny is a threat, though. I think Bunny has to be taken very seriously. And here is Reynor now. You know, it's a bummer because we had COVID. Obviously, COVID was a bummer for the entire world. But for GSL, it was also too bad because, you know, the way Korea handled it, they basically sealed up the country. And so people weren't going into Korea, and they also weren't really going out. So, you know, we lost a lot of the players that did plan on competing in 2019 and 2020, 2021, and so on. So now that the country has opened up, we've got pros coming here. We've got tourists that are coming and visiting. We've got the studio open so people can file in and sit down and enjoy the matches and see the pros in person. But it's good to finally get this time back. And also, you know, as the non-Korean and particularly the European scene has improved drastically, this is going to be the real test. I mean, this is the Korean League. This is the Korean tournament. This is the Star League of StarCraft 2. If Reynor could come in here and sweep this thing up, that would be history in esports. Guys, we're going to go to map 1 on Waterfall. Reynor vs. Bunny starts now.
Team NV Bunny. Z Gaming, Reynor.
So good to have foreigners competing in GSL again and coming out in strength like this, Joe. You said it perfectly. I mean, COVID taking years away from
everybody.
The foreigner versus, oh, so good to have fans out here. I love that. It's a high quality printout. Must have went to Kinko's or something.
I love that. I love that drawing. Sorry, what were you saying, State?
No, it's just, it's a shame, really, that COVID hit when it did, because as we saw a resurgence in the foreign scene, as a lot of foreigners became arguably the best players in the world, and really for the first time ever in StarCraft's history, competing with the Koreans at the highest of levels, winning world championships, as we've seen Cyril do, as we've seen Reynor do it, IM Katowice. I mean, really fantastic performances out of foreign players, and over the past couple of years, we have kind of been robbed because of COVID of having them compete here in GSL in Korea in the most historic StarCraft league of all time. And it's just very exciting. It's really refreshing to have foreigners kind of come back in here. And I can't wait to see what Reynor does in this Code S.
Yeah, you know, Cyril won BlizzCon in 2018, and then it was like, you know, as the year went on. When did the pandemic hit exactly? It was like the end of
2019 or so,
yeah,
I want to say.
I think we started reading reports about it. Then that sort of Korea sealed up promptly after that. But yeah, we didn't get to have that exposure of the top non-Koreans and Koreans duking it out here, and so we're finally back to that. And we've got somebody like Reynor here who's easily top 2, top 3 outside of the country for sure. And so this is going to be interesting. We've got some great players in this GSL as well, you know, along with all the champions that we've had in the past seasons. But he's a real threat. And I want to rewind history here and remind everybody that, you know, the last time we really had foreign presence like this was at the very start of GSL.
That's right. Back in the day when Jinro was competing and Huck was competing, we had a lot of other players fly out. Sase and Naniwa were here at some point in Korea competing. That's right.
We had periods where Neve was here and playing very well. But, you know, for this tournament specifically, and this is the tournament with the longest history, and I'd say the most prestige as well, it's an exciting time for us here.
Bunny right now going for a 3 racks after a fast expand, and Reynor, this is a guy that last night I was watching a lot of his ZBT games with some Zerg pro gamers, because, you know, me coming in as a Protoss guy, it's hard for me to wrap my head around some of the intricacies of this matchup. Really likes to play Ling Baneling, and a lot of the success that Terran players have found against him is kind of when they almost play the matchup like Protoss, where it's really hard to predict exactly how they're going to be exerting pressure, exactly how they're going to try and hamper the Zerg economy and limit creep spread and get map control. And Bunny going for a 3-rex right here. Simpack and combat shields early with a bunch of Marines. This is the kind of play that I'm excited to see out of him. And you can see that, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, he's hiding some Marines in his main base right now. So trying to keep Reynor in the dark. And I feel like if Reynor is going to have trouble here, especially against Bunny here in the CBT, this is the kind of play style that we're going to need to see out of Bunny. We're going to see him get a little bit creative, get a little bit outside the box in terms of how he's mixing up his strategies. And we'll see how this goes.
Yeah, we saw Beyond play a little bit like this earlier on. You know, again, Reynor coming into this, obviously probably very confident. Certainly, you know, even though he hasn't been competing in Korea, he's very familiar with all these guys' play styles here. The third base here for Reynor, it is a position that's sort of pushable. It's not like he tried to expand to that top base and just play keep away.
Yeah.
But the thing about attacks like this is the Zerg is ready, and this is a great scout, by the way, because he sees the Terran sealing off the entrance. He knows this push is committed. The question now is going to be how well can Reynor try to handle this. The Baneling's nest is about 70% complete.
Yeah, so Banelings will eventually be able to morph, but Reynor right now on 49 drones. This could be a little bit tricky right here, as these Marines, they do have stim and combat shields coming in now. That is a lot of Queens pushing them back, though. 2 fall already. Marines getting a lot of damage on those Zerglings, and Reynor might be in a little bit of trouble here.
Yeah, Reynor could be in some hot water here. I mean, that Queen just gets gunned down. Transfuses go down, but that's going to be it as far as banked transfuses go. Good stutter step micro here. He dives onto that Queen. Again, remember, every stim is basically permanent damage here. These Marines are getting lower and lower on HP. Only 4 drones are picked off here.
Yeah.
Which means this hasn't quite done the damage I think it needs to do.
Yeah, only losing 5 drones right here. I mean, it looks very scary here for Reynor, but Bunny had a lot committed in this attack. He's delayed his tech a lot. His +1
Oh my
weapons
god, that was
is
29 Marines.
Yeah.
Okay, so that went very
That's a
poorly.
ton of Marines.
It's funny because when it came in, it looked like it was a ton of damage and it might actually like kill Reynor. And then as the
Right.
fight's done, you look at the numbers and you go, oh no, that went horribly there for Bunny. And because Bunny elected to open the way that he did, you know, you don't have those Marines for pushes later on. So,
That's
I mean,
true.
the idea is you wanted to trade those out for not just queens, but mostly drones and maybe even a hatchery or tech or something. So, this should put Reynor in a spot where he can pretty easily navigate the rest of the mid game here.
Yeah, you would think so. He's remaking those queens now. He's getting his evolution chambers up, starting Baneling speed. And as far as things go, losing 5 drones like that, I mean, it's not ideal. You never want to be losing drones early. But as far as defenses go, as you said, there was so much committed in that attack here for Bunny. I mean, these are the first 2 medevacs almost at 7 minutes coming in for a drop. And Raynor's in not that bad a spot.
This is going to be a great deny. Actually, sorry, that's a cancel.
Right.
But, you know, Raynor's going to go ahead and restart that. The medevacs are picked up again. They're going to be headed out.
Yeah, but once again, he got the cancel, but it's only a short delay. That hatchery wasn't like 90% completed. It was only maybe a third of the way done. And Bunny, he's going to kind of need to get some big damage in. Actually, bringing 2 siege tanks over with this medevac is going to give him kind of a staging ground to try and take out that 4th base, as he really wants this to stop. But now with Baneling speed done, 22 lings in production, Reynor quite content on 60 drones. Bunny really has to make something happen here.
Oh, man, I thought that siege would be in time to actually hit those morphine banelings and do that. He does deny the hatch again. This is going to be a strain here on Reynor. He does need to get a 4th base up as well as a 5th. He was double expanding back there. The Banes are going to come down now, and they're going to be targeted towards these Marines. 2 are actually coming up here. Nice pickup. Dude, Bunny's not playing bad at all, to be honest.
No, Bunny's one of these mechanically gifted players and going for almost a classic Bunny move right now with these medevacs going in for the main. Bunny loves his Doom drops with these medis, and he's flying in, going to be sieging up. We'll see if Raynor's able to react in time. A bunch of lings filing in. Raynor's going to have to vacate his mineral line, lose the queen in the process, but that's a good number of lings and banelings.
Yeah, unfortunately, again, you know, he's committed his army to a spot, and I don't know that he's actually destroyed things of value. I don't think he's really traded out things of value. It's 2 drone kills, which is, you know, it's astronomically low.
It is.
You know, that's pretty bad. I mean, the issue is that, you know, there are certain units that Reynor can trade out, like lings and banelings, because that's sort of, you know, how they work, right? But Marines with stim, but especially siege tanks and medevacs, you need to have stay around and build up and accumulate numbers.
What Bunny has been able to accomplish, although he's not getting a lot of drone kills, is he's forcing Reynor to make units. And for that reason, right now, Reynor is actually just behind Bunny in worker count. But for me, the main story going on here is the creep spread. Bunny's been doing these big pushes, but he hasn't really ever stymied the creep. And the creep right now is almost at his 3rd base, which is...
stymied the creep?
Stymied?
Stymied the creep, yeah. I was like, that's an interesting way to put it. If you stimmed and killed the creep, you call it stymied the creep.
I'm a nerd, man.
Yeah.
I don't say words. I read them in RPGs. Like, I don't know how to pronounce stymied.
They're going to call them archons and stuff, too. Another drop in here. And I don't think these Marines quite have the oh no, I guess they do have the optimal angle. He actually juggled it pretty well in and out. I stand corrected. And so now he can really come through here if the Banes come out and drive it out again.
Again, controlling the drone count. He's not really getting a lot of kills, but Reynor at 10 minutes, this is a guy that would at least want to have 75 drones usually. I mean,
oh, yeah.
Among all Zergs, even in the international scene, this is a guy that seems to find ways to, like, eke out more drones than anybody else.
Yeah.
And right now, only at 68, a little bit lower than you would expect, but we do have an infestation pit now on the way, and again, picking off more units and a medevac here is he just has complete control on the map despite having kind of a limited worker count here in the mid game.
You know, it's been a pretty tight game, to be honest. Like, nobody's gotten a lot of bases. Terran's, you know, basically been slow expoing to try to have power, and it's kind of worked. I mean, Reynor hasn't grown out of control just yet. The issue is I don't see Bunny getting any kind of closer so far here.
No.
And again, he does seem to be hemorrhaging stuff here and there.
I mean, playing a Ling Bling style like this too is Raynor. If you have creep spread this far forward, it's incredibly difficult for any Terran player to kind of get on the map and actually start challenging bases until much later in the game. I mean, unless Raynor goes up on 5 or 6 bases, I don't think Bunny's going to have a chance. And really nice surround there with the Lings. Again, like, this creep spread is so beneficial to his army movement. He's just able to get these surrounds when he needs them. And that's why Bunny's only going for these drops, because he really has no other avenue to try and hold Raynor off from growing.
Yeah, keep in mind this map, it's tall and not wide. So, you know, Zerg does start to run out of room to grow here. Like this base that's about to be attacked, very hard to hold, as Raynor's basically going to be kind of shoved towards the opponent.
Yeah, some really nice splits there by Bunny, but again, taking too much damage because these are Banelings on creep. It's so hard to control perfectly against an army like this, and that was a huge chunk of bio going down there, and we just keep seeing Raynor reset the bio count here of Bunny. And Bunny, when he's not able to reach critical mass, he's not really able to push out on the map at all, besides these drops. And Raynor now going up to Hive, getting yet another base.
And look at the creep on the map. I think that's really the big story here.
It really is.
The creep is like short up right to where the Terran's third is. Now, Terran will expand down towards the bottom right, so that's not going to be a great launching pad for Zerg to hit there, but it's going to be kind of scary because Raynor's already at the halfway point of creep on the map.
Yeah, he's well past that halfway point, but unless he starts to push down a little bit more towards the south, Bunny might be able to eventually take that 4th and 5th base, which is so essential for Terran actually getting to a late game composition, as it seems like that's probably what Bunny is going to be gunning for. I don't think he has any avenue for a kill move anytime soon. I think if Terran is going to win this match, it's going to have to go another 5 or 10 minutes unless there's some huge blunder by Raynor.
Yeah, I would say so. I think Terran is almost out of options to make, you know, a real impact here on these expansions here. He's going to try to drop again. Looks like he might go up into the main. I'm not sure if there are spores there to defend.
I think a couple spores are there in position, but...
By the way, I want to point out, you know, Bunny is doing a really good job this game. Like, this is a very good game for him. This is better than I expected, to be honest.
He has really been everywhere on the map here with his medevacs, and that's... The main thing that's kept him competitive here is actually adrenal glands right now. I wonder if Bunny's going to try and spot that out, going for the Hive, just getting a little bit of damage.
Seems to be a bad click. It was clicked on the hatchery. Okay, he's going to come in here now. Again, only 4 drones killed, so minimal losses here. Another attack over here in the upper left. He's going to go for that and just try to target it down, but damn, that surround was sick.
That's like 6 units getting out of that ball into medevacs because the surround is just so... It's so effective that they can't even really find their pathing into the drop ships. I mean, Raynor is just playing a really great game right now, especially with his creep control. Like, look at the map. It's 75% purple. It's crazy. This one spot that Bunny keeps pushing to, I feel like he keeps coming here because it's the one spot he's been able to stymie the tide on
you can stem the tide, too.
Oh, God, I'm getting ahead of myself now.
You can't stem the tide, but you can stem it. No, I mean, he's chasing him back here. By the way, the creep is slowly reaching down into the bottom right. Can the Zerg actually commit onto this, I wonder?
I think he might be able to.
Yeah, he can, actually. That's, you know, the Hydras just do so much damage.
Yeah.
That was a nice counterattack here, because he went all the way, smashed that, and I love that he's not even staying. Hydras are not good at running off creep, but they are mostly going to get away, so good sense there by Raynor.
Yeah, he has no reason to overcommit there. Adrenal Glands just now finishes. Lurker Den, 99% done as well, as we'll see those morph soon. Perhaps after this fight right now is Bunny. This is a critical engagement for him. The Hydra's taking down the Liberators and some nice connections there with the Banelings. Raynor now going to kind of reconvene his army over here by the 5th base. And Bunny, I don't see him breaking this position anytime soon.
Okay, you know, there's just enough Hydras and Banes here. Oh, man, and the attack in here from the side.
The economy's just overpowering right now for Raynor. I mean, really firing on all cylinders.
Yeah, and you know what, man? It's like, this was a fairly close game for a while, but in the last minute and a half here, we saw Raynor finally crush through. And he's going to keep spreading this creep down here towards the bottom right. He doesn't have incredible amounts of money backed up. The problem for Terran as well is Terran can't go north here on the left side of the map without the Zerg seeing it and then just preempting the attack.
Yeah, and that's exactly what we see Raynor doing right now is Bunny's trying to find any avenue of attack that can leverage some damage, but to this point, he's been unsuccessful. I mean, Raynor's defense has been spectacular so far, especially here with his creep spread, as you said, giving him vision and the mobility he needs to navigate around the map and prevent these pushes from actually getting damage done. And Reynor right now, it seems like his game plan is just to try and deny this fourth base here for Bunny, and so far it's been very effective.
Another denial here. You know, Terran is mined out the natural, so they're on one base here. There's something actually happening at the third. We're not showing it on camera.
Yeah, a little bit of a run by there that Bunny seemingly was able to deflect, but if he's not able to get this fourth base up,
no, he's going to dry up. There's nothing else that he can do here.
Yeah, Reynor smartly not overcommitting and trying to go for any kind of killing blow. He understands that if he's just able to stop this fourth base from getting set up, Bunny's eventually going to run out of money. I mean, at this point, Reynor doesn't even need to be cost effective. He just needs to stop this base.
Okay, this is going to be bad. He can lift that off, but you're starting to see that, you know, anywhere that the Zerg goes, the Terran can't really hold his ground. The Zerg is basically able to assert himself over and over. If he pulls these Banes back over here, oh boy.
Yeah, he's going to find even more SCV damage now. 4 more go down, and
I think we're almost to the end of this game, to be honest with you, because he's already remaxing out. He's getting frighteningly close to the third base again here. Bunny's stabilized, but the supply, I think, is the real story. He's got 48 workers to the 90 drones, 48 SCVs to the 90 drones here of Reynor. Their armies are relatively even, but the important thing overall with supply distribution is that Reynor can throw his army into this, trade it out, and then make a whole new army and do that probably 2 more times.
Right.
And you know, right now I don't see any way that Bunny can come across the map and stamp out any of the you know, numerous bases that Reynor has.
Yeah, this is looking like GG right
GG.
now, and that's going to be it. Reynor takes map number 1 here of Group B in GSL.
Young Reynor, thumbs up.
Feeling pretty good right there, and that was Bunny's pick too, if I'm not mistaken. So a really critical map one right there for Reynor right now.
Yeah, although I will say that was a good game for the early parts of it. I think Bunny hung pretty well. Reynor, a little bit of a bounce here.
Yeah, he's feeling it.
A little bit of a wiggle.
That's a good wiggle, man.
A little gamer wiggle going on there. All right, so he's now 1-0 against Bunny. Again, I think the game wasn't bad. I think Bunny actually was playing pretty hard, like really trying to deliver there early on. But Reynor just kind of came out on top, and you can see Bunny processing the loss. He was close a couple times. I think the impressive thing is that every time Bunny came in with like these really scary timing attacks and drops, they didn't kill any more than like 2 or 4 drones. That's huge, man.
The only thing he was really able to accomplish was to scare Reynor off of over-droning, and that is maybe why he was able to get extra damage down with the medevacs. But
yeah,
when you're not able to contest map control, it was really only the drops there for Bunny. Raynor's creep spread is some of the best in the game.
Yeah.
A lot of Zerg players can't do this.
Yeah, no, he spreads it like jam on bread, man. He covers the whole map with his creep. We're going now to Data C for map number 2 here. Right now, Reynor with a 1-0 lead here as we continue on in Group B of the GSL CODAS.
I can do this all day. Believe me when you hear me say, I can do this all day. There's nothing that I cannot take.
I do wonder if we're going to have a proxy or something.
Team
So far,
NV,
no.
Bunny. KaiZ Gaming, Reynor.
Okay, so going into this game,
Bunny's going CC first.
yeah, I like this.
I like it too.
So there's some Bunny support in the audience. I think we need some Bunny support here, man.
It's one of the cuter cheer
It's
twirls
rough.
we've seen.
I know, I like that little bunny drawn on there. A lot of times when you know, we have a foreigner in the GSL, the foreigners like come out in full force to try to see the Koreans lose. So some Reynor support here. Come and take the crown. He might, man. He might.
If anyone's going to do it right now, it certainly feels like Reynor.
Yeah,
It's so thrilling to have him competing out here in GSL.
it's exciting, man. So, yeah, Bunny went for a fast command center. You know, this was a trend. It seemed to have picked up a little bit earlier in ASL, which is like the StarCraft 1 sister tournament,
Yeah.
to GSL. Sometimes we see stuff that happens in GSL that they start doing in ASL. So
Yeah,
we see stuff in
that's why I was
ASL
laughing.
that they start doing in GSL later on. And I remember Toasty talking about this and being like, why don't more people just gamble with this? Because it seems, like a best of 3 or best of 5, pretty smart. And so the idea is like, you take a quick command center, and if you're asking, yeah, but what happens if they rush? Well, you lose. But if they don't rush, if they don't rush you, then you just like have a free base and you kind of start everything. You also get to skip a depot,
That's
which is
true.
important.
The critical depot skip.
Yeah, the depot skip into like teching faster. You get everything out really fast. So Bunny looked at what happened in that last game and says, all right, I'm going to, roll the dice a little bit. And keep in mind, I think people don't appreciate this as much as that, like, best of 5, best of 3, best of 7 StarCraft. There is a poker game element to that with the build order.
Especially in GSL.
Yeah.
Because you're able to, the matchups far ahead of time. It's
Yeah.
not like you're playing
Time to
through
prep.
multiple rounds of a tournament in a single day as we have on a lot of lands.
Sure, yeah.
So it is very much like a chess match at times. And we were talking a little bit how Bunny is going to need to come out with a couple different strategies if he is going to be able to stop Reynor. And that's why, as you said, I'm really happy to see him going for CC first here. And we'll push back his timings just a little bit, but when he does get everything going into gear, he'll definitely have way more units. And
Yeah.
maybe he'll be able to stemmy. I keep going back to this
Stymie.
word, man. it's my bear trap right now. But yeah, maybe he'll be able to kind of dampen the economy of Reynor a little bit more effectively in the mid game.
I mean, he might be able to kill a base with a push,
potentially, yes.
Because the thing is, Raynor also, his build was, I don't want to call it greedy. It was a macro build. He went hatch first. And so he wasn't trying to do anything but develop. But Bunny's build is a greedy build. Where
It
like
is.
he can lose to like so many of the build orders in the game, but he bet correctly. And so this gives you a lot more room to move in the mid game.
Yeah, Hellion's coming out now as well as a Viking. Try and push that Overlord away, and we'll see exactly what Bunny's able to get done with this. Reynor, as far as Zergs go, is a player that's really good with his queens. Usually he'll go up to 9 or 10 queens off of 3 bases and kind of delay his 4th base just a little bit. And he's one of the few players that is really excellent at splitting those queens up into separate control groups and kind of pushing creep spread on both sides of the map. So we'll see if Bunny's able to really slow that down with these Hellions, because a lot of the games that I've seen out of Reynor, even when Terran players go for these kind of Hellion plays that we see against lesser Zergs, are able to kill multiple creep tumors or potentially even threaten queens. Reynor's one of those Zergs that just doesn't care. Like, he will just fight through it, and his control and his multitasking is so good that oftentimes it doesn't slow him down at all.
Yeah, I mean, it's I do think, like, looking at this big picture, creep is probably the strongest thing in the game.
Oh, for sure.
I mean, it's hard to think of anything that compares. I hope when they're, making Stormgate, they keep that in mind, because I think this is like a thing that we're going to look back on and be like, well, that was, that might have been a little bit too good. I think from a design standpoint, like, of Zerg, I think I get it. But then when you get to competitive play, it's like, yeah, but, they can remake the creep tumors so easily, right? And
True.
the creep is so powerful. But, yeah, I mean, it looks like Bunny should be able to try to, manage some of the creep here from Reynor.
So far, though, Reynor, I mean, like, you see these 5 creep tumors going down right now, and unless you're doing this, like, with Banshees, for example, as Terran, I feel like you have no chance at all of slowing this down.
A thing I think we also want to watch for is we have these games where they will just run into the main with the Hellions and lose them.
Yeah.
And maybe they kill drones, or maybe they don't, but if they do run in and lose the Hellions, that you don't have that later on for the push. And so it is a double-edged sword here. It does seem like Bunny's being fairly conservative with his Hellions.
I was going to comment on that, yeah.
Yeah, he's not going ham, right?
He's not taking a lot of damage with these Hellions, which makes me think that probably at some point when he comes in with the Marine tank push that is slowly building at home, this is a 2-base build here for Bunny. It makes me think that perhaps he will be going for some kind of run by, potentially the 3rd base of Reynor, and that Overlord Scout is going to be able to spot this moving out. And keep in mind, this was a CC first push, so Bunny is going to have more units than you would typically expect from a Terran here at this stage of the game. And Reynor right now on 58 drones. This could go either way. Luckily, that creep spread, though, will buy him some time and potentially even set up for some flanks.
Yeah, well, this is
this queen
dude.
count.
He's doing the bunny. He's doing the bun. He brought the tanks in the medevac. He's coming forward. Can he beat Reynor in the classic bunny fashion? Now, this is engineered to end the game. Now, he interestingly did not push into where the third was. He's trying to wedge himself in between the natural. And I don't think Raynor's got the best footing here to try to hold this. This actually could work. He's going to edge the tanks forward a little bit further. He forces him to siege. Does he commit or does he run back? He's going to have the queens just go on the tanks.
Looks like he's going to commit. Banelings and Zerglings coming on from the flank side as the queens are taking a ton of the damage here in the front, and that's most of the tanks going down. Raynor not getting a full clear there, but this is a little concerning because, yes, he did take down a number of tanks and a number of bio, but I think he needs a little bit better than an even trade right now. This next push, once these siege tanks get in the optimal position over here, as you see Bunny is navigating towards the west side of this base, this could be really tough for Raynor to hold on.
Yeah, Raynor, if he's going to lose this game, it's going to be in the next minute or two here. The queens are the only thing that's basically buffering from this. Now, notice that he's not gone in with Banes yet. He's trying to get a specific number. He wants to get enough to totally banish this attack that's over here. He doesn't want to trade it out. He wants to kill it. Now, it seems like he may actually abandon this base. This was a tough call by Raynor.
I like this decision. It's such a difficult spot to defend the 6 o'clock and the 12 o'clock bases on Data C Zerg against these tank pushes that he's just going to take a more favorable engagement. It's not worth the base. It's not worth risking the game over this one expansion.
Yeah, I think Bunny may have almost done it. Now the question is, does Bunny turn around? Some players would, others are going to keep pushing forward. I worry that if he keeps pushing forward, he will have overstepped. Notice that Raynor had a little squad of Lings down there in the bottom to intercept reinforcements. Nothing came. Now he's going to set up for a surround. He's going to hit this from two sides, from the east and from the west.
This is so smart. He delays those reinforcements and now coming in from all angles here as he's going to destroy this foothold that Bunny has here on the 12 o'clock side of this base. And Bunny wasn't able to have his reinforcements come in time. Yeah. And as a result, Raynor just completely cleans that out.
Yeah, he's going to have the rest of his push come up here, but I worry that the push may be too squishy right now. He's going to have another flank come in here, and this may swallow up the rest of the Terrence push.
I think so. Liberators and siege tanks both going down right now, and Bunny will be able to find some more damage right now.
Well, hold on. He's doing a lot of damage to these queens. We're seeing the queens slowly drop off. Two of them with like almost no HP at all here. Did Bunny actually win this game? He might have been.
Wow.
GG. Bunny takes it. We're going to go into game 3. That was sick.
Bunny was fully committed there. There was no third CC going down at all. That was an all-in play. And for a second,
it was all off that CC first.
Yeah, all off that CC first. And for a second there, after Raynor cleaned up that push at 12 o'clock, we were thinking, wow, maybe he's done it. Maybe he's defending this. Like he artfully was able to keep the reinforcements back at home and then cleaned up the remaining forces outside of his base. But Bunny was just overpowering macro from that CC first and then delaying the third expo.
Yeah.
Was able to get just enough that he was going to take Raynor out, and now we have a 1-1 series.
Yeah, this is exciting. Like I said, I think Bunny is a big threat here. Raynor should be able to take this, but if someone can beat him in this group, I think Bunny is the guy that would do it. All right, well, we're going to go into inside and out and see what happens, man. It's your favorite restaurant, Ryan. It's inside and out burger. Let's go,
I'm a
dude.
Californian.
That's right.
I was thinking about that last night. I was actually trying to come up with a joke for it, and I was not.
Is In-N-Out Burger that good?
I wouldn't say it's as good as a burger place like Shake Shack or something, but for the value, for the money, it's
when you go to
great.
California and people are like, hey, you eat an In-N-Out Burger? And their eyes get all big like they're in a cult, and you're like, all right, man.
The animal style fries, man.
Yeah,
it's
animal
good.
style fries. I got a secret menu. Did you know about that? All right. Guys, we're going to go into game 3.
Team NV, Bunny. Kai Z Gaming, Raynor.
Is he going CC first again?
Yeah, he is, dude.
We might just see the same build that we saw
Yeah,
last
we've
time.
got to see the same game. We're going to find out we're in some kind of time loop.
Groundhog Day.
We have to cast this game perfectly to get out of the time loop, or we're going to figure out how to do it right this time around.
Well, you're with me, so it's gonna be a while, Nick.
It's whether or not you use the word stymie correctly. I don't know.
Just gonna erase that from my vernacular right now.
Look at this Overlord going over this. What if you got cooked by flying over that fire?
You think Zerg meat would taste good?
No, I don't think it would. But some people would eat it, no doubt. Now, I like what Bunny's doing. I was all for Raynor here, but I'm switching teams, man. The way Bunny's playing this, I
You're
like
switching
it.
teams?
I'm switching sides, man.
You're gonna get some extra anti-fans, man.
I'm ready. You guys know where to find me. Come to my Twitter. Like, no, I think I like the way that Bunny is like, he looked at that last game. He's like, I just barely won that. Let's just flip the coin again.
I like it.
Let's bet on black one more time. I don't think he's going to go for any kind of cheese. And Raynor's, you know, he has a very big range of play, but like, you know, he's scary as a big bad macro Zerg, you know. So he's going to come scout that hatch first. Bunny's going to know he's going to get away with his greedy gamble build.
Yeah, Reynor, from the games that I've seen, isn't the kind of Zerg player that would usually try to gamble to counter something like this potentially.
Yeah,
so
I think Raynor is confident in his ability enough that he's not trying to kind of build order counter.
he doesn't
in
need
a best
to.
of threes. And you're right. I don't think he needs to. But if Bunny has a shot in winning this 2-1 now, I think this is his best shot.
I agree with that. And so far, things are pretty much mirrored from game number 2 as Bunny's going Barracks Factory off of this, getting the reactor. Likely going to be going into Reactor Hellions, and although it wasn't able to slow down the creep spread too much in the previous game, it still got him a good bit of map control. It did kind of deflect any Zergling scouts that Raynor could have potentially gotten off. And Raynor right now, he's done this in the past on Inside and Out, going for Overlord speed. So he does not want to get caught off guard. He wants to know exactly how many drones to make to defend whatever push Bunny's going for. And Bunny, with a little bit of a divergence from the previous build order, will be going into Cloak Banshee, I'm guessing, with these Hellions.
Yeah. So it is a little bit of a different build, like slightly altered, but you know, a lot of the same ideas. Notice that in this game we have Raynor. He's going to be expanding to the 12 o'clock spot. He's not expanding in kind of a little wraparound kind of donut position.
Yeah.
He's going to line the top of the map. I don't know which one's necessarily easier to push. I don't feel like this map is that different from the last one as far as shapes go and as far as push distances go.
There aren't as many really good siege tank spots as Data C. I think that's the main critical difference.
Yeah, that's a good point, State. I think you might be right about that. And you know, really the siege tank spots in these mid-game pushes, that's kind of like where you get your lead is like one extra siege tank shot on a Banelings. A lot of times that's just how you win. They just don't quite have enough.
I also like Raynor expanding horizontally across the top side of the map as well, as actually, hold that thought, as some Hellions fighting a little bit of damage here. Do get one drone, a little bit of mineral. I love that he comes back in. It's like, yeah, you're going to spend that 25 minerals again, buddy.
Yeah, you're going to have to cancel these once more. But again, only 2 drones killed. You know, Raynor really, he's got the science down for how to just preserve drones for a long period of time. And, you know, look, 2 drones killed. There were some cancels as well, but, like, he killed 3 Hellions. That's 300 minerals. I don't know that really paid for itself.
Perhaps it didn't.
We talked about earlier how in Game 2, the Hellions, he was pretty conservative with how he used them. You know, those Hellions that are killed off now, they can't be packaged in with your attack later on.
I was mistaken, by the way. It actually is not Cloak Banshee that we're seeing out of Bunny, but instead going up into a really heavy barracks count yet again. So we might see something a little bit similar to what we did see in the last game.
Yeah, I think he's just going to try to do the same thing again.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to see a third CC. The way things are lining up right now, it looks like that is the way that things are going. We're just kind of arriving at the same spot through a slightly different pathway. And I love the Viking landing to kill that one creature.
Yeah, he's like in and out too. He kills him. He's like, I'm out of here. Yeah, I mean, Bunny's, I get it, man. I respect it. He's just looking at that last game. He's like, all right, let's just close this one out.
I think it's smart. It might be a little bit more difficult for him to push considering the layout on this map is doesn't feel as advantageous for pushing with siege tanks like this, but It worked in the previous map, so maybe he'll be able to leverage some of this momentum of the CC first into yet another kill move. We'll have to wait and see. Is right now pumping 7 Marines at a time. He's got a pretty good idea of exactly what Raynor's doing right now as well. And Raynor, he's cut his drone count quite early. For a second, I thought he might start rebuilding drones, but it looks like he's really kind of focusing on stopping this first push. 57 drones and a ton of lings. He really wants to stomp this one into dust, I think.
Okay, so this is going to be where it starts again. Now, we want to watch this very closely. He's not near any place that can generate a threat. And the creep is sort of the first buffer against that. There's a lot more Banes coming here. Zerg doesn't have to attack. It's not when the siege tanks get in range of a hatchery and start to shell it. That's usually where the Zerg's hand is forced, and they're going to have to come out with what they've got. But we're not at that point yet.
The more I'm looking at this, the more I'm liking Raynor's position here on defense.
Me too, man.
All those lings and banelings on the west side, and plus baneling speed is already done. There's still a lot of creep that you have to push through. 4 siege tanks right now out for Bunny. Raynor going to try and maybe go for a counterattack or stop some reinforcements.
Yeah, one of the two. I mean, if it's closed up, he'll just come around from behind.
There's no way you go in on this, right?
Well, hold on. Oh, he's going to lose some of these Banes. Baneling speed is upgraded, so the Banelings are going to be rolling around now.
This is a little bit awkward here for Bunny, and he's just going to continue to press forward. Now, these bridge areas here in the center of the map are a little bit more advantageous here for the siege tanks. Kind of reminiscent of what we saw on the previous map. We'll see if Raynor's able to get a good surround on this. I think he kind of wants to come in on from the west side and the south and these queens over here in the northeast. We'll see if that's going to be a winning move for him, as picking up a tank like this is actually really big.
So, here's the thing. Bunny's army remains here, but it hasn't actually done anything yet.
All right.
Okay, here we go. This is going to be the big surround. 360 degrees of Lings and Banes coming in. And the tanks just disappear.
Yeah, Raynor with a really nice surround right there, coming from 3 different sides. Cleans up all the siege tanks. Now, some Marines will be able to survive here at the end with a good number of medevacs, but resetting the siege tank count there is critical for this push again. Bunny, similar to last game, he does not have a 3rd CC on the way, so he has a lot committed in stopping Raynor from spiraling out of control right now, and luckily he is able to find some more damage with these queens off creep.
Yeah, he's going to chase this back, but the eggs are going to hatch in a second here, and Zerg's going to have enough. And, this is an extremely different game from the last one. The problem is that because of the way that Raynor expanded, there was no comfortable spot to attack into. And so, he had this position, and it's like, yeah, but you're not hurting the Zerg. Having siege tanks in the map with Marines and medevac's, that doesn't hurt anything.
Right.
It doesn't slow the Zerg down. The Zerg still gets to macro up anyways. And now, Raynor, once again, he's very good at setting the exact right number of lings to just delay pushes in. It's a 4-base Zerg to a 2-base Terran.
Only a 10-worker differential right now, though, and Bunny, he's getting a lot of the transfuses off right now, which is a very smart play. He didn't really kill anything, but he wasted a lot of energy there for Raynor. Is Raynor actually coming in again?
Bad attack from Raynor.
Yeah.
The Queen's actually body blocking everything there.
Yeah, not really able to get what he wanted there with that flank.
All right, another attack comes in here. That siege tank just by the lava is doing so much damage, man. It's kind of crazy.
This Liberator is also causing a little bit of trouble for him right now, too. Protecting those siege tanks and preventing Raynor from really getting close, as Bunny just continues to power here on 2 bases. Now, keep in mind, if Raynor is able to stop this, he will probably be able to leverage that into a win, but Bunny, just with his slow, meticulous push, he's making this work right now.
Yeah, he's actually gotten into a pretty threatening spot. This is where the rally points kind of get in the way of each other. The Banes are going to come down. Okay, Bunny might be able to do this. Let's watch these Banes carefully. They do damage the tanks. There's still 3 tanks here. Dude, I think Raynor's going to lose.
I think so. Bunny just able to trade cost efficiently enough to get the ball rolling here against Raynor. And I mean, none of the siege tank counts got reset. The Liberators are still up, but Raynor is almost nothing to deal with this now.
No,
I think we're going to be seeing GG.
It's over, man. He did a great job. Raynor did initially with holding that off, but he got sloppy. I think especially when we saw the Queens in the front blocking the Banelings in the back.
Yeah.
GG. Uh-oh.
Man.
Uh-oh. Chat literally shaking right now.
Bunny with a really impressive 2-1 there after kind of a rocky start to the series.
GSL chat in shambles right now. Oh, man.
Once again, it was looking quite good there for Reynor. I mean, he dealt with
Bunny.
Yeah,
He's
he's
like, he tries to drink and he's smiling too hard. He's smiling too hard to drink his, I don't know what that is, coffee, tea, whatever. Gamer fuel is what that is.
Gamer fuel, man. It's all gamer fuel.
It's all gamer fuel when you win.
Yeah, that's tough there for Reynor. I mean, he even went for the Overlord Speed Scout to try and find out exactly what Bunny was doing, but didn't get a confirmation on whether it was going to be like a delayed third CC or a 2-base all-in altogether. And then just, Bunny was able to slow his economy down enough with that slow push. The Reynor never really got the eco he needed to kind of deal with the follow-up pushes there from Bunny. I mean, Bunny just powered.
Guys, we'll be right back.
Tell him no, 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 no. Tell him no, 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 no. You've been trying to cater to all the needs. You've been feeling guilty for so long. Baby, they're not friends, they are enemies. Don't you tell them yes, tell them get lost. 'Cause every time you go and ask for help, they say sorry, but I'm busy. So you end up doing it yourself. Hold up, baby, don't take it. It ain't friendship if they just fake it. You don't need to put up with their bullshit. Tell them no, 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 no. Hold up, baby, don't stress it. It ain't worth it, and you won't miss it. You don't need to put up with their bullshit. Tell them no, 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 no. They don't have respect for your boundaries. Girl, you hit too close to the edge now. Only thing they got is toxicity. Think you need a cleanse, clear the shit out. You got the facts, but they ain't got yours. You've done enough, but they still want more. You've been a good friend down to the core. Oh, hold up, baby, don't take it. It ain't friendship if they just fake it. You don't need to put up with their bullshit. Tell them no, 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 no. Hold up, baby, don't stress it. It ain't worth it, and you won't miss it. You don't need to put up with their bullshit. Tell them no, 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 no. Girl, it's time you put yourself first. Go and get the love you deserve. Stop by screaming out the word. No, 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 no. Don't let anyone put you down. Stand up straight and hold your head high. Stop by saying it out loud. No, 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 no. Yeah. Tell 'em no, 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 no. Yeah. Tell 'em no, 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 no. Hold up, baby, don't take it. It ain't friendship if they just fake it. You don't need to put up with their bullshit. Tell 'em no, 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 no. Hold up, baby, don't stress it. It ain't worth it, and you won't miss it. You don't need to put up with their bullshit. Tell 'em no, 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 no. Hold up, baby, don't take it. It ain't friendship if they just fake it. You don't need to put up with their bullshit. Tell 'em no, 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 no. Hold up, baby, don't stress it. It ain't worth it, and you won't miss it. You don't need to put up with their bullshit. Tell 'em no, 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 no.
상큼함 맥스 칼로리 X 맛있는 탕 제로 요즘 제일 탐나는 제로 탐스 제로 같이 떠나볼래?
I've been coming up hot for a minute. Everybody let it drop when I'm in it. Everybody let it drop when I'm in it. I've been coming up hot for a minute.
지성세이다 제로 그래 걱정 빼고 고민 빼고 망설임 빼고 This is zero life 없어도 되는 건 빼고 지성사이다 제로
아침은 라떼, 점심은 라떼. 칸타타 나한테 우리
상큼함 맥스 칼로리 X 맛있는 탐스 제로 요즘 제일 탐나는 제로 탐스 제로 같이 떠나볼래?
I'll be coming up hot for a minute. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. I'll be coming up hot for a minute.
Some say that zero. 그래 걱정 빼고 고민 빼고 망설임 빼고 This is zero life. 없어도 되는 건 빼고 실성 사이다 제로.
아침은 라떼 홀리 점심은 라떼 홀리 저녁은 라떼 홀리 둥글하게 달콤하게 라떼 홀리 달달한 충전이 필요할 땐 칸타타 라떼 홀리
형님들 아프리카에 승부 예측 생긴 거 아세요, 여러분들?
아니 e스포츠 여기 탭에 있잖아요, 여러분들. 아니 이게 새로 생겼더라.
저는 광동에 올인했어요.
아 진짜요?
네.
아 그럼 전 DRX에 올인.
모바일도 똑같이 아래 가운데 보면 e스포츠 있어요. 잼이라는 포인트가 있어요.
아프리카 내에서 쓸 수 있는 재화라고 생각하시면 돼요.
잼을 사은품으로 교환 가능하다고요?
이 잼으로 응모를 다 할 수 있어.
키보드는 벌써 나갔네.
아이폰 갤럭시 탭. 아 이게 200잼이야?
교환까지 할 수 있으니까 형님들 아프리카 승부 예측 많이 많이 사랑 부탁드립니다. 박수 한번 드립니다.
Today's matchup. Bunny. Reynor. Dream. DRG. Round of 20. Group B. 2022 Hot 6 GSL Season 3.
How you doing, chat? You guys okay? You feeling better? It's not over yet, guys. It's not over yet.
Yeah. You know, it's weird to say this is like an upset because it's a foreigner losing in GSL, but it really does feel like an upset with Bunny taking a 2-1
Oh, it
win
was
there.
an upset. But you know what else was upset was everybody watching. They all took their plate of spaghetti and threw it on the wall. But listen, guys, I think Raynor's still going to get out. I have hope for him.
Absolutely.
We just got to see what happens in the losers match, I should say. This is Dream versus DRG up next. And honestly, look, first of all, I'll be honest. I didn't give this matchup that much thought coming into here because I felt like Raynor was such a a big part of the storyline.
It's such a big story.
Dream looks very good, especially lately. DRG, he's always been solid. He hasn't kind of become the DRG of the past where he was like the Zerg, but DRG very good at this matchup. Honestly, I couldn't tell you who I think takes this. I don't know.
I have no idea either. Especially, it depends on kind of what DRG we're going to see today, because this is a guy that sometimes he goes on these hot streaks and it just feels like he destroys everybody, and then sometimes he'll show up and it's just like, oh, you're having a bad day. So ZVT is one of those matchups that can be really punishing if you're not really on the top of your game. Like, you gotta read the situation pretty clearly to know exactly how many drones to make, exactly what unit
Right.
composition, what timings to stop Terran push when it eventually comes out.
I also want to remind everybody that was 2 CC first builds. Bunny really played the series very well. But, CC first, you can just go for quick pull and kill them. Anyways, we're going to go into this next best of 3 team Dream versus DRG.
Gonna have a lot of the same maps too, Data C and Inside Out again.
Yeah, Inside and Out Burger. And then Stargazers.
Stargazers set number 3.
Simon Gazers.
You're not going to let that one go, man. I'm embarrassed.
Don't be embarrassed. Data C's loaded up, guys. Dream versus DRG. Another TVZ to find out who goes up against Bunny in the winners.
Good Game Gaming. Dream. Team NV. DRG.
going to be hatched first again here.
CC first again.
What's going on here? So this is funny. Like,
this is a conspiracy of the Terrans.
You have these periods, like sometimes it's like as short as a week or 3 or 4 days, where it's like everybody had the same dirty idea, and we see it more often with like proxies and cheese, but we have it right now with CC first.
Yeah, sometimes we'll see it with like unit compositions and stuff like that too. Like there have been some tournaments where like every Zerg will just go like Roachling. It happened like once, I think. Every Zerg went like Roachling and like ZVT, and then like we never saw it again because it wasn't that good.
Yeah.
But yeah, here in day one of well, it feels like day one for TVZs.
Dude,
here at Group B, like
yeah,
almost every single TVZ has been a CC first build, and this is something that can pack a lot of punch here in the mid game, as we saw in the previous match. I mean, Bunny, we kept seeing those fights, and it kept feeling like Reynor was taking not bad engagements, he was getting good surrounds, he was getting not bad baneling hits, he was resetting tank counts, but like the Terran's economy is just like a little bit more than what you expect it to be in a normal game.
Yeah, you have like just like 10-15% more, and a lot of times that's enough to curb the tide. Now I want to point out, this can't go on for much longer.
Oh, you mean this the CC first meta?
It can't, and if it does, it's all the Zerg's fault, because you can just do an attacking build and do this. Now, I think the danger is that the Terrans could pull this out. The Zergs may try to come into the next couple games here tonight with like rushes, and then like the rushes don't.
Yeah.
Then they just go back to normal, and you're like, oh, now I'm behind, but in a different way. Okay.
All the Zerg players in Korea are going to like call a secret meeting. They're like, okay, how do we stop
How do we stop
What are we going
this?
to do? And
We're going to make our pool before hatch. That's what we're going to do.
They're going to go in a round of 10, and like every Terran's opening 3 racks on
That's
one
right.
base.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's fun to see the meta change like this, though.
Yeah.
And this is a little bit different from what we saw in the previous series as well, as Dream is going for a 2-on-1, as opposed to just going straight up into the factory and the fast siege tank production. So maybe we'll see a little bit more bio pressure here, and certainly the Marine count is going to be higher. This is almost feeling more of like what we would see from Bjorn. Like when you watch him play TVZ sometimes, it feels like he has like 2 tanks and like 1 million Marines. He's just like, no, I'm just going to micro. Like, I don't need the splash damage. Like, I'm just going to split everything. So we'll see if Dream decides to go for the same kind of composition, because like this CC first play can really leverage itself into some insane timing pushes as we've seen today.
Well, it makes this whole matchup more about mid game and less about late game,
which I love personally.
I prefer it. I mean, I'm slightly annoyed that TVZ seems to, depending on who's playing, like if it's Maru and Dark and guys like that it goes really, really long. I'm not against long games, by the way, everybody, but if a matchup has to go long, I think it becomes less interesting. I like, there's actually this like really interesting study about what makes a game suspenseful, or like a sport that you watch suspenseful. And apparently the thing that makes it the most suspenseful is that if it can end at any moment.
Ooh, yeah, that makes sense.
And if you think about it, it's like, that's why stuff like golf is not considered, that, or baseball, even though, baseball has suspenseful moments. It's like, well, we know it has to go on for a certain length of time, right?
And it's why all those critical moments in sports will happen like in overtime or an extra innings.
Exactly. And it's why, a boxing is an example. And at any moment, someone could be knocked out and it just ends. And I think that's what makes StarCraft pretty good, is a lot of times it can just end. I mean, for instance, right now it can't, but you guys get what I'm saying. There's a lot more moments where it's like, well, here comes the big fight. How's this going to go?
Yeah, it feels like a lot of times, especially in a ZVT, when the Terran is doing these kind of tank Marine pushes, it's like, if Zerg gets 1 bad engagement, they're dead. Like, the Marines are going to stim forward, they're going to kill all of the Queens, the Zerglings will hatch, but they won't have time to morph into Banelings, and it's just GG. And yeah, I never really thought about putting that into words, but that's really true. It's cool, one of the reasons why StarCraft 2 is such a great RTS, because in a lot of other RTSs, you don't have that. It's hard to end the game.
Yeah, it's very true. It can just kind of go on, and then you're watching someone win and watching someone lose. And so this is going to be a slightly amped up double medevac Marine push. Again, all going back to fast CC. I didn't know that's what we were going to be talking about all day today, but that's where we're at now. It's all going to be about CC first, and why, if you get away with it, it's a little bit better than everything else.
I wasn't anticipating that either, and I mean, it will slow down this medevac push. This could have hit maybe 20 or 30 seconds faster if it was like a Rax into CC, but Dream's still able to accomplish his goal with this. This isn't a killing blow. You're not trying to get a lot of drone kills or pick off a lot of Queens, although if you can do that, it's lovely.
Yeah.
This is mostly about setting up in this position to keep the creep spread back, to allow your army to actually move out on the map in the mid game once you get the siege tank count up.
Yeah.
And he's actually going into Liberators already, which is a lot faster than we've seen many Terrans do in TVZ recently. Huh.
Nice snipe on the Queen. Does get away. Only loses, I think, 3 Marines there.
3 Marines for some creep spread, forces more Lings out and less drones, gets up a Queen. And
the 4th base is taken, and this is basically where we get to see, you know, the 2 types of openings clash here. Terran wants to end it, and Zerg just wants to drag the game out so that they can overpower Terran later on.
I'm worried that Dongregu might have over-droned just a little bit here, because Dream, this army that he's got, especially here with combat shields, he's delaying upgrades. He's delaying 1-1, for example. He's already going into Liberators. This is going to be a really difficult army to break. I don't think DRG has the tools necessarily in the kit to stop this right now.
Yeah, I think you might be right. He might have overdroned. 69 workers is a lot.
It really is.
Yeah, that's. I'm actually glad you pointed that out. I would not have noticed that. And he's also trying to set up for a counter, but the attack's already doing so much damage over here.
Yeah.
And we're seeing Banelings get fished into tank range and then back out again.
Queens are going down too, and with the Liberator count already at 3 and potentially even rising, with no anti-air, this is going to be disastrous.
DRG just like win. I'm sorry, I mean Dream just win both these fights. I feel like he does.
Yeah, that was not a good engagement there on the flank. And you see the power of these Liberators too, just kind of mowing down a lot of these units going on the siege tanks. Now he will be able to clean them up, but that was a lot of Ling Bane going down to do it. And what does DRG have to do with 4 Liberators right now? He has nothing. This base is going to go down, I think.
Yeah, I mean, this is... I'm kind of stunned. This is actually a much more like one-dimensional victory here. Honestly, DRG overdrone and then lost literally in the attack on the reinforcements and the attack in the push.
You see Dream just kind of leapfrogging with these
Now, Dream doesn't have a lot. Sometimes you see people that like win this fight and they keep going and they just like don't have anything and it gets killed off.
Yeah, that is a risk overextending here.
Oh, I think his brain's like literally there was a blind spot. Oh my God, run!
Oh, Dream doesn't notice. That could have been really good for him, but instead DRG will be able to clean up the reinforcements. And yeah, there aren't too many Marines here still, so DRG may have a chance. Ling Baneling's coming in now. Yeah, Dream's gonna have to vacate this position, I think.
I love the dropping Marines in and out of the Liberator zone. It's so funny.
Yeah, Liberators
I was
so
like
good.
watching that in disbelief. I'm like, well, this can't last forever, right? And then eventually all the Zerg units run away. I'm like, okay, all right.
Yeah, it's kind of weird how back and forth these fights can go, where it seems like it might be advantageous for the Zerg, but like these Terran units quite cost effective, and this all goes back to DRG losing a lot of Queens earlier in the game too. I think we've had like 4 or 5 go down when he was trying to defend that 4th base, and now Dream retreating. These Banelings off creep, not going to be able to get the best connections. And this is looking really scary right now for DRG. There is a 3rd CC now finally underway here for Dream, but this is still very much feels like an all-in. And I think he might have what it takes to end this one right away.
I think we're almost to the end here. I don't see enough Banes even morphing right now. And with the Liberators and the tanks here, you know, if you don't have enough Banes, you can actually use the Banes to basically soak, use the tanks to soak a Bane shot. All right, very straightforward game. Let's do another CC first.
Yeah,
everybody start your CCs before your barracks says, let's go.
That's what, 4 games and 3 of them have been CC first so far for the Terrans. That's kind of crazy.
If you're watching this on 2 monitors, queue up the ladder, go Terran, go CC first, because your opponent, who's an idiot, is going to go hatchery first, and you're just going to rob him blind of a win.
Yeah, these CC first 2-base pressure builds have been really fantastic, and Dream coming with a little bit of different flavor there. The really fast 2 medevac out of a 2-1-1, and then going into Liberators was great. I mean, those Marines were able to pick off a lot of Queens, and then the Liberators come in, and it's like, yeah, you can't really get Spore Crawlers under that, bro.
All right, inside and out. Let's see if that's what this casting experience is going to be like. In game 2, if it just ends like that, we just go in there like, GG, we go right back out.
All right, let's get to it, man. Is Dream going to go CC first?
I hope he does.
I
hope he does, man. All right, guys. Dream vs. DRG, game 2. Let's go.
Good Game Gaming. Dream. Team NV. DRG.
Dude, he's gonna do it again. Dude, I can't believe it. We were joking, but
I was only half joking. I thought we really might see this, man.
I
It
was
seems
100%
good.
joking. I'm like, this isn't gonna happen. Dude, look at this. Look at this bad person. I can't. Oh my God. Well, DRG, you left your wallet on the table and you went to the bathroom. Stealing's wrong, but you shouldn't have left it out there. Right?
If DRG is able to identify this quickly enough, he might be able to kind of drone a little bit to kind of offset the economic advantage that Terran's going to have. But yeah, I mean, this pretty good for Dream. We haven't seen CC First lose yet today. It's been a win every single time.
I'm pretty sure that we're seeing the game be broken in real time. Like, it's crazy.
If you're a Zerg watching, get on ladder after this.
Blizzard is running to the servers right now to get this big red lever they're going to pull to shut the servers down so they can fix the game before it's ruined forever.
I don't know, man.
Eventually, we're going to find out it's just only people picking Terran and everybody's going CC first, and it's only draws because there's nothing better in the game.
We're just flying their buildings to the corner. It's like, yeah, we can't beat this.
That's right.
Let's queue up and try to
The
find
only way they
another
can
Zerg.
patch it is they have to have flying buildings that attack to finally close that out.
Got it. Imagine a planetary could just like
That's right.
lift off and just start shooting.
We have to upgrade the barracks so that it gets a sword, and then the buildings just fly together and slash each other's down. It's that or they land and keep making stuff.
Do you remember, I think it was only a couple of days. I'm not even sure if we had like tournament games.
He went pool? Oh, I'm sorry. I thought he went 3 hat. I'm sorry. Never mind. Go ahead.
Yeah. Do you remember, it was like a couple of days, I want to say a number of years ago, that there was a bug in StarCraft 2 where Terrans could load bunkers into their command centers?
Oh, yeah.
Do you remember how funny this was?
That was so funny.
You like load up a bunch of you put a bunch of Marines in bunkers and you lift off your CC and you just load them up and just like fly over like the Zerg base. And it's like, what do you do?
What's happening?
Good times.
I'm trying to think of the funniest bugs ever in the game.
There haven't been a lot of them. This game is well made, man.
StarCraft 1 had some pretty insane, stupid bugs. It was the Flying Templar bug, which was just ridiculous.
Flying Templar bug?
Yeah, you could just, there was like, I don't remember how you do it, but you could just make a Templar fly into their base. So just like fly into your base and storm your workers.
That's great.
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
Yeah.
It's a fantastic bug.
That was a feature, not a bug, if you really think about it.
It's the way the game always should have been.
That's right.
All right, so Dream going with another 2-on-1, looking quite similar to the last game.
Yeah, DRG is, wait, how pushable is that base down there? I'm still getting the hang of these maps here. I feel like that's not the hardest spot to attack into.
Yeah, I think you can kind of leapfrog if you keep the creep spread under control.
I guess if you go CC first into 2-base push, it doesn't matter necessarily where the third base is because you can hit the third or the fourth. I guess you just pick whichever one's better.
Yeah, that's a good point. And then also your push tends to hit a little bit later, and that's why we often see, as we've seen before Dream did in the previous game, he moved out with just a small force, like just the medevacs and the Marines, and like you're not going to kill those as Zerg unless the Terran overextends, which is simply not going to happen.
Yeah.
But you can just kind of posture on the map and deny creep spread, and like you hold that position for 1 or 2 minutes, and yeah, you don't get any quote unquote real damage done, but you get map control, and then you set up that as a staging ground for your siege tank push, and suddenly Zerg has this huge headache because it is very difficult to actually get Banelings to connect with bio off creep, even with Baneling speed. Yeah, we're going to be seeing exactly that, I think.
All right, we've got medevacs on the move here. I mean, we are kind of casting the same game over and over again.
It does, yeah. Maybe.
Like we said before, I mean, this is basically a slightly accelerated pressure to try to kill off tumors so that you can set up for the push. And you can see, normally Queens can fight this off pretty easily, but you got to be careful of your angles here because the Marines can come in and clip out a Queen like we see here and there.
Yeah, as long as the Zerglings don't get any surrounds, and that was a nice pickup right there. I mean, only 1 Marine down so far, and these medevacs will be able to heal him back up. Liking what we're seeing out of Dream so far today. I mean, these CC first builds have been pretty killer.
Yeah.
And we're exactly the same thing. Liberators in production already. Huh.
Well, I get it. I
Maybe
mean, it worked the last time. This is what's funny is like, we're not seeing what normally makes a series dynamic. They're like, no, I've solved it. Let's do this again.
You remember when we
It's
started?
like how I play ladder. I'm like, no, that's what I'm going to do every game now. I'm going to make this small adjustment. I'm going to do that until people start stopping me.
It just occurred to me that like when we started today, I was talking about how like, yeah, if the Terrans are going to beat Reynor today, they're going to have to like really go deep into their builds and like they're going to have to mix it up and do something different every time. And it's like, nope, we just got to go CC first, dude.
No, CC first. Get 2 to 3 tanks.
Egg on my face with that one, man.
Yeah.
These guys have it fixed. They have it solved.
Well, it might be Baneling on this guy's face when this game's done if he doesn't do it right.
Well, DRG has made some adjustments from the previous match. We have to note on that. He's almost 20 workers down than he was previously, and that's not because he's taken damage. That's because he knows that this kind of pushes in the cards, and he does not want to go up to 69 drones again. He wants to sit right here on 50.
No, DRG is actually adjusting correctly here.
Yeah.
I think DRG went a little bit too crazy with the greed here. And he's also got the right number to counterattack her. Good maneuvering by Dream. He backs up. Now, this is the right play, is to come in and actually sandwich them and drive that out. And it looks like he's doing a basically perfect job. He should stim right now. I mean, he can kill off each of these Banes if he's fast enough. Does he not have stim? Am I insane?
They were already stimmed.
No, he had stim a long time ago. I'm
just
insane.
the ones in the front were stimmed, the ones in the back weren't.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, he got a handful of Banes there, but yeah, I love the way that he's splitting his units right now because you saw that DRG, he was thinking, okay, that's a lot of units coming back to kind of deflect this counterattack. Maybe I can dive on the tanks. DRG pokes forward and he sees like Marines perfectly split and 2 siege tanks in a good position. It's like, oh, I actually can. I actually can't stop this. And Dream is just playing the slow push really well. You see he's just controlling this area on the map. And DRG, I feel like if he's not able to clean this up very cost effectively, we might see the same thing that we've seen time and time again today. And here we go. He's coming in with a flank.
That's
some good connections.
To work. Yeah.
50 drones, the magic number it seems is DRG with the first real clean defense that we've seen against these CC first 2-base pushes so far today. And
well, this is going to be an advantage swing back over into to DRG, because now DRG has wiped out the majority of the units that both push and lock in third bases to defend them. So I feel like now DRG might have an opportunity to come in here and clobber the third.
Yeah, DRG.
It's not even here yet, but it will be here eventually.
Right, DRG with some really, really intelligent adjustments, playing on a lower drone count. He was at 50 during that engagement, and a higher queen count. I believe he was up to maybe even 10 up there in the front, in addition to the queens he had injecting back at home to deal with the Liberators. So some fantastic game-to-game adjustments as right now Dream, the wind is out of his sails, losing more critical units right now, and DRG, although his worker count is really low, definitely feels like he's in control of this game.
Nice sniping here on the Banes. You got to be very careful where you morph these.
Critically, Dream still doesn't have a third CC in production, so I think he's going to double down on this.
Well, I think he doesn't. I think he knows that if he tries to go to a third base, he's going to be barely on 3 bases to Zerg on 5.
That's a good point.
So, you know, he's going to try to come out again. Now, let's keep in mind, like, you know, that Bunny Raynor game, it seemed like Raynor was doing okay, and then the Queens body blocked the Banes and the Siege tank shot him down. You can just miss control and still be in a similar position, and it was on this bridge, right, that happened?
I believe it was, and this position, again, is looking really good for Dream. I mean, DRG had a great cleanup there earlier, but this looks quite a bit more fortified, especially with these Liberators coming in, and here we go. DRG is sprinting past the bio, diving right on the siege tanks, and he's actually going to be able to clean this up pretty effectively. It seems, at least the front of this army going down.
Yeah, he does keep the back of it around.
But look at the supplies. Dream actually has almost double the army supply.
Yeah, that should mostly be in reinforcements here. I think there's only these Banes that we see on camera here that are available. And look, this wraparound, it's supposed to intercept something that already left.
Yeah, this is dangerous.
Now, he may still get a flank in over here. Nice. He closes up the wall. Dream is still playing an excellent game here. And again, I mean, DRG can still lose this if the 2-base push actually works. And he's doing a great job of fishing these Lings and Banes forward, shooting them down, scooping up his own Marines, leapfrogging the Liberators. 1-1 is going to finish here. Attack and armor here. That's important. But again, the siege tanks don't care about the armor for the units they need to snipe.
And it feels like DRG keeps getting these good trades, but looking at the worker counts, he might not have the economy to actually deal with the slow push as we see him once again coming in, taking down more bio, taking down these siege tanks, but look at the supplies. He's trading his entire army to take down some critical units. Meanwhile, Dream is just continuing to power, and I feel like DRG is about to lose this.
I think you're right, man. Dude, we're going to get tattoos after this, and it's going to be of our second command centers, okay? That's what we're doing. We're going to get matching tattoo command centers. Command center tattoos, I can't talk. He's going to come in here. The reinforcements are almost here as well.
Yeah, I see no way that DRG actually holds off on this push.
No,
and it's so counterintuitive because these fights, they continuously seem like they're advantageous for DRG, but the drone count, it's too low.
He won the first fight, but he didn't have the sustain. He also didn't drone up after he won the first fight to get ahead. He kind of really didn't take advantage of that. And that's it, GG.
Wow, 2-0. Dream's
GG,
gonna
or
win.
should I say CC? Two of them? Is that what we were supposed to be saying all along? I'm sorry.
Oh my God, man. CC first undefeated so far in Group B here at the round of 20 of GSL.
All right. Well, enough of this silly TVZ matchup. Let's go to a Terran versus Terran and let these two Zergs duke it out in the losers match.
Man. But these Zergs wish they can go 2CC in their TVZ match after this, man.
Well, they did. It's called the second hatchery, and it's not as good.
Not as good, no. Can't drop down mules with that.
That's right, man. Okay, man. That is that, at least for now, guys. Short break, we come back, mirror matchup, two of them in a row, Dream versus Bunny. We'll go to that one next. Stay tuned.
About your posts, I know they're only fake. Show us what you own and how much money that you make. Yeah, I know that you're trying to fix me, but I don't wanna be like you. Keep your stupid job, pretend that you're the person you wanted to be. And you're dying not to work, but work until you die. And you're dying not to work, but work until you die. You're dying not
상큼함 맥스, 칼로리 X, 맛있는 탕 제로. 요즘 제일 탐나는 제로 탐스 제로. 같이 떠나볼래?
I'll be coming up hot for a minute. Everybody let it drop when I'm in it. Everybody let it drop when I'm in it. I'll be coming up hot for a minute.
Some say that zero. 그래 걱정 빼고 고민 빼고 망설임 빼고 This is zero life. 없어도 되는 건 빼고 실성 사이다 제로.
아침은 라떼, 헐리 점심은 라떼, 헐리 저녁엔 라떼, 헐리 둥글하게 달콤하게 라떼 헐리. 달달한 충전이 필요할 땐 칸타타 라떼 헐리.
상큼함 맥스, 칼로리 X, 맛있는 탕 제로. 요즘 제일 탐나는 제로 탐스 제로. 같이 떠나볼래?
I'll be coming up hot for a minute. Everybody let it drop when I'm in it. Everybody let it drop when I'm in it. I'll be coming up hot for a minute.
Some say that zero. 그래 걱정 빼고 고민 빼고 망설임 빼고 This is zero life. 없어도 되는 건 빼고 실성 사이다 제로.
아침은 라떼, 헐리 점심은 라떼, 헐리 저녁엔 라떼, 헐리 둥글하게 달콤하게 라떼 헐리. 달달한 충전이 필요할 땐 칸타타
형님들 아프리카에 승부 예측 생긴 거 아세요, 여러분들?
아니 e스포츠 여기 탭에 있잖아요, 여러분들. 아니 이게 새로 생겼더라.
저는 광동에 올인했어요. 아 진짜요?
아 그럼 전 DRX에 올인.
모바일도 똑같이 아래 가운데 보면 e스포츠 있어요. 잼이라는 포인트가 있어요.
아프리카 내에서 쓸 수 있는 재화라고 생각하시면 돼요.
잼을 사은품으로 교환 가능하다고요?
이 잼으로 응모를 다 할 수 있어.
키보드는 벌써 나갔네.
아이폰 갤럭시 탭. 아 이게 200잼이야?
교환까지 할 수 있으니까 형님들 아프리카 승부 예측 많이 많이 사랑 부탁드립니다. 받아오도록 하겠습니다.
Round of 20 group interview.
4강까지 갔을 때는 되게 기분이 좋았는데 4강에서 지고 나서는 만족감보다는 그냥 진 거에 대한 슬픔이 훨씬 크더라고요. 그래서 이번 시즌이 얼른 좀 시작했으면 하고 기다리고 있었어요.
뭔가 4강 가면 다음 시즌 시드도 받고 많이 편한 것 같은데 항상 그 문턱에서 떨어지니까 아쉬운 느낌이 없지 않아 있는 것 같아요.
전 경기랑 전전 경기 할 때부터 좀 아파가지고 안 움직이더라고요, 잘 하는데. 그래서 그냥 뭔가 쉬고 싶었어요.
Hello GSL fans, I'm Reynor. You probably know me at this point, but yeah, it's been a while since I played. I'm very excited. I thought Maru was gonna win at the beginning, but yeah, Hero played very good. I like Hero. I'm a big fan.
잘하더라고요, 준호 형이 되게. 반대쪽 선수가 좀 아쉽지 않았나.
우승했다는 소식 듣고 그냥 분필의 기원자의 타이틀이 좀 여러 개 있었으니까 부럽다 이런 생각했습니다.
이번 시즌은 성주가 우승을 했으면 좋겠고 성주를 주목해야 될 것 같습니다. 성주를 더 좋아하는데 준호 형 연습 도와준 게 좀 지금까지도 좀 그렇거든요. 네. 그리고 성주가 이번에는 GOL을 했으면 좋겠고 같이 잘했으면 좋겠습니다.
아, 너무 잘하던데요, 레이너? 아, 이게 못 이길 것 같아요, 레이너는. 레이너가 우승할 것 같은데, GSL. 한국인들 다 먹히지 않을까, 레이너한테.
아무래도 뭐 레이너지 않을까요? 그러니까 이렇게 좀 호흡이 긴 대회에서 어떻게 할 수 있을지 뭐 안 나면 또 무섭기도 하겠죠.
아, 민수랑 토론해야죠. 죽을 수도 있어요, 령호 형이랑 싸우면. 령호 형이랑 팔씨름도 해보고 그냥 몸도 곳곳 다 만져봤는데 이건 좀 다른 것 같아요.
저는 전자 선택할게요. 스파링 뭐 계속 도망치다 보면 지치지 않을까 이런 건가? 못 쫓아올 것 같아가지고. 민수랑 건설적인 대화 토론? 어떤 뭐 논리 정연한 사람이 와도 불가능하다고 봅니다.
Oh, definitely going with the fight with Dark. Solar is a friend of mine. We're good friends. But yeah, I think a boxing fight between me and Dark would be very good. I would like to see that.
민수 때리는 건 없나요? 그거는 잘할 자신 있는데 령우는 솔직히 너무 무서워가지고 민수랑 차라리 밸런스 토크가 나을 것 같아요.
뭐야, 저 완전 저 15살 땐가? 처음에 딱 갓 데뷔했을 때 같은데. 네, 애땐 것 같아요. 돌아가고 싶네요.
Well, that's me at 2012, I wanna say. I was very young, and yeah, that was my first event ever. It was an Italian event. I think it was one of the first ever. Cool. This was GSL, the first time I was here. It's great memories, honestly. I wish the tournament went better, but it was one of my first experiences with big tournaments, and yeah, that's one of my favorite pictures.
이때가 아마 21살이었는데 21살이어서 자신감 있게 했는데 지금 보니까 괜히 했네요.
예, 대엽이가 스트리밍을 하고 있었는데 GSL 뭐 촬영이 있었나? 하여튼 갔다가 이제 그거 화장 지우고 머리 세팅한 거 풀려고 자기 전에 남자들은 다 그렇게 어릴 때 그렇게 배우잖아요. 아버지랑 목욕탕 가면 머리는 그렇게 터는 거다 배웠는데 좀 숭하게 나오긴 했네요.
재밌게 할 거고요. 편하게 할 거고 더 대충 하겠다는 소리는 아니고요. 열심히 하고 레이너랑 한번 하는 것도 재밌을 것 같고.
지난 시즌에 둘도 없는 기회라고 생각을 했는데 결국 이뤄내지 못해가지고 너무 아쉬웠는데 이번 시즌이 더 둘도 없는 기회라고 생각하거든요. 그래서 열심히 준비해가지고 반드시 좋은 성적 거두고 싶어요.
1시즌 6등, 2시즌 5등 했으니까 이번엔 최소 4강 가서 슈터 시드 받고 또 아틀란타 시드도 받고 편안하게 좀 연말을 맞이하는 그림으로 가고 싶네요.
I obviously came here to win it. I think that's obviously my goal, and it's not gonna be easy. We know it's one of the best tournaments, the hardest challenges ever. But yeah, that's why I'm here. Obviously, my goal is always to win every tournament, and GSL is no different. Maybe like I have more motivation to win this one. Obviously, never been won by a non-Korean, so I think it's time.
Today's matchup. Bunny. Reynor. Dream. DRG. Round of 20. Group B. 2022 Hot 6 GSL Season 3.
Welcome back to the Group B of GSL 2022. Of course, the time that I go intro on from the
year
break.
is 20,000, and gamers are here to compete for money. This is the future we have wrought.
20,000 years of meta shifting, and all we get is CC first, man.
I know.
We
the
had
future.
surprising results so far. Bunny with a 2-1 win over Raynor. I think a lot of people were expecting Raynor to get out of the group in first, but instead getting pushed down to the losers match. Got a little bit of his tournament lifeline on the line, and now the winners match going to be a TVT. For a second,
Hell yeah, dude.
Coming into today, we thought we might just have nothing but TVZs, but
Dude,
we
we
got
already
some
know
mirror
that's all
matches.
CC first. I don't need to see anymore.
It's solved.
It's boring.
Everybody go
Everybody
home.
knows you go CC first in this matchup. We figured that out. We can end StarCraft 2 now. This is going to be a fun one, though, with these two. I do think Bunny's slightly favored. Dream is pretty fierce. I don't know if I can say these guys are playing better than normal because they did have build order wins to get here
Yeah.
in the same matchup.
It does kind of feel that way.
But we're going to go to Inside and Out. And then we're going to go to Moon Dance for map 2.
Yeah.
Data C map 3. Let's do this.
Both guys looking pretty happy. Happy to be here in the winners match.
Certainly. And of course, after this, we do have an exciting ZVZ with Reynor versus DRG.
Yeah, that's going to be a good one, man.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is, man.
I can't wait to see that, especially like Raynor. I mean, he goes head again against people like Cyril all the time in ZVZ. So to see him play against the Korean Zerg here in GSL live in the studio, and DRG like an historic Zerg as well, it's going to be fantastic. But before we get there, Dream versus Bunny, one of these players is going to go on to the round of 10.
That's right, and escape from Group B. The other, the loser, is going to go to the final match and play the victor of the ZVZ that comes after this. Guys, tell your friends to join us. It's so good with GSL Season 3 being back here. We've got a big audience down here. Great to have you guys here in the studio. And for those of you online, man, it's so cool. We've got Raynor here with us. We've got non-Koreans playing in the GSL again. Finally, things are starting to get back to normal. Our game is now loading up. This is the map Inside and Out in a TVT with Dream versus Bunny. Let's see what happens.
I can do this all day. Believe me when you hear me say I can do this all day.
We might have a fast day here, Nick.
What is he going to do? Is he going to scout him and then make a CC first? What's going on here? How does this work?
I think you got it. Yeah, you hit the nail on the head, man. Yeah. It's going to be, wow, second barracks.
I don't feel like we see this that often, TVT, by the way.
No, not really. I'm
like
really
TVZ, yeah, I mean, we had it all the time.
Really unexpected. I got excited when we saw on the monitors before the player intros that the SCV was coming out already. And I'm like, ooh,
Yeah.
going to be one of those days, man. We've had a lot of interesting Terran builds so far. CC first in almost every single TVZ, every single one that they won at least, and now.
But State, how does this work? I mean, does he return minerals to those barracks? I don't get how this is going to win the game. Like,
he's going to be taking gas with this as well. I'm excited for what we're seeing out of Dream so far today, man.
Okay, now where's the SCV going to go? Come on, click on it.
There's no way he scouts for a 2 racks. I mean, this has got to be like so out of the box, right?
Yeah. Well, it seems like this would come down to when the like the red player would send the SCV, right? Because you can also scout for proxies by just going to their main and seeing that the barracks aren't there.
Yeah. Oftentimes, it's the more efficient way of scouting for
yeah,
proxy.
to be honest.
Sometimes we'll see people just send their probe or their SCV all the way around the map, and like they will barely like miss the one spot it's in. It's
They'll
like, well,
scout everything but the proxy.
Yeah, it's like, well, if you went to the main base, you would have just known. But yeah, he will see double gas now, no barracks in the main, so he certainly has an idea. As you see that Reaper already rallied up to the high ground, where those Reapers for Dream will be coming up, and gonna have to see how Bunny defends this. First Reaper already in. There are 2 SCVs here for Bunny.
The Reaper duel starts.
Yeah, he's going to have to go down.
Yeah, I think Bunny actually got the edge on that. Now, obviously, there's regen here for the Reaper. A Marine's going to come out second, which will not help the way that it should.
It'll add some DPS. We'll have to see if he might actually be able to pick up one of these.
Oh, God. Oh, he's micro in.
Yeah, Dream with some really good control right now. Can he get out of this? No, that's around.
Oh, he gets him.
Oh, he got him. Oh, barely not getting them both. That was a nice surround, though. They're critical to keep the Reaper count for Dream as low as possible, as he's now going to be able to push these out.
Okay, so I feel like you can't lose the first couple Reapers when you do this.
Yeah,
like it's all about momentum. I get what he was doing. He had one that was really low, but he like ran behind the minerals. It's not the hardest thing in the world to trap them there. Now, will he come back up? I guess he has to if he's going to keep making Reapers, right? There's no reason why you wouldn't.
Yeah, the 4th one pops, and now he's got a good number of nades, so he's actually going to be able to keep these units back. I mean, the Marines of the Hellions will have a tough time engaging into this. We'll see. Nades coming in, pushing everything back, and yep, just trading damage. And keep in mind, any damage on those Marines is effectively permanent at this stage in the game, and the Hellions will also have to be repaired. And I love this barracks flying in to get intel on exactly whether or not he can push in. Oh,
that
Reaper
was
jumping up.
There's like some synchronized swimming going on there.
He's going to be body blocking with this too.
Oh, that's kind of cool, actually.
Yeah, this is cute, and that's a lot of Reapers, man.
I never would have guessed he would have landed this here.
Those are some huge grenades. 2 Reapers going down, though, for Dream.
Yeah, and Bunny's just shutting this down. Already, right now, Dream's in hot water.
Yeah, that was some nice control there, but as you said, it is very much a game of momentum when you're playing these Reaper styles, and yeah, losing that 1 Reaper very early in the mineral line just set him back a lot. And he will be expanding behind this, but almost a full CC in terms of timing behind of Bunny right now is Dream, and Cyclone will be the choice as well, as the CC is slowly working its way to the natural expansion here for Bunny.
I think he wanted to like land that where the CC was, and it's like just never going to happen, but I think that's what was happening back there. You never want this barracks to get into the red that quickly because it does just burn down. And it is a necessary spotter in the matchup.
And Dream, I think, recognizing that he's going to kind of need to do something a little bit out of the box to make up for the lost ground that this, I mean, this kind of floundered, right? This Reaper pressure here in the early game. He wasn't able to get as much done as he wanted to. So now instead going for a Raven, going for a Cyclone, going 3 CC is Dream. So that'll be the angle that he tries to take to find a path back to equalizing in this one against Bunny. But interesting build selection nonetheless. I mean, we don't really see Proxy Reaper like that too often in TBT, so it's fun to see Dream mixing it up.
Yeah, we're also kind of seeing, though, like, why you don't see it all the time, right?
Yeah, that's true.
You look at that, you're like, well, there's a reason why this is not the go-to cheese here. But yeah, TBT, normally it's a pretty, a little bit of a slow matchup to start, at least. Now, Bunny is in a considerably better position. He's up in supply. Worker count's fairly even, but the Army, this is already a pretty big lead, 16-31.
Yeah.
TBT, it used to be a matchup that couldn't end in 2-base versus 2-base, but that has changed a little bit. I think people are a little bit better at not dying on 2-base now, but taking a loss like that early on, with Ravens, Cyclones, and tanks, sometimes you can kind of just like come at them and like disable what they have and, you know, drop in and kill them off. So we want to watch if Bunny tries to go for that.
Yeah, the engagements get really tricky when you have a lot of abilities like this, especially in TBT, where so much of the combat comes down to critical units such as those Ravens and those siege tanks. So we'll see if We'll see if Dream is really able to utilize the unit set that he has right now, but looking at the armies, just straight up, Bunny's is, as you said, way better. Not only is he ahead in army supply, but he has more siege tanks right now, and this comp, especially with all these Marines, is going to be tough to deal with, I think, for Dream. Now, I'm not sure whether this is going to be something that allows him just to straight up break Dream, even though Dream is going for the 3rd CC, but certainly Contain is in the cards, and these Reapers coming back for revenge.
Remember us? Remember us from the start of the game?
It's funny because it's actually way more damage than he was
able to We're going to get our closure.
Oh, those are some really nice.
Yeah, here we go. Oh, wait, what's happening? I'm sorry, I didn't realize the tank at the top was disabled, too.
Yeah, both those tanks got disabled, and Bunny able to clean up both tanks there for Dream is really critical right now, as Dream with his tank count almost entirely reset. I think he only has one just above the natural command center, and
he can start shelling the add-ons. This is the funny thing. As much as they try to make it like, well, it doesn't matter which side of the map you start on.
Oh, it does.
In TVT, it does.
It really
because
does.
the add-ons come out on the right side. And so, and also, losing add-ons, it causes such a problem for production. That Raven lives, are you kidding me? What?
Yeah, even the starport has to be lifted. SCVs have to be pulled to repair right now, and Dream was really relying on having a lot of critical units like siege tanks to defend this, but it has been working for him so far right now. Bunny just kind of riding the momentum of a great first engagement to getting a lot more damage done. 20 SCVs.
Oh my God.
This is looking devastating, man.
No stim, no problem. The siege tanks do all the work anyways. Yeah, 29 is GG.
No surprise
I'm sorry,
there.
CC. All right, let's go to game 2.
For a second, I was thinking that maybe it would just be,
He's just like, man, I'm having a great day today. Like,
beating Raynor to start
this is
things
Bunny's
out.
finals right now, guys. Bunny's having the best day of the year for sure right now.
Yeah, he's all smiles.
Remember when he beat Reynor and he tried to drink from his water and couldn't because he was smiling?
Yeah. That's definitely a great start to the GSL Code S here for Bunny. And for a second there, I was even thinking that, maybe he might not even be able to break the natural expansion, because, it is still tough. Like, when you both have Vikings, you both have Ravens, you both have Siege Tanks, sometimes it can get kind of stalematey. But that engagement, I mean, getting those, I want to call them lockdowns right there on, the Siege Tanks and disabling those.
What is that thing? I actually don't know what that's called. I just say disable.
I always say disable,
This is like a dark
man.
secret I have, is that I don't know, a lot of the ability names in any of the StarCrafts. I have, my own terms for them.
The snipe is, steady aim or something, actually, I think. I don't actually, I'm a pro
Well,
player,
we're
man. I don't know
erasing
these
history.
things.
No, that's the funny thing. People are like, this is your job, you're supposed to know. I'm like,
No,
the names of the
snipe.
abilities, I need to know what they do.
It's snipe.
It's snipe, man. You heard the sound effect? You tell me that's not a, it's not a,
That's a
silencer
snipe.
on that.
All right, guys, map number 2, let's go. Dream versus Bunny.
Definitely not going to be double racks. But I could dream.
Watch they both go CC first.
Yeah, and then they both go for a
Good
third
game,
CC,
game.
and I'm like, all right, I don't like this anymore. I don't know how often we have CC first in StarCraft 2 TVT.
I feel like it would not be viable, right? I don't really.
I'm sure I cast it at some point in time, but
Oh, of course. With how much StarCraft you've casted, I feel like
and
you've casted everything.
It's all a giant soup in my brain that it's hard for me to pick out when it all happened.
It's like one of those. You ever read about these pots that have been boiling for 1,000 years? This soup that never stops.
That's
That's
right.
you in
This is
StarCraft
me.
2.
This is me in my mind.
You scrape deep enough and you're down to fruit dealer
That's
in
right. Yeah,
2010.
it comes in there. You just stick something in my brain and go deep enough, and I go, oh, Mainling bus on one base.
No CC's coming out, but yeah, CC first. I don't even think with the way that tempo goes with Reapers and Hellions, and even Starport units coming out, I feel like
maybe if you got a Cyclone really fast, I don't know. Anyways, it's just funny that we've had that. No doubt though, we're going to have a TVZ to end this off, and so we want to see. We want to see if the Zergs, do some kind of adjustment to be like, all right, are you trying this again?
Yeah,
I'm not letting this happen.
Instead, just going to have mirrored builds right now. Dream and Bunny just both going Reaper, 2 gas, kind of more of what we expected there in map number 1.
Yeah.
Just kind of a slow build as they fill out their tech trees, both factories going down. And I'm really liking what we're seeing out of both of these guys so far today, though. This is not really the winner's match that we expected. Not to take anything away from Bunny. Bunny is one of the best Terran players in the world. Definitely one of the best Terran players in Korea.
Right.
But Raynor with how storied this guy is in the international scene. Like, this is been top 2 international, like, forever. And a lot of people at times saying, and quite convincingly so, that he has a case to be like the top player in the world, you know, when he gets to his peaks. Like, Reynor is fantastic. So for Bunny to come in and take the first set 2-1, now winning map number 1 here in the winners match.
I've been saying this for a long time, but like every time I see Bunny play, he is a better version than the time before. That is how you become the best in the world, is you just try to, you know, iron out the wrinkles in your play as best you can and then test it out and, you know, rinse and repeat. And so I guess we're going to finally have what is a more ordinary game here. They're both going to, you know, start their tech and then expand quietly after that.
Only a little bit of divergence so far with Bunny going for Widow Mines. Dream playing a little bit more map control centric here with a Hellion, but all is said and done, we're probably going to arrive in the mid game in effectively the same way. TVT is usually a nice little peaceful matchup like this here in the early stages.
I actually think this is one of my favorite matchups in the game, to be honest.
Yeah?
I think, it's a lot of fun to watch the map control, but it doesn't have the stagnation that StarCraft 1 TVT has, where it's like they can't kill each other. Like someone gets ahead and it's like, well, I'll see you in 20 minutes, you know. Where as long as I do everything perfectly, I'll keep that like 60% lead and slowly close it out. I think they fixed this matchup a lot in StarCraft 2.
That's fun. I like how technical it is too with all these units. Like things can like kind of turn on a dime with some really good ability usage or some really nice strategic positioning, or like getting a critical scan when like the siege tanks are in range and your opponent doesn't realize.
It's also funny because like we had all these different approaches, like people that just went bio forever, and then we had people that would mech, and then there was of course the Marine tank. It does seem like people have concluded that the Marine tank is basically like the way to play, but people can go mech. Every once in a while you go mech and Artosis gets all excited, you know, and starts moving his chair and going, ow, ow, factories everywhere.
Double armory.
Double armory. that would be for upgrading his mech units. But it does seem like basically people want to get a couple tech units like Reapers, Ravens, excuse me. They want to get some tanks. We do have skirmishes like what's going to happen here, where it's like Reapers, Marines, Cyclones, and you know Hellions and all that come out. But eventually it does go to tank Marine very often.
Yeah, and these little skirmishes are often very fun too. It was kind of reminiscent of a lot of the way that like Björn would play a variety of different matches, where like his armies always kind of look like he has like a little bit of everything, and like the engagements are really funky, but sometimes he makes it work. And that's kind of where TVT has gone with like these compositions, like grenades, cyclones, widow mines, and a raven. It can be a little awkward to kind of like finesse your units into getting maximum value, but it's really fun to watch.
Okay, so he's not going to get in and be able to do that much. This map gives you a free base in the back of your base. In some matchups, that can be really interesting. In TVT, I feel like you'd be a fool to not just take it.
Yeah, you're right about that. It does have less gas and less minerals, if I'm not mistaken, but it's still, you know, in your pocket. You might as well.
It's free, and also, like, you know, you don't want to be pushed and risk anything. And so, I mean, I think this will be probably the slowest game of today's GSL, because it's a Terran taking the third base, and you know when you have the tank line and Ravens, you know, patrolling like we see here, nothing's going to get in there, right? And so they're both going to power up. This is going to be a real test of macro ability. It does seem like Bunny is just ahead overall.
It does seem that way. He does have the army supply advantage, and actually coming in here, oh, those are fresh mules. A couple hundred minerals down the drain right there.
That's a pretty sick tactic by Bunny, because you know you're going to want to try to drain that out really quickly, and just to deny the mule drop.
Denies the drop, and also like that was another 2 mules that weren't mining for 10 or 15 seconds, and that's pretty critical. That's a lot of minerals down the drain.
And Bunny's going to go for a contain. I don't feel like we have this as often in TVT, but I guess if you both take a third, one guy can run out and just contain the other, or maybe push up into the main. I think both are acceptable depending on where you see the weakness at. But he's coming. He's going for it, man.
Yeah,
now,
he is.
This is different from closing out the game. I don't think he's going to try to end this, but it's also going to make it hard to get a fourth, and a fourth is going to be inbound soon enough.
It looks like right now he has a superior. Oh, man.
Okay.
So many disables. Really an awkward fight right now as they're just kind of going blow for blow. But the critical thing, I think, is Bunny with his air control. These Vikings actually landing on the tanks is huge.
Oh my God, it actually ended up working out.
Yeah, that's 3 tanks down there for Dream, and suddenly this contain, I mean, he did trade air superiority to kill those tanks, but we'll have to see if he's able to leverage that. I mean,
there's a Widow Mine up here. Oh, okay, he sees that, excuse me. Oh, there's a Raven there. Well, this is basically getting shut down by Dream.
I like that at the beginning, but it feels like he kind of overstayed his welcome just a little bit.
We had this happen in StarCraft games, though, where it's like one guy wins a fight, and he doesn't really have that much, and then he like just tries to keep fighting and loses his stuff. And I think a wise player is always the one that knows when it's time to pack it up and go back. And it's not the most exciting move in the game, but it is a clear way to just keep ahead and win.
Yeah, I did like the trading the Vikings out there for siege tanks.
That was smart, for sure. I would always give up a Viking to kill a siege tank.
He got 3 of them there too, but yeah, suddenly shoes on the other foot is Dream now kind of has advantage and might be able to set up for a push here. As Bunny's actually going for, if I'm not mistaken, that's a low ground CC, so he was feeling really confident now. And we'll see if he's able to hold this off. He does still have 4 Vikings back at home, so he was not skimping on the air production during all of that, which was one of my fears as we saw him trade those Vikings out early. And if he's able to keep this low ground CC, that'll be quite advantageous for him, because after losing all those units at the front of Dream's base, I feel like he needs a little bit of an edge to kind of even the territory a little bit.
Okay, so he's going to try to wrap around here. Dream going to come in and maybe try to cut off access to this entrance to the natural.
Yeah,
he's going to stand. The siege is laid, and so are the disables for Dream. I feel like Dream is just... Oh, but Dream has enough here to try to take a fight regardless. Yeah, from winning that fight earlier on. I guess it wasn't the cleanest engage, but it didn't really matter.
Yeah,
he just has enough.
Kind of surprising. I mean, there were really no disables on those back tank lines, but the Marine count was just high enough that he was able to break through and take this critical position on the 4th base. Now that it's a planetary fortress over there.
The Marines are going to fight this. This is actually totally insane that I'm even watching this. All right, he pulls back. I think Bunny may end up losing here.
I think so too. I mean, air superiority is really tough to contest right now. Those 4 Vikings, I don't think they're going anywhere anytime soon. Actually, even a 5th one, and Bunny, he's going to try and go for a drop to get some counter damage in, but Dream just in complete control of this section of the map, and this is a critical junction here for Bunny. I feel like he has to make something happen right now if he's going to come back in this game, because this is looking really rough for him right now.
Let's watch this drop. I mean, I don't know what he can do with this drop. I don't even think that was totally full of Marines. I could be wrong. Oh, I guess it was, but
it's just 1 medevac is the thing.
Yeah, it's just not very much.
6 SCVs is not enough, and he's right on top of the production right now, but a lot of more Marines are coming out here for Dream, and he will eventually be able to clean this up. Even getting the medevac there went down just off screen, and Dream just in complete control of this game right now.
I do want to point out that Bunny is caught up in workers, which is pretty important here. He was actually in the 40s for workers earlier on.
Yeah, but these engagements, actually a really nice flank here by Bunny. Able to go on both sides and equalizing just a little bit, but again, the army supply here for Dream is really high. You have to think that Bunny, even with a good engagement like that, is going to need a little bit more in terms of victory and controlling space if he's going to be able to equalize this completely, because the air control is still far in favor of Dream.
It does seem...
Oh, no.
It does seem like Dream, if he plays his hand correctly, he's going to be fine and probably win this. But if Dream overextends, that could cost him the game here as well. Bunny is still overall hanging here with him. You know, he's got enough bases. Dream could overextend. Supplies of the armies are close enough that, you know, a bad engage will even this out very quickly if Dream doesn't handle this right.
Bunny's doing a good job of kind of playing the hand that he's been dealt right here in the mid game, but the air superiority right now for Dream is just so stifling for Bunny as the 4th base continues to get shelled, and even for a moment there, the Liberator was preventing any SCVs from mining, so just kind of bleeding him dry right now is Dream, is Bunny's counterattack there at the natural expansion, not really able to get much done either, and again, the air superiority here is the big story for me, is Dream. This is a tough position to break.
You know, Dream, he's still hacking away at the CC. SCV still can't mine. We do have the Marines coming here from behind. He's going to try to sandwich this, but look at this big attack coming from the bottom.
Yeah.
He chases him out, and I think he can retake this position that it seemed like just barely Bunny was able to fight back from. Bunny is really thinning out in numbers here.
He really is.
There's a 50 supply lead. That's it. GG.
Yeah, that's going to be it.
Dream takes game 2. Oh, they both glance at each other. This smile glance.
Yeah.
They're having fun, but they won't be if one of them loses. One will.
Yeah, I can tell these guys both in good spirits here in the winners match, and that was kind of a funny little game too, as well as
they tied up 1-1 and looked at each other, and they were like, Raiders in the losers round.
Yeah,
that's what
I didn't
happened.
even consider that.
I guess we're the two guys in the winners. Isn't that cool?
But yeah, Dream just really leveraging his air superiority there to maximum effect. I mean,
Look,
Bunny had
like
couple...
a bad attack. It was just like, I don't think it was, I thought he was going to contain, but he was actually going to try to push up there and kill the tanks, and it just didn't work.
I didn't mind it completely, and maybe I'm wrong about this, but it felt like it wasn't a bad move for him going in there and killing like the siege tank count that he did, but then he decided just to stay. At that point, like, your reinforcements are so far off that you're just going to get cleaned up there, and that's exactly what happened, and then kind of the pendulum just swung back in the other direction. And Dream was able to just leverage that air superiority basically throughout the rest of the game into a win.
Yeah. Data C is where we're going to end this story. One of these two guys is going to escape to the round of 10. The other goes up against one of the two Zergs in the losers match. Look at our lights, man. Epilepsy, watch out.
Good Game Gaming. Dream. Team NV. Bunny.
Okay, so back to, at least for now, the kind of the same openings as game. Excuse me, the same openings as game 1, or game 2, excuse me.
Yeah.
I think that Bunny and Dream both got into an interesting position, and then I think Bunny just like tried something that really wasn't warranted. I don't think an attack at that time of the game, if you're both even, you don't usually just, you know, pulverize the buildings that are exposed on the high ground. I don't feel like that's
especially in a mirror matchup where you have like the same, you effectively have the same builds. I mean, you arrive at the same kind of composition, just in different ways, right?
Yeah.
And you're both going 3CC. Nothing. There were no skirmishes early in the game, and you're going to push across the map, and then you're going to try and break them. It's something that sometimes you'll see if like there's a far advantage player in terms of skill just kind of overpowers somebody that's way lesser than them, but obviously that's not the case between these two guys. And I did kind of like what we saw out of Bunny with the first initial engagements, like the disables there on the tanks and then dropping the Vikings down and cleaning those up. But as we said, and as we harped on before, like did kind of overstay his welcome. And Dream really, to his credit, did not give that, how should I say this? He didn't take that opportunity and just throw it away.
Oh, no.
He leveraged that
immediately was like,
nonstop.
okay, let's go in there and shut down his base while I take my own.
And now both players just kind of going for the same builds again. Double Reapers, double Factories. Both going to be going for the low ground CCs, it seems. And yet another slow build. This might be a little bit faster than we saw in the previous map, because of course there's no backdoor expansion as we had in that one. But one thing I'm interested in seeing is whether these guys decide to diverge a little bit in unit compositions, because so far it's been quite similar.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if there's going to be anything too crazy as far as like, I mean, if they go mech, we'll get to that when we get there, right? But you know, I think both these guys having experienced, you know, an attempt at something and then a loss, I think we're going to see probably the most conservative game out of the series. You know, we had Dream with the double racks with Reaper that just got shut down, and then Bunny. It was sort of a harebrained attack that was unwarranted. He wasn't ahead in any way, and you know, there's always a defender's advantage if you're, especially in mirror matchups, when you're basically doing the same thing.
Yeah, we thought it was going to be a contained at first.
Yeah, I thought it was going to be some kind of a contained to force him to get medevacs and do that. Maybe he gets Vikings.
Buddy actually made a third Reaper and a second Hellion, so he's going to try and go in with this. And
everyone said it was going to be conservative. It's not.
It's
Sorry.
not. No, actually.
Oh man, he does finish the CC.
Yeah, that's critical. It's actually the Reaper's even jumping all the way up right now, getting some good damage on the Marines. Now one Reaper will go down. And it looks like Dream will barely be able to stabilize, but still, bleeding out a lot of SCVs this early is never ideal. Finally, the Cyclone is out and able to push this back, but really like that. Actually, this Reaper, I thought it went down, but it's picking up another SCV kill.
Yeah, and I mean, 6 kills is a lot.
Yeah,
this is 22 to 28 workers. Bunny, you know, powered up a little bit harder, came in, and he also knew that he could fly or hop up onto the high ground with the Reapers. And look, you know, these are small interactions that happen early on that have fairly big implications as the game continues to develop.
They really set the pace of the game because now Dream is kind of on the back foot.
Yeah, he's just like, it's like they're both in a race and he's just a little bit behind, and there's not a very obvious way to catch back up because, I mean, Bunny is not going to be slowing down worker production. It's going to be at least a distance of 6 to 5. And there's another drop coming in here for Bunny.
Yeah, the Cyclone moving away, potentially trying to catch some other drop that isn't in the cards right now, is Bunny just going straight across the map towards the main base. And that third CC, if Bunny is able to siege up over here, might get a cancel. There is a siege tank here.
Oh, I didn't even realize there was a tank in there. That's wild.
Yeah, he wants to hold the position.
Siege?
This is really bad for Dream.
Okay, auto turret comes down. This is the opportunity to play catch up here for Dream.
We'll be able to get 3 SCVs, it seems. 2 maybe. Oh, no! Whoa! Big catch there for Dream. He will lose the Cyclone, but he gets the medevac and the Marine, and
but
that's...
I think dropping the medevac's fine for that.
Yeah.
He gets rid of the Cyclone. I mean, obviously, medevacs are important. They don't have a lot of starports. I'm sorry, this is 2 starports right now.
Oh, wow, he really wants to play the air control game.
Oh, that's funny. Okay, I'm actually glad that the Observer caught that because I was that was not even a thing I was factoring in.
Yeah, I hadn't noticed either.
He can catch this Raven if he angles this right. The Raven was going to run out of map to try to do this, and the trajectory should meet.
Just barely getting away is that Raven, I think.
Are you serious?
That's crazy.
I blame the Viking.
You blame the driver.
That's the driver. You ever get frustrated with how slow a Viking is when you see that blue flame coming out of its back? It's like, is that really? You're slower than a drugged-up Marine?
I feel like we had better fighter jets in like the 2000s, like the 1900s.
Yeah. Do not take a flight on that thing if you're in a hurry.
All right, Bunny's going to be taking this position right now with these Vikings. 4 is a big number to top.
All Ravens get to live. All Ravens live.
Yeah, man, those Ravens staying alive might be critical for Dream in defense right now, but this position, Bunny is playing really just the the Siege Tank Viking game. This is such a difficult spot for Dream to break, and Dream, it looks like he's going to be focusing on trying to get some kind of disables in as he's going for yet another Raven, but...
Dude, he's going to lose that CC if he doesn't freak out and like repair that.
Oh my
god. Disable on the back tank, interesting, so he's
only
confident.
one though. Well, turret's now coming in.
The Vikings should have landed earlier, but I'll tell you what, that's so funny. That turret up there doesn't reach the tank.
Oh, did it not?
It did not. It just it turned around. It looked to see if the CC was alive.
Yeah, this is looking like GG, man.
Uh-oh.
Bunny just riding the momentum of that early game skirmish.
The SCVs were pulled for a second, but then he unsieged, he backed up. I don't know, man. I like the Viking massing. You know, the Vikings kind of can control the air, and then if they need to land, like here we go. Can he land him in time? Can he land him in time and body block?
We'll see. Auto turret's coming down now. Vikings landing, but this is so many SCVs going down that Dream is pretty much on death's door, and Bunny just riding the momentum from that early game skirmish into a beautiful push with tanks and Vikings to close it out. Be the first player to advance from Group B.
Bunny escapes. Dream is going to go down to that final match and play one of the 2 Zergs who's going to survive into that finals match. That was so short for a series, really.
Yeah, that was clean, too.
Yeah, very interesting game on both sides. Bunny going with a 3rd starport hidden in the bottom, giving him a little bit more Vikings. I mean, it sounds silly, but yeah, I mean, they can land and fight. We don't normally think of them as, ground fighting units, but he controlled the air, drove back the Ravens, and from there, he had a solid push, and it was a short and very action-packed TVT. Great series overall. We're now going to go to an interview with Bunny, see how he's feeling. He's moving on to the round of 10.
Bunny of Team MV is the first player to move out of Group B. We're going to have an interview with him. Congratulations. Thank you. You are the first place in Group B, and now you move on to round of 10. This is your second consecutive round of 10. How do you feel? Well, I did make a lot of practice beforehand, but I wasn't too confident during the process. So, it kind of feels weird right now. Alright, so in Data C, you kept harassing the opponent, and then your fight on the ramp was so fantastic to watch as well. So how do you feel after winning that TVT? Well, I'm quite confident with the TVT matches. But recently Dream has not been participating in online matches these days, so I was not able to make good analysis of him. So I did make some trivial mistakes, like with my Vikings, missed micro. But Dream, he kept playing the same strategy, so I was able to exploit that. So all the StarCraft 2 fans around the world have been setting their eyes in the first match against Reynor. You lost to him in DreamHack, and it was the match against Reynor, and he's currently in the tier 4 position, which he should definitely not be in. So back in DreamHack, I was preparing for GSL, so I was not able to make preparation for the DreamHack map. So this time I made sort of preparation with the new maps, and actually this time I was not confident. And now I beat him because I'm not confident. It's kind of like ironic. So Bunny, you definitely focus on strategizing, and we can definitely tell you made a sort of preparation beforehand. So in terms of micro, it felt like you had to gain the upper hand in terms of micro against him. Is that right? Well, I did practice a lot of games, and when I do that, it's because I'm really nervous ahead of the match. So I really have to make sort of analysis and think about the game before playing against Reynor. But this time I was not able to do that, so I brought out the OP build against him in the match. In the last game against him, I did not upgrade my weapon. But overall, I think I did really well. The opponent did go for the carapace upgrade twice in a row. Raynor actually helped me with the scrims. And then he went for the same strategy that Reynor used today. So I was kind of prepared beforehand. And thanks to Ragnarok, if the Zerg goes for Pneumatic Carapace, I definitely knew what to do. I was able to make preparation for that. Alright, let's talk something else. So last season you were eliminated in the round of 4, and at the time you said that you wanted to go on to the next season very quickly. So this season, I must go to the finals to reach my highest point in career. And I had a feeling that the round of 20 is going to be the hardest for me this season. But now that I've managed to come out of the group, I want to go to the finals all the way. Then one more question. So last season, you proved yourself to be a very strong opponent. And now you beat Reynor today, and then it feels like you're completely different in terms of skills. So you were actually one of the primary scrim partners for Hero last season. So did you make sort of preparation against Hero if you do play against him? I mean, Hero is a phenomenal player. But every time I face Hero, my confidence, my level of skills doesn't matter. Sometimes, he has inconsistency in his performance. So, I definitely got to get lucky on the day I play against him. Alright, I'm looking forward to how Bunny plays in this last season of the year. So before you go, anything you want to say?
Well, this season, I'm really desperate for the win, and at the same time, I'm not that confident, so I came here quite worried. But then, now that I've managed to move on in first place, I'm going to try to make better preparation from now on and try to show good results in the next round. And that was the interview with Bunny, the first place of today. Congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you, Annie. Excellent work as always. So, guys, we have 2 more best of 3s to go. Another mirror matchup now. We gotta hope that Raynor can win here.
Yeah, Raynor versus DRG.
Sorry, DRG. Raynor needs to move on.
Yeah, I mean, his ZVZ is pretty good. He practices against guys like Cero all the time, especially like on the international scene. The Zerg players, I mean, in my opinion,
they have to be good. If you're Zerg and you're in EU or NA, you have to be good at ZVZ. So I expect Raynor to win there, and then he'll be going up against Dream. We'll see if Dream CC's first again or not.
Yeah.
Quick break, guys. We'll be right back.
Baby, we can go somewhere. We can get away from here. Pick a different atmosphere. Go to outer space and then fall in love with aliens. Leave the human race down there. Please don't be afraid, darling. Even if the stars are falling, baby, you're a satellite like Aphrodite. You'll be a god. Offer you a sacrifice, we'll build an army. You'll be in charge. We'll get lost in Jupiter's halo, my love. Mission control is radioing to return. But when we touch down, it's like when we touch down, it's like baby, we can go somewhere. We can get away from here. Beam us up, we'll disappear to a different place where all the stars above are radiant. Dancing in the rain again, spelling out your name for them. And Venus is the name we're calling. Cause baby, you're a satellite like Aphrodite. You'll be a god. Offer you a sacrifice, we'll build an army. You'll be in charge. We'll get lost in Jupiter's halo, my love. Mission control is radioing to return. But when we touch down, it's like when we touch down, it's like we'll get lost in Jupiter's halo, my love. When we touch down, mission control is radioing to return. If our love is in danger, I'll show you the way to my heart. Where the powers of civilization won't tear us apart. But when we touch down, it's like when we touch down, it's like
상큼함 맥스, 칼로리 X, 맛있는 탐스 제로. 요즘 제일 탐나는 제로 탐스 제로. 같이 떠나볼래?
I've been coming up hot for a minute. Everybody let it drop when I'm in it. Everybody let it drop when I'm in it. I've been coming up hot for a minute.
Some say that zero. 그래 걱정 빼고 고민 빼고 망설임 빼고 내 없어도 되는 건 빼고 살
실성사이다 제로.
아침은 라떼 홀릭 점심은 라떼 홀릭 저녁엔 라떼 홀릭 풍부하게 달콤하게 라떼 홀릭 달달한 충전이 필요할 땐 칸타타 라떼 홀릭
상큼함 맥스 칼로리 X 맛있는 탐스 제로 요즘 제일 탐나는 제로 탐스 제로 같이 떠나볼래?
I've been coming up hot for a minute. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. I've been coming up hot for a minute.
실성사이다 제로 그래 걱정 빼고 고민 빼고 망설임 빼고 This is zero life 없어도 되는 건 빼고 살
실성사이다 제로.
아침은 라떼 홀릭 점심은 라떼 홀릭 저녁엔 라떼 홀릭 풍부하게 달콤하게 라떼 홀릭 달달한 충전이 필요할 땐 칸타타 라떼 홀릭
형님들 아프리카에 승부 예측 생긴 거 아세요, 여러분들?
아니 e스포츠 여기 탭에 있잖아요, 여러분들. 아니 이게 새로 생겼더라.
저는 광동에 올인했어요. 아 진짜요?
네.
아 그럼 전 DRX에 올인. 모바일도 똑같이 아래 가운데 보면 e스포츠 있어요. 잼이라는 포인트가 있어요.
아프리카 내에서 쓸 수 있는 재화라고 생각하시면 돼요.
잼을 사은품으로 교환 가능하다고요?
이 잼으로 응모를 다 할 수 있어.
키보드는 벌써 나갔네.
아이폰 갤럭시 탭. 아 이게 200잼이야?
교환까지 할 수 있으니까 형님들 아프리카 승부 예측 많이 많이 사랑 부탁드립니다. 받아오도록 하겠습니다.
Today's matchup. Bunny. Reynor. Dream. DRG. Round of 20. Group B. 2022 Hot 6 GSL Season 3.
Welcome back, everybody. It's scary time.
It really is.
Raynor could get eliminated. He's got to go up against DRG. I do think Raynor probably still has this, but look, man, this isn't the results we thought we were going to have. We thought Raynor was going to get out easy.
Yeah, he was the favorite to get out in first of his group, but instead, elimination match against DRG. I mean, ZVT already a pretty volatile matchup. Not to say that the better player doesn't usually win, but this is a really risky territory here for him.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what these guys do to each other. You know, ZVZ does have a wide range of different ways that you can play it. We were talking about this before we went to the break, but I want to mention it again. Like, the best players outside of Korea are Zergs.
Yeah.
Okay, that not all of them, but most of them are. That means that if you're going to be someone who can win tournaments like Raynor has been, you have to be top tier at ZVZ because you're engaging with other Zerg players, right? So that tells me Raynor should be fine.
I think so.
Yeah, I think so. And also, we had kind of a weird set of TVZs for our two best of threes. We had several games of CC first.
Every win was a CC first.
Yeah,
if I'm not
every win.
mistaken.
Thank you.
Out
For
of
a
5
second,
games.
I lost count in my head. I'm like, how many was it?
Yeah, out of
that's
5
right.
games, 4 CC first, 4 CC first victories.
Yeah. So.
Yeah. I actually really enjoyed in the interview how Bunny's like, yeah, I whipped out the OP build.
The
so I
OP
could beat
build.
him.
Well, the thing is, it's not OP if you just attack them early. So, I don't know where Raynor's at exactly in a ZVT because we didn't really see a whole lot of normal ZVTs here. But I can't imagine the Dream does CC first again 2 times and wins, right? So there is a path, I think, that is pretty clear and probably likely that he'll move on. But if he doesn't, oh, chat's going to be so mad.
It would be sad, honestly. I want to see
Chat's
foreigners
gonna be
do well
shaky.
in GSL. I'll be a little bit upset if he wins, but
I'll be upset too.
Yeah.
I think
to the
it's
winners
better
go
for
the
the show.
spoils, though. I mean, if DRG wins, it's because he deserves it.
Well,
and
that's the
to
thing,
no
yeah.
fault of his. So
Yeah.
I hope we get a really nice match, though. You know, these past couple ones, they've been really quick, and a ZVZ, that can go over fast. But
I'm okay for a
hopefully-
long one.
Yeah.
I thought today was going to be super long. TVZ right now is the longest matchup in StarCraft 2, but today's TVZs are not reflecting that.
Yeah. I was talking with Scarlett before last night to kind of prep for the cast today, because I wanted to get like a little bit of a deep dive into TVZ. And she just kept talking about how like, yeah, Terrans, they just camp. They camp and they make ghosts.
Turtle. They try to kill you, and if it doesn't work out, they go, all right. They pull in reverse. You know that truck, the truck backing up sound. It comes and.
They got all their siege tanks and all their ghosts. And they're just sitting pretty.
They go, all right, let's let this Zerg mine out, and then we'll kill him.
Thankfully, though, none of that today. It's been really fun games in TVZ so far.
Yeah,
so hopefully
so far so good.
We continue that momentum into this ZVZ. Of course, Reynor versus DRG. Two storied players. Reynor, top 2 foreigners of all time, in my opinion. DRG has a long history in GSL as a fantastic Zerg player, and we're going to be starting things out here on Cosmic Sapphire.
Yeah, let's see what happens here. You know, we could have some pretty crazy cheeses. That is possible in ZVZ. But we could also have some insane, epic, long, and dramatic games. DRG, certainly a viable player, ZVZ. He actually had some pretty crazy upsets. I think he beat Raynor, or not Raynor, Rogue.
Really?
ZVZ. I think he did, unless I'm making this up. Again, it's all soup in my brain. I'm not sure, State. Let's go to the ZVZ now on Cosmic Sapphire. Raynor talking to himself. It looked like Raynor was saying the lyrics to the song. I could do this all day with an Italian accent.
KaiZ Gaming, Reynor.
In fairness, I talk to myself too when I play. Do you talk to yourself when you play?
Not really, no. I used to when I was younger, but not so much these days.
Team NV, DRG.
When I was younger, I used to be the kind of player that would like listen to music and all this other stuff when I play. And as I've gotten older, I'm like my late 20s. So as far as StarCraft 2 goes, probably still pretty young. I mean, like a lot of our players, a lot of our viewers have been around for like 10+ years, you know. But it's hard for me to do that, like multitask music and game. Like usually I just like game sound only now and try to focus up, because otherwise like I don't know.
I feel like
focus,
I feel like I play better with music. I think I need to be careful, like not to have the music too loud.
Yeah, that can be bad. DRG is sticking on gas. So we did see a gas pool opening from him. I wasn't sure if this was just going to be for Speedling, but looks like he's planning on getting really aggressive here, as he still has 3 guys mining from that geyser. Had nothing but Ling production so far.
All right, DRG going for the throat here.
Yeah. Baneling Nest already going down.
Now, this spawning pool's not done, and Reynor has not banked Larva. It's important to watch when the Lings are going to show up. Oh, this is like an all-in.
It is. He doesn't even have a queen.
Yeah.
It's just now starting. So DRG is really committed on this one, and as far as the build lineup goes, that hatchery, I don't think it's long for this world.
I think it can't be saved. So the first set of Lings are starting for Reynor. His Baneling's Nest will start when, I guess it was DRG's was about like 60% done.
Yeah.
Now he is positioning to basically barricade this off. Look at the positioning of DRG's Lings. He's trying to catch the Lings as they hatch out.
Yeah. At this point, if I'm Reynor, I'm just canceling those,
now,
man.
This one Ling is buying time, by the way, for Reynor. Just chasing that around means the hatchery. Is he going to get this?
I don't think so. They have a little bit of carapace upgrades.
But he's buying time. He's doing a very good job of buying time. You have to be absolutely precise in your control here.
And this might give him enough time to actually get his own Banelings up and that Spine Crawler. So this is really good. Zergling speed now just starting for Reynor, just finished for DRG. So there's a large window where DRG is going to have to get an advantage.
What have I seen?
He doesn't want the Broodlings to get any links around it or something like that.
Oh, yeah, I guess you're right.
All right, here we go.
Oh, good block, good block.
Yeah, that was nice. That's potentially a big hit, but Raynor's microing this pretty well. 3 drones go down. 16 to 17 workers now, but this has been some pretty good defense here by Reynor. I love that evolution chamber blocking the top side. You know, it was a little bit scary there for a moment, but it always is when Banelings are coming into mineral lines like this. But yeah, nice control here by Reynor so far. He has 2 queens out as well, so DRG will start droning. He is building a hatch, so it looks like we will eventually transition out of this. And
okay, so the maneuver by DRG to clobber him and end the game didn't work.
No.
Worker count now, it's 18 drones for, 18 drones for Reynor, excuse me, and 20 for DRG.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's fairly even.
It is.
Reynor is going to come across the map. And, you know, there's not a ton to defend here.
And I think he's just droning behind this, so just getting a little bit of pressure in, maybe force 1 or 2 more sets of Lings out from DRG, or potentially even some Banelings as we see now. But DRG with an Overlord outside of Raynor's expansion knows that there's not too much craziness coming, and yeah, you see 2 more drones right there in the production tab, so things will normalize quite a bit, but DRG sitting pretty right now with the 3-worker lead.
Yeah, I guess we're just going to go into a macro ZVZ here. It doesn't seem like anybody can really do much to the other. There's enough Banelings to defend here. The Spines can shimmy down the ramp and set up for additional defense. I do wonder, with Raynor having the Spine already there, is there a more turtley build that he kind of would organically, shift into from here?
I don't know exactly about that, but certainly he might be able to skimp on a couple extra Zerglings having that Spine up there, because the defense is already there. Like, you can afford to just build a couple more drones because that Spine Crawler is going to pull some weight if you get attacked. And Raynor actually going to go all the way and take a 3rd base quite early here. We'll see if DRG decides to try and pressure this. Both players now getting their Evolution Chambers up. Raynor is first on the Carapace upgrade. DRG taking his 3rd himself, but just a little bit behind Raynor in terms of timings, both on the Carapace and on the hatchery.
So, we've had a lot of games where one guy goes 3 base, the other guy goes 2. Artosis, if he was here, he'd talk about how, one guy tends to make a lot of Lings and the other one tends to defend. We're watching for that. We'll know when that comes if the drones stop. Raynor does come forward here to put some pressure on that hatchery, but there's enough to drive him away.
Yeah, and it seems like both players are just going to kind of pivot towards Roaches. Like, no one's really committing much to the Lings.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like anybody's going to commit to any big attacks so far here. They're basically filling in the necessary tech to healthily grow.
Really mirrored here. The only main divergence I see right now is that Raynor is going up to a 4th geyser significantly quicker than DRG is, so potentially might be a little bit more Ravager heavy than what we see from DRG, but that just kind of remains to be seen right now. Worker count swinging slightly in the favor of Raynor, but of course just with the innate way that, Zerglings, larva hatches from injects, it's going to kind of swing both ways over the course of the game.
Sure. So yeah, I mean, this will probably be about as macro of a ZVZ as you could ask for here. The Banes are brute enough. Yeah, he could just deflect by detonating his own Banes here.
Yeah.
And I don't even know if this was worth it for DRG, because he's literally not getting anything that's of value. Lings can always be traded for Lings, but even then, the Roaches are just going to pick these off easily. Armor's going to finish now. Let's see if he immediately hits that next upgrade.
He gets a little bit of scouting intel, but yeah, I think you're right. This doesn't really pay for itself. These Lings not really finding much value at all, as both players just kind of happy to continue droning, and eventually soon, I think we will see the Roaches begin to pump as we see +1 ranged weapons starting for both of these guys, as well as layers.
It does seem like Raynor is just slightly ahead in drones. Now, that doesn't mean that he's, going to take the game by any means, but it's a subtle thing in these mirror matchups, especially when 2 sides are macroing, when it seems like the games are basically dead even, and then you look down and one guy, like, look right now, he's almost 10 workers ahead, and that's like, okay, well, that's interesting,
Yeah, and DRG is making a lot of drones, actually. Almost equalized already. It's very much an ebb and a flow to the worker counts in ZVZ that kind of makes it an art form. It's like a little bit of a dance, because as Zerg, you always want to make drones before you make your attacking units, because they're actually mining, It's kind of a bad feeling when you have to produce army before you actually build up your economy, because that's an extended duration where you're not mining at your maximum capacity. But both players getting up to about 66 drones will be pretty much close to 3 base saturation. So from here on out, expect to see a lot more Roaches on the way.
Yeah, but Raynor's still kind of keeping that lead for most of this. And, if we're going to get to 4 base versus 4 base, I guess DRG is actually just expanding. So it's going to be Raynor doing a timing attack here. Raynor seems to feel that oh no, I'm sorry, Raynor's expanding at 12. I stand corrected.
The way things have gone so far, I'm looking at this, and Raynor's got a pretty sizable lead in terms of army supply right now, and even in production, he's a couple Roaches ahead now, just tied, so he definitely has a numbers advantage I mean, you talked a little bit about how it felt like over the course of this game. He's been just a couple of drones ahead this entire time, and now you kind of see it manifesting here in this pretty significant army lead, I would say.
I would say so. All right, here we go. He's going to be coming down now. Raynor is supply blocked. He lost an Overlord here, so he can't keep pumping behind this.
Coming on two sides now is Raynor. Nice little pickoff over there on the northeast side as the engagement continues here. DRG did opt to make a couple of Ravagers. Raynor dodging some of those shots, and right now the arc definitely favoring him, man. He has a huge numbers advantage.
Raynor's got like an arc on either side, really.
Yeah.
And it seems like he's basically just stretched the position. Okay, so that was simply tactics.
That was really
This was
well
a
done.
fighting game, you'd call that footsies. So, you know,
he's playing footsies
he's
with
playing
his roaches.
footsies with him and just came in there and then just killed the hatch and ran out. And that's all you need to do. You know, I think a lot of times people imagine Roach v. Roach is the two armies fight to the death. Well, not when Raynor plays.
Yeah,
Raynor
Raynor
basically juked and jived, picked off the hatchery, kept the zone, and now DRG is in a really bad spot because DRG, he actually has to figure out how to catch up because Raynor on a base like this, he's going to be massively ahead.
Yeah, Raynor's looking to create an engagement right now because he has a 4 Roach drop going to the natural expansion of DRG, and here we go. Another engagement popping off. Your eye on the minimap as that drop is going to be going on pretty soon, but right now this engagement quite even. I think the bile is favoring DRG slightly, but Raynor seems to have a slight numbers advantage for now as the concave starting to shift in DRG's favor.
Oh, he's got the 4 roaches in the back. This is great. This is going to catch reinforcements, and if the reinforcements can't kill it, oh, look, he
So
picks it up. And then he can go and drop on drones if he doesn't stay on top of that. That's going to give Raynor the time he needs to basically recover.
He has to be careful, though, because these engagements, he hasn't been getting the best fights all the time here, as the concave has been slightly favoring DRG in the past couple of skirmishes over here, and if that continues, we've already seen the army supplies equalize quite a bit here as DRG's getting a slight edge on these trades, and these biles are getting some connections too, so Raynor, he's got to watch out.
Okay, he's going to come here now. As long as Raynor keeps the hatch alive, he's going to be fine. And he seems to think he can. He just shoves in there.
Yeah.
Really good control by Raynor.
Yeah, really artful, dodging those biles and pushing up on these Ravagers.
200 supply to 165.
Yeah, that was a big swing right there with that engagement.
I almost need to see that in slow-mo to see what happened exactly there.
It's so tough to spot exactly like how these players are getting edges. And again, the four Roach run by. Actually, both players going for run bys right now, but Raynor is on top of this one here in the main. In the meantime, DRG moving back with his main force to his main base, and Raynor getting a slightly better edge here. 6 drones going down for DRG, 2 going down for Raynor from mistake, and maybe I'm reading that incorrectly. Was that Raynor actually losing the 6 drones? I get confused sometimes in the mirrors of the UI.
I'm like, they're both Zerg. He's going to come in again. I mean, the math should have Raynor coming out on top. And he's just, look, he's keeping that exact angle where his arc is just better. There's too much of, like DRG shouldn't even be fighting at that angle. He should actually wrap around to the 4th, but already at the 4th, he's got roaches over here.
There's roaches everywhere for Raynor right now.
He splits some off to try to go for drones.
He even has them burrowed in the natural expansion of DRG, so not only does he have a sizable army lead right here in the middle, he's actually going to set up a nice sandwich right here. These roaches behind the mineral line, and I think we're seeing DRG start to fall apart.
Yeah, this may be too much here. He's just splitting the roaches perfectly. And drawing away too many into the back here.
The arc is so good right now for Raynor.
Dude, Raynor is so good. All right. I think we may be at the end of this game here because this, oh my God, and he's even got roaches popping up here. GG, Raynor takes game 1. And that means he's just one more win away from going on to the final match here in Group B, GSL.
Yeah, really well played there by Raynor, man. I love how you describe it as footsies, because that's exactly what it was there. On that 4th base, just positioning his army very carefully, making sure that he gets an arc on both sides, and then he kind of rides that army advantage, knowing that he can kind of shed some units off to set up for harassment. He goes for a drop. That doesn't find too much damage. Then he goes for burrowed roaches. In the natural expansion, he has some more in the main. Just eking out every single advantage was Raynor, and he rides that to a victory in pretty convincing fashion there. I mean, mechanically, he just seeed on point.
Well, it's funny because it seemed, it was a tense start, and then it was close in the mid game, and then I mean, he just kind of ducked, bobbed and weaved, I guess, and then killed the hatch and left. And then from there, DRG was under too much pressure to try to play catch up and overextended and died. We're gonna go to Data C.
Yeah,
short for CC, which is how the Terrans are beating Zergs now. And we're going to see what happens in ZZ, because that's this matchup, guys. Reynor vs. DRG, Game 2.
Kai-Z Gaming, Reynor. Team NV, DRG.
So already a very different game. Both sides going for hatchery first. Artosis and me joke about games like this because we have to there's nothing to say. You can just look at the production tab and see what's going to happen. But look, my takeaway from that last game that we had is really that you can see where Reynor gets considerably better than his opponent. It was very close, and then when it comes to moving around these armies, having a Overlord with drop that you can harass queens and roaches with and drones, and then getting burrow and setting that up, you are literally seeing all the traps get laid, and then they're all going to spring at once right before we call GG, where DRG looks around and he's like, I cannot keep up.
Even the way he's maneuvering on the map during that is fantastic too, because as that drop was going into the natural expansion, you could see that he was kind of gunning to start an engagement. He was eager for it, and he even took a fight that he didn't even have a favorable concave. Just because he's like, no, I want your eyes here while my roaches drop in her natural and start to pick off drones so that I can get that edge.
And I do feel like the best Korean player for that is probably Dark. When I see him do that, he really is extremely talented at kind of, it's a cause. In my head, I say starting fires. You start a little fire here, you go somewhere else, you start a little fire over there. And, and the fire is basically I have a burrowed roach here, and I'm going to unburrow and kill drones, and when he comes, I'm going to burrow again. If you can't put those fires out, the entire side of your map is going to burn down, because this is going to start to spread, and eventually you're not going to have the resources, you're not going to have the bases. But, Reynor's showing really masterful ability in super long games for that. Now, let's also remember that DRG basically opened so that he would not ever be in that game like that. He opened to end it, right?
That's true.
He did a rush. He went for Baneling with no queen. He was dead set on trying to get in there and end the game.
It's interesting how sometimes these games that start off with such divergent builds like that, with skipping the queen, going for Zergling speed and Banelings, and killing the natural expansion of your opponent, but then the attack fails in the main base, things equalize, and really from there it almost felt like we were mirrored once again. Both players were taking their third bases at the exact same time, relatively speaking. Both went for the same compositions at almost the same times. I mean, it was almost identical, so really Reynor, where he got his edges that game, is exactly what you said. It's starting fires, and I love that, because that's a big part of RTS, is just creating more problems for your opponent than they can create for you, and that's where you find the edges at the top level of play, because if you're able to out-multitask your opponent in that way, as we see Reynor actually coming in with a lot of, Bane, a little bit more pressure from him this time than the previous game, but yeah, those starting fires, it's what he does really well, and it's the kind of thing that you build up as a skill when you compete with world-class Zergs all the time, as we see in the European scene.
Yeah, and I think, anybody who's learning RTS, they first learn how to set up this powerful engine of taking bases, getting workers, having upgrades going, harassing. But then, the really top-tier players, they learn how to do all that while trying to slow the opponent's engine down. And when you get two really good players, it's like they're trying to throw wrenches in each other's gears in every way possible. And yeah, that last game, that was Reynor really just setting up for an insane closer where there's nothing the DRG could do.
I've got to say, I really like this Ling Bane pressure that we saw from Reynor here early on. The worker counts have almost equalized now, but there was a good almost minute where it felt like Reynor was maybe 7-8 drones up, just because DRG didn't have an exact read on the situation. And so that's another way that he's finding an advantage here. And DRG going to try and get some counter damage in. 2 Banelings going to go into the third base. We'll pick up some drones, gets 3. The Ling run by in the main. Gets a nice round on the Queen, so DRG fighting back right now, getting some good trades in with these Lings and Banes.
Yeah, nice kill on the Queen there. DRG going to continue to run around here. Can he get another drone or anything like that? Not worth it to detonate that Bane.
Yeah, I like that counterattack from DRG, perhaps recognizing that he got bamboozled a little bit with those Lings running into the third base, because that worker advantage, that disparity was pretty large, and actually we see Reynor going for a Spire as opposed to the Roaches here of DRG. What's your take on that?
Well, this is definitely, one way to play. We've seen Spire play. Oh, hold on. Yeah, we've seen, Roach versus, Spire play. They both have ups and downs, right? The Mutas can defend, but it takes a little bit of time before they come out.
Yeah, this is looking a little scary. Because keep in mind, Reynor, not only is he going for Mutalist, which it takes they're very cost.
Well, he
can't do it, actually. He's making Roaches.
Yeah, he's just not going to save for Mutas. That's the play. That's basically what DRG's doing to him, is he's forcing him to not make Mutas here.
That's a smart call, too, because I was going to say, if he's going for Mutas, oh, that was a huge
good
hit.
shutdown.
Favorable trade there for Reynor, but still the count for DRG is so high right now. Actually, 7 drones going down, as DRG with a superior Roach count is going to be getting a cost-effective trade here as well. Reinforcements soon to pop here for Reynor. They might be able to slow this push down just a little bit, but so far DRG with a really nice engage.
Yeah, DRG is continuing to reinforce. He's making Lings because they get there faster than the Roaches do. As long as he has Roaches in the front, he can continue to push onward. And Reynor is starting to thin out here. A couple more Roaches hatch, and he does get a really good block. Had those Lings gotten into the main, it could have been very, very problematic. I mean, a lot of workers would have been picked off here.
Oh no, the surround on the Roaches here for DRG is really nice. Getting a lot more damage than you would otherwise with that surface area. And the third base for Reynor might be going down. And yeah, Reynor going for the Spire there. It's 200 minerals, 200 gas that he didn't have to produce army. And in addition to that, it was also up, I want to say, maybe 10, 15 drones.
Yeah.
And in that kind of situation, when you have that kind of worker disparity, the army count for DRG is just so high. And when you have the same units, like Roaches, Lings, and Banes, it kind of takes a miracle to go for a defense there. So Reynor really on the back foot now, losing that third base.
Sorry, did his Spire finish?
I believe it did. I don't think we've gotten a shot of it, but
yeah.
Even if it did finish.
Oh, no, he started
again.
starting
again.
Okay, so that answers that question. I was going to say, like, maybe he could go to the muted tech if, like, the Spire's done and try to play that out.
On 4 gas, I don't think he could, even if he had the Spire done already, which makes me a little bit surprised that he's going for it now, but perhaps he feels like he needs to create some kind of disparity in the unit compositions to come back in this game, because right now it definitely is in DRG's favor. He's double the army supply right now with the same worker count, and he has a third hatchery.
Well, I mean, there is no easy path here for Reynor this game.
No.
It's likely he's going to lose it. He has to basically play an uphill game. If you both went Roach Bane, that Spire Tech didn't finish, that shows you how concerned he was when he saw the pressure. He literally cancels that for the extra, few minerals and gas it gives.
He needs the best Baneling connections possibly in his career to be able to hold off this push, I think. 'Cause that's a lot of Lings coming in, going in for the surround. Banelings nested back, 2 of them do go down, and this is just overwhelming numbers here for DRG. I think we're in the twilight of this game now. We might be going to map 3, Tasteless.
Yeah, looks like DRG is going to crush through Reynor here. He has too much. Reinforcements come down. The spine finishes. There's just so many Roaches here. They're going to win every fight there is, and we are tied up 1-1.
Wow.
Oh my God.
Yeah, and you can see Reynor a little bit frustrated with that loss there. Just kind of caught in a bad situation. Overdrone just a little bit, opted for the Spire Tech, just had the wrong read there on DRG. And
yeah,
DRG,
man.
He went for the killing move. He went for the Roach and the Ling timing attack, and he made it work.
That's crazy, man. Well, I'll tell you what, DRG probably, now reminded, okay, you actually can hang with Reynor in a normal game.
He can bleed.
Yeah, Reynor bleeds, that's right. Well, this is, not looking good for Reynor. Oh, man, yeah, you can feel the frustration. I mean, this is a guy who's expecting to basically, steal the GSL trophy. He's going to come through here and he's going to clap these kids one by one. But it's not happening. That's a scary thing, man. Doesn't matter how good you are, no matter how confident you are, when you're having You lose 1-2 to Bunny. Now you're tied up 1-1 to DRG. Is Raynor going to be the first player knocked out in Group B?
Definitely feels like that might be the way, man.
Is he going to be like this map? Is he going to be inside and then out?
Oh, no.
Not on this map. Oh, no.
You're going to get your tarot cards and start doing fortunes.
I just looked at this fortune cookie, and it's not looking good for Raynor.
Oh,
all right, guys. Game 3, let's go.
Oh, my God. DRG's going for a 12 pool.
Well, bless your heart, DRG. We've all wanted to win badly. I respect it, dude.
I do too, but
I respect
this is scary, man. Raynor's got a lot on the line. This is an elimination match here in Group B. One of these players is going out of the GSL Code S. The winner will go on to face a Terran in the final match of the day, and it's Hatch first here for Raynor. Oh, man. I wouldn't say that Raynor is dead yet, but this is going to have to be a defense and a half.
Yeah, and you know, well, first of all, a couple positive thoughts before these lings hatch and come down there and maybe end the game. Raynor did hold off, and not the same attack, but a similar idea in game 1. Okay, so Raynor did not flounder when it came to having to have perfect defense. 6 slings coming down here.
Raynor's still droning. Hopefully that's the last one produced.
Yeah. These lings are making a beeline, so they're going to go right under the Overlord. So right now he sees what's coming.
Yeah, Raynor knows this is a 12 pool, so we'll see. On his face, not expressing too much frustration. Very focused is Raynor.
Now, does he let the hatch finish? I mean, what is the sequence here?
He's going to try and defend it.
Yeah. It's tough because this rush is engineered to come there right before it finishes, so it's like, oh, do I cancel this? Or
he's trying to buy time right now. And DRG artfully is getting a lot of damage on that hatchery, now going in for drones. And Raynor, he has to wait for these Zerglings to hatch. 4 in the main are on the way.
Hatch is at half health, lings are coming down.
If he gets a good drone drill in on these lings, he might be able to get a nice surround there with the lings himself. Queen's in production now. DRG is starting to drone himself back at home. These counts, not too bad here for Raynor, and he is going to get a drone drill right here. Yeah, that's a really nice drill.
So you're trapped in here with me.
Wow, that's really well done there by Raynor.
So well done.
I'm not sure he's even lost a drone yet. Certainly not 2, or we would have seen it on the screen, and the Queen's out, and that was an immaculate defense, man.
The gamer's gamer.
That's an immaculate defense. Now, we might kind of go back to game 1 where things kind of equal. Oh, he's going to get an Overlord with this too, isn't he?
I think the Overlord was just a bad rally.
DRG overstepped just a little bit with that.
And he's going to get no-scoped.
That's...
run. It's the slowest chase in the world.
That's a pretty big deal, too. That's another larva that's not going to be a drone. That's going to slow the production for DRG quite a bit. And Raynor with fantastic defense there going hatch first. Going to be able to hold on, losing only 1 drone and taking some damage on the hatchery, but... I mean, that's pretty much a best-case scenario given the way these builds lined up, right? And now, what I'm kind of expecting is for things to go similar to the way they did in map number 1, where kind of the game equalizes a little bit, and we see that both players kind of go for maybe the same composition, but Raynor certainly has the edge now.
Yeah, and he's going to scout and see drones are hatching, so he just knows, okay, there's no like follow-up all in.
And critically also saw that there were no gases. The first gas now being taken here on the low ground for DRG, so...
Oh, he should get that one weak drone. Okay, never mind. He gets that Overlord. Eye for an eye.
Eye for an eye. Overlord for an Overlord.
So third hatch is going to come down. I don't know that that Ling scouted that. I missed that.
The third hatch? Yeah, I'm not sure either, actually. I think it might have just beelined into the natural expansion, but I could be mistaken as we see the Evolution Chamber going down here on the wall for Raynor. And Raynor right now with a 1-worker lead, but faster third hatch. And if I'm not mistaken, a superior queen count. So he's got to be content with his position, but by no means is this game severely advantaged for either player right now, despite the very stunning defense there by Raynor.
Yeah, I mean, DRG's rush failed, but he's recovered completely fine. Worker count is even. Evo Chambers going down on both sides here. Roach Warrens as well. Raynor's a little bit later.
Almost completely mirrored
And
yet again.
The armor upgrade has started first, though, for Raynor. Now, I mean, with Evo about... I'm sorry. Oh, and okay, and DRG gets the missile upgrade.
Huh. I'm not sure exactly how the math turns out on this.
Well, the armor upgrade's a little bit more expensive. But, you know, the armor upgrade, obviously, that counts for Lings, too.
And it counts a lot for Lings because of the high base armor of the Roach as well. And, like, no one's getting melee upgrades in this one.
Yeah,
so,
right.
honestly, given the way the upgrades are panning out, I kind of favor this here for Raynor, but we'll actually have to see how it goes in terms of unit compositions as the game develops. And both players now just kind of content. You see them keep throwing Lings into the bases, try to get an idea of exactly what the Roach timings are going to be, what the drone saturation is, and you see it right there on your screen. 66 applied to 67, 52 workers to 48. That was even just a moment ago. Things are quite even, but DRG pumping Roaches quite a bit. I want to see if he continues the Roach production or if he starts to go back into drones.
Yeah, he's up to 54. Again, I mean, you know, even if you catch up in workers, if they had more workers, then they mine more for, you know, a little bit more time than you. So, I mean, these things sort of, they add up, they pile on. But, I mean, I think Raynor is, you know, maybe, you know, 5%-ish ahead in development. That's not huge. Although, it does, you know, I feel like DRG might try to attack coming up here. He's getting the second Evo Chamber, so he's not. I take that all back.
It did seem like it was kind of gearing up, but he he did a big round of drones and then, as you said, added that second Evolution Chamber.
Yeah.
So
if you see another Evo Chamber, then they're going to upgrade with it, so there's no reason they would attack you with it.
He wants to hit a timing later, potentially with 2-1 or 1. And both players now just kind of content to continue building up as the game continues to be remarkably mirrored. You know, the way that things opened up, I thought that Raynor might have a little bit more of an advantage, but it just goes to show that how good these players are rebounding. I mean, that was a 12-pull opener, and things equalized almost from like the 3-minute mark, it felt like. You know, like same drone counts. The hatchery's a little bit faster there for Raynor, of course, because he got that hatch first, but DRG was able to leverage that into a even game. And now Tunneling Claws coming in for DRG is interesting to me. Huh. We might see him try to start some fires of his own, similar to Raynor in game number 1.
I think so. But Raynor is actually going to come out here. He's going to have his upgrade finish. He looks like he's ready for a fight.
Yeah, I like this here for Raynor as well because DRG's investing a lot of resources in the second Evolution Chamber and the other upgrades, Tunneling Claws and Burrow, and that's going to give Raynor an army size advantage right now as he pushes in with a really big arc. DRG taking a lot more damage than Raynor is right now, even with the defender's advantage in the closer rally. That was a pretty good trade for Raynor to start things off. And he's continuing the attack. For a second, I thought he might back off.
Yeah, he does back off now. It's interesting. He moves and he knows exactly when to attack move versus when to target fire, just like that one we saw right there. And when to fork off those roaches. Now, he hasn't done the damage he needs to do yet. He hasn't overextended either. But now he's going to start breaking these roaches off into different groups. Now he's tearing down the rocks on that side of the map as well, which is going to give him a lot more ability to have kind of liquid movement with his army moving around the map.
I'm concerned for Raynor right now.
Yeah?
DRG's going to have better upgrades. The army supplies are dead even, and DRG has Tunneling Claws, which is going to be a problem for Raynor back at home very, very soon. So unless Raynor's able to get a really good engagement and a really good concave, or goes on the defense to try and shut down these Tunneling Claws, like this is a good start right here with this engagement. That's a lot of roaches going down, but this could be very problematic.
Well, hold on.
Oh, this
surround over here!
This surround is absolutely absurd here for Raynor. That is a fantastic arc. Gets so much value out of these roaches. Will it be enough, though, as the roaches are unburrowing back at home here for DRG, getting more drone kills?
Oh, and now DRG comes in with a very strong attack.
Raynor's tournament life on the line right now.
Honestly, I think DRG is ahead now.
Yeah.
I mean, it's undeniable.
That was a fantastic engagement over there in front of the third base for Raynor, but it might not be enough because not only is the upgrade advantage in DRG's favor, but these Tunneling Claw roaches, they keep picking off drones, and every time that Raynor's making a drone, that's yet another roach that's not on the field, and DRG's army supply is continuing to grow.
Well, he's torn down those rocks over there. He is going to clean up these roaches over here in his main.
Yeah,
I think that
engagement.
DRG might have too much.
I
Hold
think
up.
so.
More roaches come from the bottom. Can he reinforce this well enough?
Yeah, the arcs are almost even right now, but DRG getting a really good advantage. Fight right here. Biles coming down. Reynor is pushing forward. It's so close right now, Tasteless.
Yeah, this is neck and neck right now. I think Reynor might barely have enough to fight this off.
Such good dodges there on those Biles. It's going to give him the momentum to push DRG back, and things starting to swing a little bit in his favor right now as he has the army supply lead for the first time in a long time. Continuing to push his Reynor.
And he dives hard on that one. All these roaches are so low, they can be shot down as they bump into each other trying to retreat. He pulls away at the last second. It is 78 army to 78 army supply. Both spike up shortly after that, but that was insane. That was crazy because like Reynor was on the ropes.
Reynor needed that engagement so badly. He dodged those Biles immaculately and then was able to close the gap and get all of his roaches in attacking range. Fantastic fight for him, but he's not out of the water yet. He still is behind on drones. You see him just now catch up, just now surpass DRG in the drone count. But again, the upgrade advantage is in DRG's favor. However, if Reynor stays at home, I think he'll be able to hold on.
Yeah, Raynor's going to stay back for now, with upgrades being even here. It seems like DRG's itching for another fight.
It does seem that way. He does have the Ravager count advantage, 10-4, but Raynor's dodges have been superb so far here in map number 3. All right. A little bit of a skirmish here, both players testing the water.
Oh, that's a bad angle for DRG.
Yeah, you can't really push into this, even with Biles.
I don't think he should be attacking.
Yeah, I don't like this.
I feel like there's just no way. And now Raynor's going to go ahead and stretch out over here. It seems like he might have like a little bit more, at least on screen.
Yeah, both players pushing through this little choke point. They have less of an advantage. More drones going down there for Reynor, but Reynor gets really nice engagement over here on the south side.
Yeah, I think what DRG wanted to do is kind of jettison, stealthily these two roaches over here, but I'm worried that he traded out a decent amount of his maxed out army for that.
Getting queens is good though. Less Injects is less roaches.
Yeah, very true.
Both players now maxed, almost equal worker counts, almost equal army supplies.
So we're going to like super late game ZVZ here, where there's just going to be a lot of tactics all over the map, big armies crashing into each other.
And behind this, Reynor has equalized the upgrades. So these are not inferior armies versus superior armies, and I like this concave here for Reynor. It feels like DRG keeps pushing into these angles that Reynor has the advantage, and Reynor, he knows it. Pushing forward, getting more damage in. Supply swinging in his favor now. These Biles, though, for DRG are really problematic.
Yeah, DRG, though, he's starting to, I think, well, no, he might not be overextending. The supply is insane as far as the difference goes.
Yeah, a huge round of production coming in for him now, and actually the Biles get enough damage in that Raynor's starting to bleed a lot of army supply. Briefly had to pull drones to try and hold off on this attack, but DRG with a huge swarm of roaches coming in now, 114 army supply to 74, and even more in production. For a second, it seemed like they were the arc. Reynor had the advantage, but the Bile dodges just weren't there in that critical fight, and DRG with his high Ravager count now sitting at double digits was able to get so much damage done with those Biles.
And man, I just don't know that Reynor can recover.
I'm not sure he will be able to. This is a huge
supply difference. He is going to burrow and heal up, but I think DRG already did that. 4 roaches come down here.
Oh no. Tunneling Claw's getting a lot of damage over there in that south base in the meantime. DRG with a superior art, superior numbers, and we might see Reynor tapping out here in just a moment. It's a huge upset, and Raynor's going to be the first player knocked out?
That's right, first player knocked out of Group B. DRG survives. It's going to be a match of DRG versus Dream up next here. Again, man, you never want to count out DRG.
This guy's a gamer.
This guy is a killer gamer. I can't believe it. I'll tell you, man, I didn't see that coming. I don't think Reynor saw that coming either, man. He had a hard day today.
It was a valiant effort there in Game 3, though. You could feel that he had kind of an inferior position there after DRG secured the upgrade advantage and the tunneling claws.
Yeah.
Reynor was able to fight back and keep things even for a long time, but critically, the superior gas count there for DRG, the Biles coming in, swinging the tide in his favor there in a critical fight, and DRG is going to go on to the final match.
Yeah, that's right, man. We're going to go to that next, guys. Dream versus DRG for the final best of 3 in Group B. We'll be right back.
I just need a conversation. Your attitude is really knocking through my patience. I go and spend the middle fit for contemplation. Bitch, you really did it. Check my shit wide open like you Jason. Don't take too long, don't need a shit if I embrace it. Let me get over, you gon' see what you be facing. It's really hard for me to get a confirmation, but you having hella fun like you be sitting on vacation. My brother with me popping push me.
For my real rap, man. We tired of that, man. Retired that.
They don't really wanna hear the truth no more. Think they scared how I make them feel. And you can say anything you want about me. I ain't worried, that don't make it real. They don't really wanna hear the real no more. Think they scared how I make them act. And you can say anything you want about me. I ain't tripping, that don't make it fat. Look, coming live from the gutter like a cold puddle. With water whipping road shuttle. Your whole huddle, Dutch burning, moving slow. I'm feeling like the minute hand. All wishes granted to me, turning in a tenant van. Been the man, never question nothing that was in the plan. See it from my third eye vision, so I understand. Poolside plotting moves like a dance team. 100 band scheme in the dirty with my hands clean. Never been the type of they could castrate. 5th grade, I was selling candy to my classmates. I ain't call her back, I let her think about the last date. Student of the game, and I promise you not a classmate. Problem is with these rap, they move iffy, and my mood picky. Can't let these get rude with me. God spitting on to keep my then it hit the game. Acting like I slipped in a small town fly. Never heard of these on my apex. Tip top vertices, it ain't mouths moving, but they never moving vertically. Hit a person, stupid practicing the perjury. Black Lord, Noble Drew, big stepping. Love them all, give a about the click repping. Small losses always taught in big lessons. Quit stressing, liberating knowledge, make the lesson. They don't really want to hear the truth no more. Think they scared how I make them feel. And you can say anything you want about me. I ain't worried, that don't make it real.
If you would keep me waiting, I would wait a lifetime. In tricky situations, I will be a lifeline. Nobody's meant to be fighting alone. That's why I'm taking you home. I never felt something like this before, no. Keep coming back for your time after time. Maybe I'm losing my mind, but I know I'll never leave you behind, no. Baby, I got you. When you feel like falling, I'll be there to prove, yeah, that baby, I got you. No matter the distance, no matter the route, yeah, baby, I got you. When you feel like falling, I'll be there to prove, yeah, that baby, I got you. No matter the distance, no matter the route, yeah. Baby, I got you, I got you, I got you, I got you, I got you,
상큼함 맥스, 칼로리 X, 맛있는 탕 제로. 요즘 제일 탐나는 제로, 탐스 제로. 같이 떠나볼래?
I've been coming up hot for a minute. Everybody let it drop when I'm in it. Everybody let it drop when I'm in it. hot for a minute.
Some say that zero. 그래 걱정 빼고 고민 빼고 망설임 빼고 This is zero life. 없어도 되는 건 빼고
실성사이다 제로.
아침은 라떼 홀리 점심은 라떼 홀리 저녁은 라떼 홀리 둥글하게 달콤하게 라떼 홀리
달달한 충전이 필요할 땐 칸타타
라떼 홀리
상큼함 맥스 칼로리 X 맛있는 탕 제로 요즘 제일 탐나는 제로 탐스 제로 같이 떠나볼래?
I'll be coming up hot for a minute. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. I'll be coming up hot for a minute.
Some say that zero. 그래 걱정 빼고 고민 빼고 망설임 빼고 This is zero life. 없어도 되는 건 빼고
실성사이다 제로.
아침은 라떼 홀리 점심은 라떼 홀리 저녁은 라떼 홀리 둥글하게 달콤하게 라떼 홀리
달달한 충전이 필요할 땐 칸타타
라떼 홀리
형님들 아프리카에 승부 예측 생긴 거 아세요, 여러분들?
아니 e스포츠 여기 탭에 있잖아요, 여러분들. 아니 이게 새로 생겼더라.
저는 광동에 올인했어요.
아 진짜요?
네.
아 그럼 전 DRX에 올인.
모바일도 똑같이 아래 가운데 보면 e스포츠 있어요. 잼이라는 포인트가 있어요.
아프리카 내에서 쓸 수 있는 재화라고 생각하시면 돼요.
잼을 사은품으로 교환 가능하다고요?
이 잼으로 응모를 다 할 수 있어.
키보드는 벌써 나갔네.
아이폰 갤럭시 탭. 아 이게 200잼이야?
교환까지 할 수 있으니까 형님들 아프리카 승부 예측 많이 많이 사랑 부탁드립니다. 박수 드립니다.
Today's matchup. Bunny. Reynor. Dream. DRG. Round of 20. Group B. 2022 Hot 6 GSL Season 3.
Welcome back, everybody. 2 players remaining, neither of them Italian. Raynor is out.
Yeah.
I'm sad about it too. It's a bummer, but I'll tell you what, man. Bunny and DRG played very well. That's undeniable.
Absolutely. Bunny showed some really good play there in match number 1. I mean, the CC first builds for these Terrans have been pretty incredible so far in Group B, I gotta say.
Yeah.
And going back a little bit to talk about those Raynor games, like it just kind of shows that GSL is a little bit of a different beast from these weekend tournaments. Like the amount of prep that goes into the best of 3 series here in GSL, it's almost unrivaled in StarCraft 2, you know? Like we don't really have any kind of format where these players get to devise these strategies and really map things out over the course of an entire day.
I think, you know, the Star League format, you know, it started with OSL and MSL, you know, and there's been others besides GSL. We've had KSL and, you know, other Pro League and stuff like that. But these long-form tournaments, they do allow people to really put in the prep. And, you know, I think it's why this has been consistently a very Korean-dominated thing. Is that, you know, you saw a lot of thought went into all the builds here today, and look, I hope Raynor comes back. You know, GSL Season 1 2023 or Super Tournament, but yeah, he did not have it today, and we know that he wasn't able to get out of either of the 2 best of 3s. He didn't even make it to his possible 3rd best of 3. DRG standing in his place. And so we're going to have another TVZ here to close this out. We're going to start on the map Data C between these 2.
Data CC.
They're going to see if it's going to be Data CC this time around, because we've had a lot of CC first in this matchup.
Good Game Gaming. Dream. Team NV. DRG.
Okay. Okay, here we go. You guys didn't see it.
Yeah.
The minerals went to like 160. We were like, up, up.
Got a little bit excited there.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Dream not going to go CC first in this one. Although it still is undefeated here in Group B, man. I think no matter what, I would be surprised if we didn't see it in one game in this series. I got to say. Like, it seems like so powerful, these 2-base pushes, especially if you play on a map that is potentially Zerg favored. If you want to go for like this kind of 2-base push of a CC first, you just have so much stuff. It's almost unintuitive watching it because it feels like Zergs, like, they'll come in and they will clear all the like key units in a fight. And you'd think like, oh wow, the momentum has shifted. And then suddenly like 20 more Marines come out with 2 Liberators and another Siege Tank. And it's like, oh, wait.
Yeah.
We don't have all the pieces of the puzzle to solve this one now.
Yeah, I mean, I would not be surprised at all if we have another CC first build here, but I think Dream is, being very cognizant of how all the TVZs went so far and being like, well, I better at least show you that I'm capable of other things.
Yeah, DRG of all players, I think, is the kind of guy that might go cheese and try and stop that,
Yeah, yeah.
He has that killer instinct. Like, we saw it in the previous best of 3. He had a 12 pull and
No, he was absolutely ready to pull the trigger if need be.
Love to see that in players. Especially in a tournament like GSL where you get to really like prep that out and kind of.
Well, this is what's always been, I think for me, look, I tried to get into this job and then got this job finally by being inspired by growing up watching Star Leagues. By watching, it was initially OSL, which was like, which is basically the same format as GSL. Some differences, but effectively it was a long-form tournament, kind of like a drama almost, where you watch every week or a couple days a week these players prep and you follow the brackets and you can look at possible matchups that could occur and the histories of the players and how they played and if they're meeting again and maybe one guy has never beaten the other guy and what happened in those games. And it's fun because there's so much history and so much story behind it. And yeah, it seems like the very best of the best in GSL are the guys that really can prep. I mean, that's how Hero came out and won this last season. And it's different from a tournament where you've got, 4 days or 3 days or 2 days to go through the whole thing. Yeah, then it's like you get to see who's the biggest beast at the time and also who's got the most stamina, who can just play StarCraft all day at the highest level and eventually come out on top of a heap of dead bodies. But GSL and that whole Star League format, it's very different. You get to play a certain amount of games with a certain set of parameters. There's the maps, there's the set of opponents in your group. And then when you graduate to that, everybody leaves and they go back and they prep for the next part. And I think it's why the games we get are so exciting. But I think it's also why we haven't had, players that haven't been in many GSLs. They don't, I think, thrive in these formats either.
It definitely takes some adjustments, and that's why, as you said, I hope that we see Reynor come in a potentially maybe a super tournament or the next season of GSL, because that could be. He hasn't shown all that he's got.
We're always happy to take him, for sure.
So in this game, Dream's going for 3 CC, really quick as well, I might add, and kind of relying on the Hellion Reaper to keep map control. DRG with a healthy Queen count is going to be trying to get his creep spread going as quickly as possible, but with the way that we've seen games go so far today, when Terrans win, it's usually these really strong pushes through the middle, especially on maps like Data C. The 12 o'clock, the 6 o'clock base here for DRG, the 4th he chooses to take it, has a lot of very dangerous positions that the Terran can siege up in that are hard to break out of, Like, they really get entrenched in there. And playing 3 CC really quick like this as Dream can kind of have the same effect as going CC first, where, your push is going to hit slightly later. You will have to be a little bit more slow, but once you finally get going, the unit production and the parade push is just unbelievable. So we'll see if the game decides to go that way. We haven't seen too much out of Dream besides these CC first builds so far today. But it's always exciting when, you have these little tiny meta shifts in matchups,
Oh, yeah. Well, it's everybody reacting to each other and trying to keep up. Now, this push is going to be a pretty serious one. He's going to have 1-1 coming here. So it's going to be a very strong And by the way, very textbook 3-base push. I don't think the Dream has done really anything extraordinary here. By the way, not that you have to.
Ling's getting into the natural. We'll be able to find a couple of SCVs at least, if I'm not mistaken. That's a mule going down, choosing that instead. But getting a good scout off. He sees all these units back at home, has a good idea on the production levels coming out of Dream. Didn't quite get into the main base, but anytime you can run up that ramp and pick off a mule, get some good intel on where your opponent's at in terms of upgrades, in terms of unit count, it's always nice.
Well, he kept those Hellions alive. He should repair those before he goes back out. I don't know that he is.
Surprised he hasn't.
That's actually going to bother me for the rest of this game.
He's keeping the damaged ones back, so it's certainly on his
mind. Repair them,
State.
It's not enough. They're not Zerg units. They don't heal.
Imagine if they did.
No.
I don't want to live in that
world. It
world.
would be a Reaper. But okay, so he's going to come out again and try to apply a little bit more pressure. Now, DRG has been aggressively paving the map with creep here.
Yeah, he's got a lot of creep spread going quite early. These Hellions and Marines haven't really been able to slow that down too much as DRG continues with this large mass of Queens to just kind of build up. And behind that, he was able to get a couple more SCVs there at the third base of Dream, but no real economic damage so far. Is now finally Dream here with Stim. Gonna try and slow down this creep spread just a little bit because, man, it's really starting to reach the middle of the map, and that is not a position you want it to be in if you're setting up for one of these slow siege tank pushes. And just to point out, DRG, perhaps mindful of how dangerous that 6 o'clock base is to defend against these siege pushes, is opted to take the one all the way on the left side. I don't think we have seen a Zerg take that base yet as their 5th in this tournament, if I'm not mistaken.
Look at the Hellbats parked back here. Just to try to cover this from Banes. Looks like Dream's going to come through again, try to stim and gun down as much as he can. Good targeting on the Banes.
Gets Banes, gets a Queen. Some really favorable trades right now. DRG coming with a big run by here.
What is he
I'm not sure why he didn't go on the SCVs right away.
I don't get why he didn't do that.
He will still get 7, and he got a siege tank, so not bad.
No, it's fine. It's fine. It was just kind of a weird moment where he like tempted mod.
Yeah.
Well, there's like so many targets that he could get. I'm a little bit worried for Dream right now. You know, I think not only can he probably not push that effectively, I hope I'm wrong, but I don't think he can, but also that I think DRG might be able to counterattack soon here.
Yeah, the counterattacks have been really good for DRG so far in this game. I want to say he's picked off maybe 15 SCVs, and that number continues to count. Banelings and Lings coming down will continue to reset the tank count here for Dream as a lot of bio goes down as well, and DRG, he's trading quite cost efficiently, and with a 5th base secured, he's kind of sitting pretty. He's already going up to Hive. He's getting his 2-2. He'll be keeping up in upgrades here with Dream, and it looks like he's in control of this game right now.
So the Lings are going to come up here, get another SCV and run at. I love that from DRG. He's fired up, man, from that Raynor win.
He's got to be feeling good.
He's playing very well.
He's past 2 series.
Yeah, 2-2 is on the way now. Well, you know, Zerg got to where they need to be. They're on 5 bases. New bases in this matchup get easy when the Zerg gets the 5th base, assuming that they get the resources soaked up from that.
On almost all maps, that's the case, yeah.
Yeah, when they get to 5 bases, they're fine.
Creating some Banelings for depots there. The ZRG continues to keep up the pressure, actually really showing the advantage of having even upgrades right here as he's able to trade out with some Marines. And once again, going for the CC.
Now, I don't know what can defend up here, but if he has enough and he can actually force a cancel, okay, he can anyways, but if he had forced a cancel on that and Terran was on 3 bases, that would have been bad,
crazy.
dude. That would have been like, you know, what now? And then, you know, it's finished, so even if like the pressure gets too hot, he could just lift and move it, but we want to watch for that.
He may have not gotten the cancel, but again, like picking off tanks like that, it looks like the way this game is going right now with ZRG getting up to Hive, getting his adrenal glands, getting Vipers, it feels like he might just start trying to overpower Dream in terms of economy, because eventually you're going to be taking all these trades as Zerg, potentially going up to maybe 90, 100 drones. And even if the trades aren't cost efficient, eventually the Terran will run out of money, right?
Yeah.
So we might be seeing that out of DRG, and if that is the case, then for Dream, he's going to want Liberators, he's going to want Siege Tanks, and eventually Ghosts, and just kind of try to camp back at home to reach an endgame composition that can deal with this army that DRG is getting.
You know what, though?
But
I don't know if Terran's playing catch-up enough right now. The 6th base is being taken to the top left. The creep is already reaching underneath the Terran's main, or almost there. And, I mean, 4 bases you can hang on, but like, okay, he's getting the 7th base in the bottom right. And, you know, this map is going to become quicksand pretty quickly here for the Terran. I mean, he's just going to start to sink into it. And, you know, you could try to turtle. You could try to camp it out with ghosts and tanks. And maybe he'll pull that off. But I want to point out, he's not in a spot where that's, you know, he's safe to do that yet. He's not even maxed yet.
No, he's not even maxed. It's going to be tough for him to defend. But positions like this,
oh, well,
that's a planetary morphing. So he is, if I'm not mistaken, so he is really gunning to try and defend these 4 bases, and eventually, once he reaches max, try and take a 5th base. But
okay,
we'll see.
Here we go.
DRG,
blinding
clouds. Look at this choke point.
Through there, oh God!
At the same time, the Ling run by coming to the other base. The
this is what I was
planetary is
talking
going to go down.
about. The Zerg actually is doing so well that you can throw everything you have at positions, and then look, he's already almost maxed out again. He has almost there. GG. All right, fatality.
Yeah, Dream trying to find a way to kind of camp back at home and hold off on DRG, but DRG with just way too much tempo, as you said. His economy was overpowering right there. Able to bring down some clutch blinding clouds, just close that one out.
Yeah, man. I mean, DRG is playing very well. I feel like we're seeing some of the best plays from him in the last couple seasons. And I mean, he's always been good, right? In DRG, he hasn't been championship level in a while, but he's always like clearly solid at the game, can take games off anybody, but he really wrecked Dream back there. And you know what? Dream played like the textbook TVZ. That build Dream did, guys, that's a good build to copy on the ladder.
It really is.
You know, it's very straightforward. If your mechanics are good and clean and you can keep it, you know, one eye on the mini-map all the time, you're going to be getting a master's level. Going on to inside and out, I wonder, are we going to have that CSE first? Is that too obvious? And if not, then what? Because right now, DRG looking powerful, looking scary if Terran can't get a lead early on.
So let's go into
Starts
it,
the game,
man.
I can't talk.
Inside and out, match number 2.
It's funny because it's not inside out, it's like inside and out. What is it with people naming StarCraft maps?
Oh, boy.
I can do it all day. Oh,
so this is funny because Dream is going for a proxy racks and DRG is doing the fastest drone scout. He's actually going to catch this SCV moving in the middle.
It's so funny
and
that Dream forgot to laugh.
This is problematic here for Dream, to say the least.
He should just make the barracks in his man.
I was going to say, oh, okay, spawning pool now going down to DRG. I was going to say I wouldn't be surprised if he made the barracks in the main, or if he's just like, oh, screw this, I'm going to throw down the CC.
He throws a CC down. He throws it down where the barracks is supposed to be, though. It's literally the worst build in the whole world.
Yeah, DRG with a clutch scout there, man.
Yeah,
he's got some
good
star
call.
senses.
Yeah, he's like, He's like, why is the hair on the back of my neck standing up? And he just sends a drone out.
Well, you kind of got to think that coming into a match like this, especially the way that map number 1 went, with DRG kind of outclassing him and just keeping up the tempo in a way that we haven't seen Zergs do so far today, that Dream is going to go either to one end of the extremes. You know, it's going to be a CC forced or it's going to be something like a proxy 2-rax. That's kind of where I would put my money if I was going to be saying, like, what I think Dream is going to come up with here in this map. So DRG, Drone Scout, covers both of those.
Yeah.
Instead, it's just going to be a 1-rax expand here for Dream, and DRG quite content with a nice little tempo lead again here in map number 2. I mean, this is problematic for Dream because it's a lot of lost mining time for those 2 SCVs, and whenever you have your kind of opening strategies get completely off the tracks, it feels bad.
Yeah. But, you know, that was a call by DRG that was, dude, it was so important, right? Because he says, no, you know what? If we play normally, I just kill you. And keep in mind, the drone scouted the proxy, but it was also looking for a command center first. And this is Terrence paying the iron price right now for their greed early on.
Yeah, they reap those rewards early on and getting punished for it now. This DRG is going to be happy to play with probably a little bit more drones than usual because all of the timings here for Dream are just going to be a little bit behind where they would normally be. And this is in stark contrast to kind of the advantage that we had Terran playing with in the first 2 series today, where they kind of got to go with a CC first unpunished 4 games out of 5. And then all of the timings, yeah, they were a little bit later, but they had a lot more units. And then Dream now, yeah, his timings are later, but also he's probably going to have less units the way this is going. And feels like DRG is really kind of showing up strong here in the last couple of series today.
Yeah, yeah, for sure. Okay, so, you know, what does Dream do now? Is there anything fancy he can try to pull off? We don't see anything yet, but I mean, again, he's getting all the core tech buildings set up, so maybe he can show us something.
Yeah, going for a 3rd CC is Dream. So that will be the angle that he chooses to try and come back in this one. And it's pretty quick too. It's actually, if I'm not mistaken, faster than the 3rd hatchery here for DRG. So
yeah. Well,
Dream will be able to have a little bit of an economic lead there with the mules for at least a moment before the drones get going.
Yeah, this is Innovation's build you know, from the past that he would do so many times, where it's just a powering build.
The machine.
And Zergs can just, you know, they can try to punish this with some attacks of their own, but, you know, if you see Terran and they're just, like, powering, they're getting his 3rd CC, usually that's your cue to get an even quicker 4th, you know, and drone up even harder.
Yeah.
I think it's one of the harder things in the game, especially for people to learn, is, like, how to power on both sides. I think teaching somebody to attack and just, like, keep up with, like, making all the units they need, that's, like, one thing.
Hellion almost gets caught there, kind of funny pathing on that 3rd base, and that was an Overlord going down to the main, so he did spot the CC as our observer Shine is pointing out for us, and I guess there's a couple of different pathways you can go here as DRG, but yeah, he's going to be powering up, immediately throws down 2 evolution chambers. He knows that he has time before any push is going to be coming out. And oftentimes when we get into these kind of situations, Zergs, if they choose to do so, can opt for a tech here. We could be seeing Hydras into Lurkers because they will have a lot more time to build up that drone count and kind of build safely back at home, because it's like this composition that Dream has, these Hellions, the Vikings, the Reaper, yeah, he will be able to slow down the creep spread just a little bit and cause some problems here for DRG, but this is never going to kind of coalesce into a killing move. The push coming from Dream is still a couple minutes in the pipeline. He's got a lot of powering to do. So DRG kind of has a full palette of options to choose from here.
Yeah, and the upgrades were important because he timed that out before the E-base finished.
Yeah, that's actually a great point. It's rare that we see Zergs ahead with upgrade timings on Terran.
Yeah, you know, it's funny because when you pointed out the double E1 chamber, I thought, man, doesn't that seem a little early? Like, there's no 4th base, but now I totally get it because, like, he literally will never be threatened by the upgrades of the Terran as long as he's just keeping up with it.
Creep spread continuing to grow here in the mid for DRG. Clearing rocks as well. That 4th base is going up, and DRG sitting happily on 62 drones right now. And man, he's playing quite conservatively as well. I was expecting a couple more drones to be coming out from him, but he's really powering up on the Lings, even continuing that 32 now in production. It makes me think he might go for a big run by there on the 3rd. If he's able to catch these Hellions with some kind of surround, that could be crazy.
I mean, this is kind of wild, man.
He's still making Lings.
We're going to be ending this with some fireworks here.
DRG really respecting the pushing power here out of Dream.
Yeah.
Playing quite conservatively here. He does not want to over-drone too badly. Earlier today, I believe we saw him go up to, I think, 69 drones and kind of struggle to defend a hefty mid-game push because of it, but now sitting comfortably on 63 and just continuing to power these Lings. Looks like Baneling speed will be done too before any big engagements happen as well. So DRG is really sitting pretty right now. I love this powering play by him. Just nice and safe, very conservative. He's kind of covered on all angles.
Again, you know, a slow start here, but it's going to be crazy when these guys start actually taking swings at each other. No 5th base yet. Here comes those Marines trying to clean out that creep. I'm starting to get Elmer Fudd voice here, like queen out to queep. But again, Raynor's done a really good job. Sorry, not Raynor. What am I talking? DRG's done a very good job of basically planting tumors and covering this back up. Bottom right base is being taken here, so there's going to be the 5th.
Look at these transfuses.
Yeah, chain transfuses there. Can he get the back?
Barely going to get away. Only one queen going down, but a lot of energy spent there by DRG. Normally, I would say that is the kind of thing that, as a Terran player, you're going to be happy with, because those queens having less energy means later pushes, you know, we often see queens taking like tank shots or marine fire for an extended period of time because there's so much transfuse energy.
Right.
But I don't really know if Dream's actually going to be able to capitalize on that in this game because of how safe that DRG's been playing. I mean, his army count is ahead of Dream, which is not, again, something we don't see very often here in CBTs. He just keeps anticipating this push coming.
Yeah.
And he's gearing up to defend it. You see he's been clearing rocks nonstop over the course of this game.
I thought those beams were going to blow up on the rocks for a second. I'm like, man, that is confidence right there.
DRG has the potential to absolutely stomp this army if he gets a good engagement.
I think so. We've got vehicle weapons coming here as well. No 6 space yet. Keep in mind that this map, there's actually much less bases in general. So, you know, it's actually a little bit harder for Zerg to ever get out of hand because they just don't have enough of the map to gobble up.
Yeah, Inside and Out is a little bit of an interesting map because it's very long, like vertical-wise, it's quite a tall map. So in a way, because of that, it's kind of tough for Terran to push in the mid-game unless they're able to really get a foothold in these like critical siege tank positions, right?
Yeah.
But then once you go into the late game, you see if DRG decides to take any more bases, they are at the doorstep of the Terran player. So once we go later, if the game decides to go that way, it could begin to swing back into Dream's favor because those bases are like impossible for DRG to take. This is pretty much the cap right now, but actually coming in for a huge attack here is DRG. Baneling's getting spent a little bit inefficiently here in the Planetary Fortress, not taking it down. Nice blitz there for Dream, and that was really a bungled attack.
Yeah, there was something subtle I want to point out back there. He had his Banes on the right part of the Planetary wrapping around the CC to hit all the SCVs and then hit the side of the Planetary at the same time.
Yeah.
And they got there, and then they actually rolled back down around the bottom and A moved into stuff on the left side. Not that that's the end of the world, but he definitely miscontrolled that, is really what I'm getting at.
It feels like that could have gone way, way better for DRG.
I think so, yeah. Oh no, now he's going to get some more Bane sniped here. Meanwhile, a big counterattack down here in the center left. Drones and a hatchery surely going to go down.
Yeah, man, I'm really feeling the pendulum swing back in the other way right now after that attack. Almost an unforced error there by DRG as well, as he really didn't need to push into that position. I would have been much more happy to see him try and build up a bank and just kind of starve the Terran out and deny a 5th base, but I guess he felt like he needed to keep up the pressure, and man, it's really come back to bite him. Dream is maxed now on 4 bases, and like, look at the mineral income for DRG. He's still a ways away. Like, he will have Vipers for Binding Cloud. He will have Adrenal Glands for his Ling. So those are good things that he has going for him, but this is looking scary.
Yeah, I mean, the question now is like, how does DRG actually like, oh, that's pretty big. He picked those up, but yeah, how does DRG try to play this out? Terran is basically sealing off parts of the map and then very, very patiently attacking out when it's an appropriate time. And he's about to take like the whole upper triangle here and carve that out.
Yeah.
And like the only place it's going to be not Terran's occupancy is going to be the top left, which he can just take later.
That's probably going to be the safest base for him to take as well.
And Zerg can't expand there, in theory. Zerg cannot like have a base there and mine that out, and we have a long game.
All right.
So DRG has to win with these fights up here.
That's a nice engagement to start things out. Blinding Cloud's on the tanks, and he's able to clean them up. A little bit of an overextension there with the Ling, but I feel like DRG can be happy taking out those critical units. For a moment, Dream was up, I think, above 12 siege tanks.
Yeah.
Right there on the units tab. So bringing that count down to 8 is very significant, especially if DRG's going to be able to break this, because I feel like he cannot allow Dream to go up. Oh, that's actually a full wall.
Funny.
I had no idea.
You can just plug that up with the CC. That's so funny.
Look at this. I think Dream is planning on playing the late game right now.
Yeah, he's going to turtle it out.
5 bases, 8 siege tanks. He's actually building tanks 2 at a time right now. he knows that DRG is kind of capped on the amount of bases he can take. And at this point, if he just continues to defend, eventually his army composition is going to get better and better. DRG, I feel like, is almost on the clock, because if this game continues to go over late...
Literally, he is. He's actually going to take that base at the top left, by the way. Yeah, well, I mean, you know, the nature of the game has always been that Zerg expand faster than Terran or Protoss. But the game, you know, does appear to be balanced regardless of that, right? All the way back into StarCraft 1, like before Brood War, Zerg always had, like, a few more bases, but it was kind of an interesting way that the different races operated. But what Terrans in StarCraft 2 have basically figured out is like, okay, well, then let them expand more. I'll still take half the map. And so Zerg mines out before I do, and then I scoop up the last base. They have to kill me now, and I win.
Yeah, especially because of how inefficient the trades usually are for Zerg, because they have that superior economy. They're mining their maps so much faster than the Terran.
And they got to throw banelings into you. I mean, they have to destroy their units to win. They have to throw lings into you. Lings are not units that you expect to come out of a fight very often.
Blue Flame even coming in right now.
Yeah.
And the way that DRG has been playing this extremely heavy Ling style, I mean, of course, now he is transitioning into Lurker, so that will be good for him. Blue Flame Hellions, it's usually either those or Widow Mines or a combination of both.
Yeah.
As your secondary splash damage to deal with the Ling Pain Floods. And yeah, like this base is so difficult to take. You can't fault DRG for trying to take it, because any minerals or gas he mines there is eventually going to be resources that Dream isn't able to harvest.
Yeah, he's basically taking money from Dream by doing that. Now he does, that DRG, you can see that there's a lot of pressure here. He's actually dived onto that command center, and he's just going to take out anything that he can find over there. He will probably set up for another attack again. Note that the minerals and gas have plummeted down as he spent pretty much everything. He wants to hit this position on screen one more time and try to knock it clear off. If he can knock that spot clear off and then draw the game out and control the top left and 3 o'clock, he can win.
Yeah, that's perfectly said. He really wants to Remax and try and take this position now, and it looks like his fallback plan, this Overseer, if you look at the mini-map at the south part of the Terran base, DRG actually has a Nidus behind this.
Dude,
so he's going to be attacking here in the mid. The Unsiege, Siege tanks are going down, the Ghosts are cutting back, the Planetary is not done, so DRG is actually cleaning this up, and in the meantime, that Nidus is going to be popping in the main, I think.
What, does he have an Overlord hidden somewhere?
He had an Overseer in the main base of Dream. We actually didn't get a shot of it on the Observer, so I'm not sure if there's a Changeling there, but potentially just got taken down. Critically, the Siege tank count did get reset there for Dream, but unfortunately for DRG, he ran out of bank, so I'm not sure he's going to be able to stop that 5th base. And for a second, I was really excited to see a potential Nidus in the main base there of Dream, but unfortunately, that it doesn't seem like that's the part. He's trying again. He's trying again. This is the second Overseer coming in now.
All right, is Terran reacting? It's too quiet.
It's very quiet.
I think he literally doesn't know. Oh, he knows.
Okay, he knows.
Oh, gamers. So he's going to kill that literally in the last possible second.
It's unfortunate, too, because if that first Overseer that had gone in was able to get the Nidus off during that engagement at the 5th base, I feel like there's a lot of potential, but okay, here we go.
Hold up here. I mean, this may be enough to actually crack this wide open. I would have liked to see something attack here on the left side than having to wrap around.
No. DRG's running out of steam. He has no bank left. He's 160 supply, and he's slowly mining out these bases. He hasn't been able to secure an extra base,
but you know what?
Yeah. So right now, Dream is going to try and repair the CC.
You know what? I just like die of my COVID symptom cough.
Yeah, continue.
I was going to say, let's see how mined out everything is, because even this base, you know, the minerals are starting to get low. How many minerals are at 12 o'clock?
Not too many, I think. But
because Zerg does have the top left. You know, I said in theory Zerg shouldn't be able to take that, but Terran has made no effort to take that base either.
Yeah, the pressure on the right side of the map has been really heavy here for Dream. He's had to commit a lot of resources over there, so he hasn't been able to deny that top left base, as you said. But the more that I'm watching this, again, like, the bank isn't there for Dream. DRG really needs to make something happen. And there's 2 planetary fortresses here. That's so many Banelings to kill. And usually when you see Banelings coming in on planetaries, it's the kind of move that is good when the Zerg is ahead on eco and they have a bank to remax in. And it's bad when they're low on eco in this kind of situation, because even if he's able to break those down, there's more CCs up for Dream. And the army is still going to be there, and the ghost count is going to continue growing higher. We even have Thors now in production here for Dream as he's beginning to build a super composition.
Well, okay, so he's going to try to push up here, but keep in mind this should cause an imbalance in defense at 3 o'clock. You know, I got to say I really didn't appreciate on this map how good this tank spot is on the right side of the screen on the high ground.
It's a good one.
But, again, you know, it's shortly here. The only base turn he's going to have is 3 o'clock. So if he can draw attention up there and then flood it like this.
Yeah, this is a great engagement coming in by DRG. Blinding Clouds on the first bio ball, but the ghost count on the north side is so high. The planetaries at 3 o'clock just shut down all of the Lings and Bailings. Even Snipes coming in now, and that's going to be it. Dream takes game number 2, and we're going to go to a final match here in Group B.
Hell yes, we're moving on to the last game of Group B with Dream and DRG. You know, Dream kind of folded back into what I think is kind of standard meta play, which is, you know, exhaust play, where you stay back and basically make the game the Zerg's problem to end. Instead of, you know, the traditional sense of Terran has to push and stop the Zerg, you let the Zerg grow and you basically seal yourself off and force them to trade inefficiently, and he did. DRG, I think, played a pretty marvelous game regardless by, you know, trying to take that upper left base. He had very bad attacks. The last 3 attacks on 3 o'clock were terrible. He could have come from 2 different angles. Instead, he had units wrapping around this, you know, low ground to high ground area.
Running into the planetaries.
Yeah.
There were 2 of them even, which is just brutal there for DRG. And I think it all goes back to that botched engagement at, I believe, the 3rd base for Dream.
Yeah.
So DRG, if he's going to win this, he's going to have to take better fights. Here we go.
We're
map
gonna go
number 3 on Stargazers.
That's a map named after us. Let's go.
Oh, my God.
Actually, that's the viewers. We're star talkers. That's what we are.
Never change, Tasteless.
Good Game Gaming. Dream. Team NV. DRG.
Because we wouldn't be star talking, we'd be star babblers.
Yeah, sometimes.
So on some of these maps that are shaped like this, I always just see a face in the middle of the map. Do you see surprised clown face in the middle of the map?
Surprised clown. I've heard a lot of faces. I haven't heard of surprised clown face.
Surprise. Well, there also could be frowny. I guess frowny. I don't know if you're too young to know that TV show Alf, but there is a frowning elf on the map face.
So
I'm
familiar with Alf. I don't recognize the face.
Surprised clown face is if the mouth is that little hole in the middle.
The starfish.
The star in the middle. That's its mouth, and then the nose is just above it, that dark area, and then he's got his clown eyes and his makeup on his cheeks.
Last night I was brushing up on my TVZ. We have a CC first, by the way, but last night I was brushing up on my TVZ.
I'm like, hey, quit messing around. We're talking about important stuff here, State.
I was brushing up on my TVZ, and I was watching, I think, Rotterdam and DeMuslim casting a Raynor game against, I can't recall if it was Dream or one of these other Terrans, but DeMuslim marked that he saw a cat face at 12 o'clock. Like the minerals at the pocket bases are like the eyes, and then like right below the Xel'Naga Tower, like the Xel'Naga Tower is the nose, and right below that's the mouth is the rocks. It's hard to tell because of the Overlord.
No.
Rotterdam was not having it.
No, he has brain damage. That's completely wrong. I see clown face. I see clown face maybe with a Buddha eye in the middle of his above his nose. But I also see frowny elf face. I see the 2 top mineral patches in between the mains as sad alien eyes, and then you look all the way to the bottom. You see the frown.
Oh, the frown.
Face.
Yeah. Now that you point out the frown, I'm seeing it a little bit.
It's like, what's wrong, Alf? And he tells you that he found out Raynor got knocked out of the GSL. It's like, oh, Alf.
Every cast that you see, like whenever these maps come out, like people always talk about this kind of stuff, and it reminds me of like, you know, those like psychology paintings of like just like a bunch of blobs. And it's like, what do you see in this image?
Yeah, it's a Rorschach test.
I want to see.
There's a Rorschach test.
I want to see.
I'm like, I see my dad hitting me, and just the whole cast stops. Like, oh, Nick.
She gets. I'm sure one of our viewers is a psychologist. Go break down like what everyone's seeing. And
well, I think the real breakdown was that those turned out to not really mean anything. I think those were like psych tests they gave in like the, was it like the 50s or something like that?
Something like that. Surprised you know what you're called, man. Or what they're called.
Yeah,
You're
man.
educated,
I'm an esports caster. I got to know all these words, man.
Educated gamer. I can't even pronounce stymie.
It's okay. It's okay. You're learning. You're growing.
All right. So CC first here for Dream, and
well, it's triple CC, right?
Yeah, CC first and a triple CC. So he's playing about as greedy as you can get, and the casters I think are pointing out that there is a potential Nidus spot.
Yeah.
If DRG decides to go for that, he did attempt that in the previous game to not a lot of success, to put it lightly, against Dream. But we'll see if he decides to go that way. For now, both players are just kind of powering up. As this is about as passive as a TBZ is going to go.
Yeah, well, I mean, it has to. This is kind of like the last game, except that you have a base you can take with that third right away. I don't know if Zerg's going to try to run up there and take it. The map is designed so that there's minerals you could take out and then run in there and do something. Although I don't know if we're going to see anything of that in the round of 24 yet.
Yeah, I'm not sure either, but I do like that kind of map design where like the mineral count I think is high enough that your opponent can't really mine it out. Like they'd have to send like, it'd be too many trips with workers, but
yeah,
you can mine it out yourself to open that pathway, and that's,
right.
I don't know, that's kind of cool. I like the way that maps have been going in StarCraft 2, especially the past couple of years. It's fun.
Actually, with some of these mineral things, that was some older ideas that were used in some of the Brood War maps that I'm glad they put in here. I think, StarCraft 2 is now old enough. We really can get very creative with maps.
Map makers in this game are really top-notch. Like,
absolutely.
This is maybe one of the best RTS map-making communities of all time, if not the
for
best.
Sure.
Like, it's
if not the best.
Look at this. It's beautiful. This overworld just getting destroyed by this Viking. But look at these trees, man.
Look at these purple trees, man. There's an area in Elden Ring that looks just like this, man. Maybe it's the same place. Did you play that yet, by the way?
Oh, yeah, I beat that game.
Oh,
I was
beat
doing
Elden Ring?
speedruns. I was doing zip speedruns.
Damn,
just for
dude.
fun.
You were doing zip speed runs?
Yeah, you don't know about zipping? You like
No.
do this little dance with your sword, and your character like breaks physics and teleports like.
Oh,
many...
I do know about this. Okay, I thought you just like didn't know how to say like speed runs that end the game fast. I was like, I know what, it's like that's redundant. I know what a speed run is. You're like, I do speed runs where I try to beat the game as fast as possible.
I zip.
I didn't know. Okay.
No, yeah, I'm a Souls gamer. I love those games.
Yeah, dude.
And just like any good RTS pro gamer, I love to try and like just break games.
That's
like,
right.
It's so much fun.
It's just so
like
true.
zipping is just like, yeah, this is it. This is what I want.
This is the way.
All right, players continuing to power up. Dream now adding to his racks count. And what I'm curious to see is exactly how many siege tanks he's going to have, because looking at the middle, we haven't seen, or at least I personally haven't seen too many TVZs on Stargazers just yet, but this seems quite open. And the way that the expansions go here for the Zerg, hugging the right side, I don't see a clear pathway for Terran to really push across the map and siege any of these expansions.
Yeah. You know what, man? I think this game could be a lot like the last one. I mean, it just seems like all the pieces are being put together on both sides to basically make this a pretty long, dramatic game. Because Terran got the third easily, hasn't pushed yet, will probably take a fourth pretty quick. By the way, there's a drop inbound here up towards 12.
Yeah, drop coming in now. Looks like DRG is aware of this, actually going Spire as well. So it seems like his plan is going to be to try and shut this down.
Yeah,
and
he's going Wrecking Ball Zerg here. He wants to basically have an army that can fight. He can exchange Banelings and Lings, but especially the Banes for Terran units, and then keep the mutas around, and then decide, do I push it further, do I harass somewhere else, or do I pull back?
Well said, and actually a nice pickup right here, getting one queen down, a little bit creep, two queens actually. Bam, this is being bumbled a little bit here by DRG. That's a lot of queens going down. Those Lings were woefully out of position, and Dream just picks up. That was so much damage.
Yeah, that was pretty wild.
You never want to lose queens like that early. I mean, the creep spread for DRG is still fantastic, but that must have been like 3 or 4 queens going down in addition to the Lings, and a Dream with a big win right there in the mid game.
Okay, we've got another attack coming down here in the bottom right. This is not going to do anything, though.
I'm just going to pick up and get out of there. That one Marine barely not able to get in the medevac.
Unlucky Marine.
Unlucky.
Terran's got the fourth, but Zerg will be sizing up the Terran's position to see if he can punt that fourth CC back up onto the high ground, or even better yet, kill it off entirely.
Yeah, and DRG going up to 8 gases on the Mutalisks right now, and his word count, usually when you go for this kind of Wrecking Ball style with Zerg, you want to be trading units out a lot and potentially going up to maybe even 100 drones. Raynor is one Zerg, for example, that we see do a lot when he goes for this kind of style, but We'll see what DRG is able to make happen right now with 85. The mutant count might be a little bit lower than we're used to seeing because of that, but it certainly is enough to deal with medevacs like these ones.
Okay, good cleanup here. Now, this is the kind of exchange DRG wants to have, where Terran comes at you, and he doesn't get to pick up and run away. He doesn't get to pick his fights at all. If you overextend, those mutas eat up your medevac and all the units inside. And we're going to probably see a lot of banelings hatch shortly here and target whatever area DRG decides he can try to take on, because this is where he has a supply lead. He's got plenty of the map. Terran is basically going to just start the few building blocks to try to seal off the map.
I think you're right about that. You can see Dream in the production tab adding a second factory, adding two. Wait, is that a third factory? My goodness, adding 2 Thors as well, drilling claws, a lot of mech upgrades coming in.
He needs to start fighting these mutas. You need Thors in this moment.
He needs Widow Mines as well. I'm really worried about the splash damage count here for Dream, because this amount of Ling Baneling coming in could easily just kind of steamroll the third base, and that looks to be exactly what DRG is gunning for. Here we go.
Dude, that CC placement is so good. And you know what's even better about it? It's not a planetary. Like, they have to attack around it. This is not talked about a lot, but like sometimes in some weird ways, like having buildings that the units don't default attack into is even better. Hold on a second. We've got a huge
engagement coming in here
attack.
for DRG as those banelings get great connections on the Thors. That's going to give these mutas free reigns to pick off the remaining structures over there. And Dream kind of getting reset a little bit there on his army count as DRG is getting once again close to max. I'm sure that production facility, or the production line for him, is just popping right now. Yeah, 66 Lings, 6 mutas in production. 666, the mark of the beast.
It's mark of the beast. Watch out.
It's the Devil's
Get
Urge.
your holy water state.
Hive coming in now for DRG2 as he continues to power up. Dream with some nice awareness to kind of take this small lull in aggression out of DRG to kind of clear some of this creep, and he does not want this to be right on his fourth.
Oh, that was a nasty takedown there. Nicely done. Terran is still loading up in supply, but dude, the placement, again, I can't get over how good that is. Planetary now done.
Really clogging that area, especially with the Widow Mines right there, right on the entrance, because he knows that like if the units are going to come in, they're really going to, the pathing is really going to have them bunch up right there at the bottom of the planetary, and like those Widow Mines can be real value if they don't get picked off by the mutas. Well, this Viking is woefully outgunned here.
Yeah, well, he's trying to force more Marines to come up, and the Thor's going to come here.
Ooh.
But he's got an attack set up down here at the bottom.
There's a lot of damage coming in. This Ling Baneling count is so high right now for DRG. 68 Lings, 29 Banelings, and if I'm not mistaken, more morphing. Yeah, 13 there in the production tab. 2 more hatcheries coming down as well. DRG is just consuming this map. 97 drones. Dream's going to have to keep turtling if he's going to come out of this one.
Yeah, Dream is going to have a hard game here ahead of him. Zerg is now taken over 50% of the map here as 6 o'clock has been claimed. And you know what? I might be wrong, but it seems like Zerg could just take the very, very, very bottom left. And I don't feel like Terran has enough of an easy travel to stop that. So we could be in kind of a funny late game. By the way, 3-3 done for Terran. We could be in a very funny late game where maybe Terran can try the exhaust play and actually just dry up and die.
Huh. It could go that way, but again, securing the 5th base already for Dream is going to be really critical. And the thing about these mutas is they're not going to be okay. Never mind. Hold that thought. That's a lot of Banelings. Let's see exactly where this one goes. Keep in mind, DRG right now with a bank of 6,000 resources, he's just going to try and rail his way through this army, but that's a lot of Banelings popping on Thors, and that is not a very cost-efficient trade at all.
And
those
the Thor
Thors,
and the tank live.
Those Thors.
Oh, the value.
Oh, they tanked so much damage. That was insane.
My God.
I'm worried we might be seeing a repeat of last game where DRG just has this incredible tempo in the mid game. He consumes the map, but then is never able to stop Dream from just building this death ball, because right now, ghosts are starting to become a factor. We have 3 factory Widow Mine, Thor, Hellbat in production with +3 vehicle weapons along the way. Building armor is getting researched. 5 more command centers in production.
Yeah.
Dream is putting all of the pieces together to have a defense that is almost impossible to break. And the way that DRG's attacks have been going, they have not been cost efficient. All this resources he's mining, keep in mind 92 drones.
Yeah.
He's going to be running out of res on those back bases much faster than the Terran.
Well, I think we're going to be going back and thinking about that attack that did not do at all what it needed to do a lot.
It's reminiscent of the last game. Remember the attack at the third base there of Dream?
Oh.
This time it was on the Thor. And
here we go again.
These Banelings, they will be able to get damage in. That's a tank going down.
Dude, they're not getting the
They're not
targets
getting any damage
Dude,
in.
that was terrible for DRG.
I thought he would be able to
literally killed like a Widow Mine and 2 buildings.
I thought he would be able to wipe a sizable amount of army with that. And I was going to say, like, that's not enough. That's not a good trade.
Of gas. That was insane, man.
The banks are almost equal now.
And now these mutas are just not even going to trade that nicely into these turrets. I mean, I'm not even sure what I'm watching here.
And he's continuing to add to the muta count. DRG thinks that this is the play to get in, but we keep seeing him just run this Ling Baneling army into the defenses of Dream, and he's never able to break. And the Mutalist at the same time, there's so much splash damage out for Dream. He has Thors, he has Widow Mines, he's adding Ghosts, which do great damage. It can also snipe the Mutas as they retreat away. It feels like none of the pieces of the army that DRG is building have any chance of breaking the defenses of Dream, and Dream knows it. He's confident enough to go for a 6th base now.
I mean, for how long this game has gone on, I feel like the army that DRG is working with is a bit passé, right? Like this is, I don't feel like this is going to be effective. Even like this, like you're going to trade mutas that cost gas into turrets. Now, I mean, Terran's not going to lose his spot, but let's even pretend Terran did. That's almost mined out.
All right. These are much better hits than we got before.
No, they're terrible, though. Look at the Thor on the right. Oh, my God.
He reset the ghost count. There's actually... we just missed the unit tab. But I was going to say, that was a lot of ghosts going down. Annie is going to kill this CC, which will slow down the mining there for Dream. So as far as the attacks have gone for DRG, that one wasn't perfect, but it was way better than we've seen from him so far. Oh, this Thor micro.
That was brutal. Again, we're watching these armies crash in here, but the reality is Dream is not really losing any positions. Even though the CC at the top that was killed, he's going to have one of his extra CCs.
If
just
he's able,
float there and continue to soak it up.
Yeah. If he's able to secure this 6th base safely, I feel like that's just going to be game, unless there's some huge misplay by Dream.
Yeah, well, Dream, he's got a setup over here. It's not perfect. If he made like one more planetary, maybe it would be, but, again, guys, I mean, this sounds obvious, but it's important to point out, like, the Banelings, they have to blow up to get value. Terran can repair this stuff. They can heal. They can run back. The exhaust play seems to be working. Now, I don't think we've really checked the minerals at each of the bases here. I'm trying to judge by looking at the mini-map, but the upper right quadrant of bases, that's going to mine out in the next 5 to 10 minutes.
I think you're right about that. I'm actually surprised there hasn't been a Widow Mine or a Thor just parked here permanently at that top base. It's been like just a sticking point for Dream that he has to keep pulling units to defend this, and he keeps losing turrets. The Nidus is actually going to go up. These mutas are going to secure the Nidus. Thor's are going to be able to push that back. Got a little bit ahead of myself there. I was excited.
Well, he should be able to blow up the planetary. But what stops Terran from just coming down and building another one? I mean, every fight we're seeing, Zerg is giving up huge amounts of units, and Terran is certainly mining it enough from the base already to remake whatever they didn't have there. Now, the Nidus is a pretty cute idea. I kind of like that. I think it's probably the most inappropriate time to try to do it.
To DRG's credit, though, his play has really tightened up in the last couple of minutes.
It certainly has, but...
the ghost count for Dream is really low as well. I think he's still on single digits ever since that attack at the bottom left base.
Well, he's going to need some more, but he's also been really focused on getting Thors because the mutas have not stopped. I do feel like we should have gone to a higher tech at some point in time here.
Yeah, DRG...
It's like Ling Muta, like the whole game. Like, this is usually how you like beat a Terran that keeps attacking you, but we don't normally see Ling Muta Bane used to like against a Terran that's turtling.
There still is a window for this to work, but it's closing quickly.
I agree.
Ooh, it's painful. We'll eventually be able to clean up the Widow Mines, though. Let's see if this push is going to be able to make something happen. DRG instead opting to back out. You see the resources lost there. I think 6,000 more resources lost for DRG. It's a lot of res. He hasn't really been efficient, but that's kind of the hand that you have to deal with is Zerg.
I'm just not even sure what these Niduses are doing. Like, there's stuff here. So he's going to try to take this. Again, though, I think Terran can push in. Ghosts are beginning to accumulate in higher numbers. So many more Banes have been made, man. It's crazy. 16 more inbound as well. But he's going to start to basically turtle into that bottom left area. I mean, you know, the issue when you do these big A moves is, or at least the issue this game has been, is that the Banes will crash into Planetaries and Thors. And that's just the worst. That you're not getting the value that way. You want to be hitting Marines.
That said, this is a lot of Banelings coming in here on this bottom. He gets good connections. There haven't been too many so far today. Here we go, magic boxing on the Thors. Banelings coming in now. A lot of them still alive. He's going to chase down the Ghosts. That's a lot of Ghosts going down. DRG getting some huge damage in. He really needed a win, and he finally got one. He's going to be able to continue to deny the 6th base.
We're back in this. We're back in this game.
DRG has really tightened up his play the last 5 minutes. I mean,
that was impressive.
This bottom left base, Dream can't make anything happen here. Both times he's tried to take it, his ghost count has gotten completely reset, and DRG has turned what seemed like kind of him running into a brick wall over and over and over and failing to get anything out of it into a success, because now he still has a bank and he is maxed. He can take one more inefficient trade, reset the strategic unit count for Dream, remax, and potentially just wipe him. There is an avenue to a win right now for DRG, and for Dream, it feels like he is now on the back, but he has never been able to get that ghost count up.
Yeah, it's funny. You're totally right, State. It's like he needs to get these key core units up to trade effectively. The muta count has become absurd, by the way.
34 mutas.
Yeah, I mean, that's just, I mean, that one-shots everything.
And the splash damage for Dream just also keeps getting reset. It's not just the Ghost, it's the Widow Mines, it's the Thors. There's only one Thor up for Dream, 7 Widow Mines, and a lot of those are the north bases. These Niduses have been comical, but...
But this is kind of what you need to do against this turtley Terran play. Now he comes up again, he hits, there's a lot of Widow Mines burrowed here. Widow Mines good against mutas as well as Banes. And he's basically looking for any opening. He wants tanks to unsiege. He wants to kind of thin this out.
This is a good opening right now.
Dude, once the tank count starts to fall, it's going to be just Bio basically trying to kite.
I think DRG is doing this, man.
Yeah, Terran is starting to really limp through the game. You know, if Terran was still maxing out and staying even, but when you see 100 supply difference, and look at it, what, 400 minerals are coming in at a time? That's nothing.
Yeah, that 6th base. Dream has never been able to get it up.
Yeah.
DRG had all of these bad fights trying to break through these other positions when finally he decided to go for more of a soft contain option and stop that 6th base. Everything turned around and he's found so much damage.
We see so many Zergs lose against this, but notice that Dream is dropping mules almost exclusively in the bottom left. He needs to try to get the minerals into his bank. And even if he loses that base, don't give that to the Zerg.
All right, another engagement coming in now. And these mutas are in such a number that they're almost able to... Yeah, they take down that planetary before the Marines get there. So much damage coming in now by these mutas, and there's almost no splash defense. Just, okay, more Widow Mines coming in now for Dream, but let's see if that's going to be enough. The Banelings are rolling in. Mutas taking down another CC. This might be it, man. Dream is on his last legs.
Oh, he's trying to kite.
DRG, I think he's done it.
I think he's done it. He can actually run up and kill all the barracks.
Wow, what a turnaround from DRG in this game, man. Really swinging the momentum, making this Ling Baneling muta composition work to perfection.
I mean, this is pretty insane, man. He's done so much damage over here. Morlings are going to come down now. And you know what? Taking out the infrastructure is perfectly acceptable.
Yeah, there's no more production.
Yeah, he just basically, you know, Dream overcommitted to the bottom left, but honestly, he was just starting to get thinned out. And we're seeing a 23-minute game that was started and ended with Ling Muta Bane.
Man, DRG just playing out of his mind.
Look, he's laughing right now. He's like, I can't believe I actually did this.
These last 10 minutes from DRG have been absolutely clutch. He's made almost no mistakes.
GG.
Man, what a win there by DRG. Dream had some immaculate defense there early on, but DRG finally able to clutch it out, denying that 6 base, resetting the Thor count, resetting the Ghost count, killing all the tanks. Just fantastic play. He deserves to advance from this group, man.
Hell yeah, he does. And man, you know, I gotta say, what a dramatic day here for Group B. I can't believe Dream lost like that. I think DRG can't believe he won like that. Sad that Reynor got knocked out, but man, the play we're seeing overall here today, I kind of get it.
Yeah, DRG's got to feel good about that victory. I can't wait to hear what he has to say in this interview. Just a really spectacular day of StarCraft, man. These have been some fun TVZs.
It was a good day at GSL, man. We're going to go to an interview now with DRG, see how he's feeling, and then we're going to be closing out the show, guys. That interview ready right now. Take it away, Andy.
Wow, what a neck-and-neck match that was. DRG makes it out of the group of death, and he moves on to round of 10. Congratulations. Thank you. Well, it's been a hard day today for you, DRG, and a lot of the fans had high hopes for this match. So this is your third consecutive advancement to the round 10. How do you feel? Well, when I saw the group, you know, I was really scared of the tier 4 bomb, which is Reynor in my group. So the first match, I didn't think I would lose to Dream in the first match. So I was mentally broken down. But I'm really happy to have advanced today. So DRG, every group you go to, there has always been a tier 4 bomb. It's been Hero last time, it's Raynor this time. So I think that's why you're performing so good in the round 20. So I'm sure you had a lot of pressure coming into this Group B match. I mean, Reynor was definitely considered one of the favorites to win the GSL, but you took him down today. So I want to hear how you feel about taking him down. Well, you know, I didn't really prepare for the ZVZ match. I actually had a feeling that Reynor would have made it out in first place. I mean, I played a few ZVZs in the ladder, and it was not bad, it was doable. So I knew that as long as I strategize a little bit in the ZVZ, I should be able to win. So you're saying that you didn't really practice ZVZ matches in particular. And DRG, we've seen you putting on the serious faces a couple of times today. And as a GSL veteran, you showed magnificent performance and very good strategies. So what went through your mind during break time? You know, my builds might have not been too instrumental today, but as it's a BO3 in GSL, I do feel like strategizing is very important when it comes to GSL. So I thought of a few strategies, and then I pondered which strategy I can use to get the best outcome today. So DRG, it has been a very serious Roche fight with Reynor, and then you showed spectacular micro against him to take the win. And then you were shaking the main base with like 4 roaches, and that was very instrumental to the outcome as well. So when did you have certainty that you won the Roche fight? Well, I didn't really notice certain timing. So I went for the Roach fight, and then he was very great with his movement. But you know, after losing in the Roach fight, I didn't feel like I was overpowered. So in the third game, I went for the Roach fight again, and this time I won. I had the upper hand, and then I was able to win the best of 3. Right, we have a lot to talk about Dream. In the final match, we were able to get your revenge against him. In the first game, the Terran showed how strong he was with that Liberator as well, and it almost seemed impossible to defend against. So how did it feel to take your revenge against him in the final match? Well, I didn't think he would opt for the same strategy. I thought he would go for the same different build. So it was not a satisfactory performance from me. I think I played a little bit too passive. And then, you know, I wanted to go for the proxy hatchery, and then that got scouted by Dream's SUV. So things got kind of twisted in the game. I mean, DRG, we know that you're an expert at using Mutalisk, but the Mutalisk and the Link Bane was so amazing to watch in the last game.
전환이 되고 하는데도 정말 끝까지 뚝심 있게
And you maintain the same strategy, the same build until the very end, and you were able to take it down.
이거 미링미로 애매하게 체제를 전환하는 것보다
And then maybe you thought it was better to just offer the same build until the end rather than just ambiguously changing midway.
또 상대방 뒷마당 수비하려면 동선 자체가 또 멀고 멀티 지키기가 어려운 것 같아가지고.
Yes, I mean I opted for the same strategy because a few things like the route between my base and his base being too long, etc.
전투를 몇 번 해가지고.
I mean there were some mistakes I made during the fights. It could have been a fight that I could have easily won, but then I made mistakes which led to a longer game, which led to the prolongment.
자, 다른 얘기도 해보겠습니다.
Alright, let's talk about something else.
자, 지난 시즌 계속 6강 연속으로 6강을 했기 때문에
So last season you went to the round of 6, and the season before also round of 6, and you said that you want to gain your seed this season. And with the performance you showed tonight, defeating Dream, defeating Reynor, I have a feeling that you can offer, you can set your eyes on a higher objective this season. How do you feel? Well, I do have a feeling I can maybe make it to round of 4 even further. And this season I have a lot on the line.
1시즌 6등, 2시즌 5등 했으니까 이번에는 일단
So since I've been played 6th last season, played 5th last season, I want to reach a higher place. And DRG, you showed that you can defeat the difficult opponents like the likes of Dream and Reynor today. So anything else you want to say before you go? I want to thank my team for supporting me, and I want to thank Creator, Maru for helping me with the scrims.
오늘 좀 조가 많이 힘들어가지고.
I mean, today
처음에 중혁이한테 져가지고 좀 많이 꼬이긴 했는데.
the games were hard today.
올라갔으니까 또 10강.
But at the end of the day, I made it to round of 10. I mean, I'm confident in the round of 10. I don't think I have the confidence to lose in a 5-player group, so I'm gonna try to. I'll see you in the round of 10. DRG, congratulations on your advancement. Thank you.
Thanks, Andy. What a dramatic day, dude.
Really was.
What a way to close it out, too. So, sadly, I think for all the people watching the stream, Raynor is the first to be eliminated.
Yeah.
Dream the second, but Bunny and DRG go on. DRG, kind of the wild card of the whole group. He was not really a guy I was thinking about that much coming into today.
Yeah, me neither.
Yeah.
But he has historically kind of been that wild card. I mean, sometimes he plays and he just plays out of his mind. Sometimes he plays and it's like, well, you're a little bit out of shape right now.
Yeah.
He's one of those veterans that when he catches momentum, he can play really well, and that's certainly what he did here in the last 2 matches.
He's able to really make stuff work inside the game. I mean, even the way that game ended, like, that's not, I think, how everybody's supposed to try to end late game.
Yeah, it's
ZVT,
a little...
like, it's a little bit weird to see just Banes crash in over and over again, but then eventually he just gets enough to get into the main. But a win is a win. Anyways, guys, we've got Maru Classic, Gumiho, and Zhaon coming to you on Monday evening. So no Zergs allowed.
No Zergs allowed.
None of your Banelings and Mutas. You could try Zergs, but you won't get in. Group C should be fun, though.
Yeah, I'm really excited about this. Maru and Classic, 2 of my favorite players to watch.
Oh,
Gumiho always brings something new to the table, and Zhaon, I mean, he's been an up-and-coming Protoss for, it feels like, years. I feel like, you know, he's got the chance to make it and knock one of these favorites out.
It's a hard group to call who gets out. I mean, I guess Maru is a safe bet, but I mean, the other 3, I don't know what to expect, man. Gumiho being back, Classic being back, that's always, you know, welcome and exciting. So, yeah.
Fun day of StarCraft,
Fun day, minus the Raynor losing part. But, you know, it's kind of like Game of Thrones or something where, you know, we didn't see that coming. And
any character can die.
Our favorite characters got killed off. We do hope Raynor comes back again. This is right now the big twist of this GSL is easily one of the best players in the whole world outside of Korea. Promptly eliminated 1-2-1-2.
Yeah, a lot of people, us included, were expecting him not only to get out of this group, but to get out of it in first. So yeah, maybe just not the best day out of Raynor. I mean, we know that he's capable of better than this. This guy is one of the best in the world for a reason, and this is certainly not the last we're going to be seeing of him.
Yeah.
Hopefully not in the GSL either. I would love to get this guy next year in GSL or in a super tournament.
Super tournament. But we got to wait. We got a whole GSL to get through. This is just day 2. Before we close out the show, I want to remind everybody that there's actually more StarCraft on this channel to watch. ASL Group C is out. I think Group D should be out tomorrow. and ENF are already recorded, so I mean they're going to be coming very soon. We will have the group selections translated and put out for ASL as well, as that is going on adjacent to this tournament too. So don't turn off your computer. Don't go to sleep yet. There's a whole other show to watch. But for GSL Group B, that's all the time we have. Guys, we love you. Stay safe, and we will see you on Monday for Group C. Bye-bye.
GSL Season 3.